The room is silent as the participants and the current Jonin senseis stand on the elevated platforms, their gazes fixed on the big, darkened electronic screen. To his left are Naruto's teammates. When he had questioned why their sensei wasn't there, Ino had responded, "Official business, that's all your dad told us." Without a doubt, Fugaku has made an effort to go hunting for Orochimaru himself. Not surprisingly, but possibly also against the Hokage's wishes. Satsuki looks straight ahead while Ino occasionally glances at her and their blonde teammate. Rewind Sasuke remains motionless while his sister clings to him, his arms encircling her as her body trembles with tears. While she keeps crying, he comforts her, saying, "It's okay, Satsuki, I'm all right." She raises her head to meet his gaze. The boy's eyebrows lift slightly at her unusual display of vulnerability as she confides, "I was so scared." Satsuki's own face now shows a look of surprise as he admits, "I was too." He's not sure what he would have done if something had happened to her. The Kunoichi gasp in shock as Sasuke reveals, "Your teammate. The one who saved your life, he may have saved mine too." And Naruto? In agreement, the male Uchiha nods his head. He keeps staring at her as if she's processing the information. He won't tell her anything about the object around his neck, and he won't be the one to tell his mother if she does. Naruto, Satsuki says to herself inwardly. What he'd tried to do again, the blonde had done. Saved not only her but also her brother and Ino. If she is honest with herself, her fear was not limited to Sasuke. She, too, had been afraid for him. The possibility that something might happen to her brother and him. The flashback is over. Exam Proctor. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akato. Draws attention to the two-leaf genin in question as the flashing names screen freezes to reveal the first two fighters. "You're up, jerk, make it quick," is Hisateru's remark to an unresponsive Sasuke as he descends. At least he knows he isn't against Naruto, even though he never would have refused to fight. He's probably not yet ready for that one person in the room, as much as he hates to admit it. As he descends the stairs, Kakashi's caution rings in his head, "Unless absolutely necessary, don't use your Sharingan in the next round." From his seat, Minato observes as Fugaku's son descends to the arena floor. I only hope that Kakashi is certain about this. The boy had roughly 3 days to recuperate and regain his strength after he applied a restrictive seal to the curse mark. Hopefully, it will be sufficient to prevent any significant issues. When the two shinobi come to stand opposite each other, a Jonin with short brown hair, dark eyes, and bags under his eyes, dressed in the standard attire of his rank, stands between them. Before he speaks, he lets out a few raspy coughs. Before coughing again, he says, "I am Hayate Gecko, proctor for the preliminary round of these Chunin exams. The two of you will be the first combatants of this round. Are there any objections?" he asks. The two stare each other down, and he is met with silence. He jumps back and exclaims, "Very well, then. Begin," as Yoroi lunges at Sasuke while brandishing a kunai in his left hand. He lashes out, repeatedly avoiding the rookie with the ninja tool. Naruto avoids the elder Leaf Ninja's swings while observing Satsuki's brother. He thinks the Uchiha will prevail. Let's see how long he takes. Sasuke sprints towards the older genin to complete the task after he ducks under another chop and swings a fist into his stomach, sending him back. He then aims a kick at his chest, sending him onto his back. As the Uchiha's face approaches within inches, the older genin abruptly leaps back up, his right hand glowing blue. As Sasuke's face approaches the older genin's hand by a few inches, his eyes enlarge and flash crimson. "Ugh!" is Yoroi's cry as the boy swings a fist into his face while avoiding his hand by inches. How on earth did he avoid that? He is launched into the air when a kick collides with his chin. He gasps as the Uchiha suddenly appears behind him as he twists helplessly. Lee yells, "Hey! That's..." as he spots the Uchiha behind his opponent in midair. Guy narrows his eyes and looks at Kakashi, who is observing. Sasuke avoids this as well, swinging a flurry of fists into the older genin's body before launching a roundhouse kick into the boy's stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. Yoroi tries to swing an elbow. As he lands on his feet, the proctor walks over to check on his fallen opponent. He announces, "Winner, Sasuke Uchiha," while the boy is unconscious. As Sakura yells, "Way to go Sasuke," Shikamaru rolls his eyes. He also hardly used his Sharingan. He remarks inwardly and casually, "What a cocky one, that Uchiha," as the fellow Leaf rookie returns to his team. Guy turns his head to face his former comrade, his eyes narrowed, and says, "The dancing leaf shadow, Kakashi." Don't look at me. I didn't teach him that, bluntly replies the masked Jonin. He notes, he's gotten faster. Hayate tells him, you've made it to the finals then. In other places, oh yeah, that's the stuff, giggles. As he indulges from a tree branch, the white-haired male adjusts his binoculars again in an effort to get a better view of the scene below. When he hears a screech, he looks up to see a bird flying in his direction. He tries to hold onto his binoculars as it releases a scroll, but he loses his balance and tumbles into the fog and water below, making a loud splashing noise. He raises his head above the water, a fist slamming into his face as feminine screams resound. Ideal. In other places, the tiny cave, which is on the side of a mountain that rises above the forest below and stretches far into the horizon in all directions, is filled with screams. The bats that are making the noise fly around circling each other while a shadowy figure appears between them out of nowhere. The sky above has darkened with rumbling clouds that are occasionally illuminated by white light. Howls rise from below, and crimson eyes with a tomo pattern look out over the forest. The central tower of the Forest of Death is Menma and his partner simultaneously use their signature jutsu, twin drills twisting in the air and barreling towards him. Menma's best friend yells, "Fang over fang," once more. Menma ends with the word, "Ram," after navigating through 3 hand signals. Lightning style. Lightning beast tracking Fang. As his opponents close in on him, lightning forms in the boy's right hand. As it transforms into a hound and remains attached to his hand in the form of a lightning nature chakra cord, he lets go and leaps back. While one of the two avoids the hound, the other comes into direct contact with it, gets hit, and howls in agony. Akamaru. Kiba exclaims, coming to a halt as he witnesses his companion collapse into a writhing heap of unconsciousness. However, his friend gains more time as he swings the hound of lightning to the right thanks to his moment of distraction. Kiba makes an unsuccessful attempt to flee as the current strikes his body as well, causing him to scream in agony as it stuns his body before letting go as it dissipates, causing him to collapse to the ground. When the Inuzuka's body hits the ground, Menma is already running in his direction and gets down on his knees to examine him as the proctor gets closer. As medical ninjas race over, he laughs, "Sorry old pal, looks like this one's mine." With the support of Menma's mother and sisters, Hayate declares, "Winner cough Menma Uzumaki Namikaze," before coughing once more. Watching his son trail behind the medical ninja as they transport Kiba and Akamaru to the infirmary makes Minato smile with pride. Good job, Menma. Those who have progressed are Sasuke Uchiha, Shikamaru Nara, Shino Aburame, Neji Hyuga, Tamari, Kankuro of the Desert, and now Menma Uzumaki Namikaze. The Leaf had a very good performance. As the screen flashes the remaining names, Hayate commands, "Let the next contest be decided." The screen goes blank. Hisateru Hagiwara vs Kabuto Yakushi. Hisateru puts a hand on the railing in front of him and lets out a little laugh with a smirk on his face as he glances across to the other Leaf shinobi, his teammates watching to see how he reacts. With Hisateru's smirk still intact, Kabuto yells, "Proctor, I forfeit," while keeping eye contact with his potential opponent, causing some spectators to gasp. Confused, Ino asks, "Wait, what? You're quitting just like that? Why?" Sasuke frowns at Kabuto's candid statement, "I've seen enough to know the competition here is pretty stiff. On top of that, I've already seen one of my teammates fall to a member of his squad. I'll be frank. I just don't feel confident going up against him. This is the same individual who acknowledged repeatedly failing the exams, and he's just leaving like that. What exactly is up here?" As he raises his hand and points to the boy who scoffs lightly, Hayate says, "Very well then. The winner by forfeit is Hisateru Hagiwara." He snorts and says, "Well, that's just boring." Looking to his side, he sees Kaori still looking down and the jerk wearing a suspicious expression. It wasn't because she was weaker that she had lost to Nara, who wielded a shadow. Before freezing, the screen starts flashing names once more. Shoji Akamichi vs Satsuki Uchiha. Shikamaru mutters to himself, "Oh no," as he looks over and notices his old friend gulping uneasily. Sakura has already been eliminated by the man wearing makeup, and she lost badly at it. Well, he had kind of anticipated that, but one of the twins from Uchiha? Bad. As the Akamichi descends, Asuma gives him a pat on the back and says, "You've got this, Choji." Ino smiles and says, "It's all yours, Satsuki." Satsuki looks at both of her teammates this time, nods, and then jumps to the arena floor. Kurenai asks his teacher, "Do you think Choji can win this one?" However, Kakashi answers for him before he can. The Sarutobi frowns as the masked Jonin interrupts. It's a terrible mismatch, frankly. If Satsuki is anything like Sasuke, and she happens to be pretty similar to my knowledge, then Choji doesn't stand a chance. His tone is slightly venomous as he responds, why don't we watch the fight and let them decide? Hayate is not far from either of the two Leaf Rookies who are standing across from each other. Start, he commands. As Satsuki rushes toward Choji, his eyes turning red, he sees two Tomo that circle and stop on either end of the pupil. Choji extends his right arm. Did her Sharingans also grow up to be two Tomo? Yes, Kakashi notes, this fight is already square. Her reaction time is a different story, even if Choji is able to match the Uchiha Kunoichi's speed, is something he cannot. The Akamichi exclaims, partial expansion jutsu, as his hand, which has grown exponentially larger than his own body, swings down to strike the Uchiha against the ground, but she easily avoids it. A flying kick to the chest sends him sailing back, and the boy digs into the ground with his hand to quickly regain his balance. She moves quickly. He swings again, then twice more, and Satsuki swerves through a series of Jan signs, avoiding all three with ease. She yells, fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, and shoots multiple fist-sized flame projectiles at the Akamichi, who blocks them with his hand while grunting in agony from the burns on his palm. He sees more projectiles coming in when he lowers his hand, but they are made of steel. He easily swats the shuriken away, but he grunts when he realizes that he is rooted to the spot and cannot move freely. It is only now that he notices the girl pulling and the glint of ninja wire all over his arm. You're going to fight me? That's a huge mistake, he exclaims, grinning. He uses his enormous hand to pull the Uchiha through the air in a single, powerful pull, while his own body expands in size and appears to cannonball in her direction. Human Boulder Jutsu. With flawless genjutsu, Satsuki weaves the final hand sign of her signature technique. She utters the words, fire style, fireball jutsu, and launches a cannonball of fire that is at least as large as the incoming genin. A blood-curdling yell erupts from the boy as he crashes back, parts of his clothes on fire. Medical shinobi rush over, making hand signals, quickly dousing the flames with C-rank water jutsu, and examining the boy as he hits the ground in a motionless heap. After standing over him and looking over for a few seconds, Hate points to the Uchiha. He announces, winner Satsuki Uchiha. With a sigh, Shikamaru pinches the bridge of his nose. He slammed right into that one. Choji had already committed a grave error as soon as he had looked the Uchiha in the eye. He leaves to follow his friend to the infirmary, making his way down to the arena floor. Kurenai observes, attempting to suppress a smile and show a little more empathy for Asuma, who is frowning, saying, her genjutsu is impressive. Kakashi jokes, I could have told you that was gonna happen. Oh wait. The Sarutobi grits his teeth in exasperation and storms off, trailing Shikamaru to see how Choji is doing. There isn't much more to see because all of his students have already engaged in combat. After flashing the remaining 6 names once more, the screen freezes on 2 of them. Mito Uzumaki Namikaze versus Yayoi Uzumaki Namikaze. The proctor announces, causing the room to erupt in gasps. The 2 fighters, who just so happen to be standing next to each other, turn to face each other with shocked expressions. Naruto observes casually. The way things are going bothers him. He doesn't give a damn about the 2 who are going to fight, but if things continue as they are, he or Ino might have to face the red-headed Sand Shinobi. To be honest, if it comes down to it, he would much rather be the one. Tamari gets chills when she sees it, and Gaara, who is on the platform across the room, watches with a slight smile on his face. He will be able to get exactly who he desires with a little more luck. With a smirk on her face, Mito declares, give every drop of yourself down there. I won't accept any less. As she answers, her sister's expression changes from one of uncertainty to one of determination. Before the 2 jump down to the arena floor and stand opposite each other, she complains, using the old nickname, the same goes for you, Tomato Head. With no emotion at all, Ino turns to face the blonde spectator and asks, your sisters got drawn together, Naruto. Who do you think's gonna win? He narrows his eyes and says, it doesn't matter. He fights the impulse to change her words, adding, that's the least of my concerns right now. Ino frowns thoughtfully at his response. Hayate coughs and gestures, let the contest begin, as Yayoi rushes toward her holding a kunai. A cloud of smoke rises from Mito's hands, revealing a katana's. As the 2 shift and move across the arena floor in a kenjutsu combat dance, sparks fly and a barrage of blows are exchanged. Minato keeps a close eye on things from above, medical center. Kiba mockingly snorts at his friend, Akamaru, who is now sitting on his lap, saying, "You got lucky, chump." His partner barks in agreement as he complains, "Next time, you won't be, I'm tellin' ya." His dark-haired and red-haired comrade smiles at him. He responds, "I'm looking forward to it." A heavily bandaged Choji lay in the bed beside Kiba's groans, his sensei and teammates beside him. "Lucky you, Menma, you get to fight in the final round." As Menma's grin widens, Kiba groans, "Don't get me started, Choji. This guy's got a big enough head already. Can you imagine how unbearable he'll be if he makes Chunin?" "So who do you want to fight anyway?" Kiba asks, and Menma smiles. Menma cracks his knuckles and responds, "You know exactly who I want. He better win his fight too." Heads turn to see Shizune standing in the doorway as a voice says, "I'll have to ask you to give those two some time to rest now." Asuma gives the order, "Sure thing doc, come on kids. We'll see these two later." Shikamaru and Sakura head for the door, while Menma bumps fists with Kiba before getting up and following Asuma. Arena of battle. As they run towards each other, Mito swings her katanas at her opponent, who blocks it with a kunai, and the two shout, "Water style. Water bullet jutsu." Simultaneously, their projectiles colliding and canceling each other out. The two are trying to push and overwhelm each other. Mito loses control of her katanas, sending the weapon flying to the side as Yayoi seizes the opportunity and swings the duel to the side, releasing her kunai. When she tries to chase, her opponent snatches her by the ponytail and throws her back, then throws her to the ground with a stomach shot and uppercut. But as her opponent swings a pair of claws across her chest, she clutches her chest and reels back in agony as she attempts to deliver the final blow from above. She glances down at the 4 slashes that run across her chest, and then she looks back up to see her sister's eyes, which are now crimson red with pupil slits. She's stepped it up because she knows she can't compete with my physical strength in base. Well, that game is playable by 2. As the two run towards one another, Yayoi's own eye color changes and a set of claws appears. They continue to strike each other, and as a red aura starts to appear with each blow, the onlookers watch, some nervously. Neji narrows his eyes as Lee asks, "Is that chakra? Visible to the naked eye. Is it not supposed to be blue?" "Their chakra," Ino exclaims, looking at the blonde man at her side. "The only thing I've ever felt that could compare to this is." Mito. "How powerful are you really?" Satsuki clenches her fists in thought. "That's the chakra of 9 tails, isn't it?" Hisateru tells himself, "I'm going to want to take a good close look at this." Alongside Menma's eyes widen as he and Asuma-sensei return to the battle arena to witness his sisters fighting viciously in taijutsu, the air changing visibly, and the floor cracking in places as red chakra rises to the surface. "Yayoi, Mito. You are drawn to one another." "Oh no," he swears. Although he was aware that one of them might be drawn against the other, he didn't believe or hope that it would actually occur. With Yayoi and Mito as Yayoi swings a fist into the spot she was standing on, creating a spiderweb of cracks the size of a crater, Mito backflips. Mito is now on the defensive as she swings once more, leaving another one in her wake. In addition to making me move more quickly, the 9 tails chakra is also increasing her strength. Mito looks at the blade on the other side of the room and remarks, "And she won't let me get to my sword either." She grins, unable to contain her pride in her sister. It is to her advantage to turn this into a fistfight. "This is the only chance I have to win." She dashes for the sword, and Yayoi quickly deduces her motivations. She shouts, "No you don't," and swung another powerful fist, which Mito leapt back from with his right hand out. Successful decoy. The kunoichi's palm emits a single, glowing, golden chain that encircles Yayoi, pinning her arms to her sides as her eyes widen in surprise. "No, not possible, this is," alongside Menma. "That's Mom's technique, Mito," Menma yells, shocked as always. "Lady Kushina's adamantine sealing chains. Well, what'd ya know? I never would have guessed one of you had them," says Asuma. "What a battle. These are some of the genin." Alongside Kakashi turns to face the elder Jonin and asks, "Lady Kushina, Mito inherited your Kekkei Genkei?" Kushina replies with a slight smile that lasts only a moment before the hard expression of focus on the battle returns. "I suspected it might be the case for a while, but my suspicions were only confirmed much more recently. Her Uzumaki blood runs strong. With Yayoi and Mito, your 9 tails chakra is useless against these restraints. Forfeit now, Yayoi," says Mito. "You'll quickly catch up to Mito. One day, you'll be just as good as your sister." I know you'll get better someday, Yayoi. Infusing more red chakra, Yayoi fights against the chain that encircles her upper arms down to her wrists. As she lets out a powerful yell that echoes against the walls and shakes them, she tries in vain to break the restraints, but to no avail. Yayoi responds, "Don't insult me. Finish the fight like a real kunoichi," at that. After glancing at the silent proctor, Mito turns back to face her opponent, inhales deeply, and then pulls on the chain, sending her sister flying in her direction with her fist cocked back. The blonde genin is thrown onto her back in a helpless heap as she swings it forward, striking her square in the face. As it wraps around Yayoi's body and retracts back in Mito's hand, the chain lets go, and she drops to one knee above her sister. That was really intense. Winner. Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, is announced by Hayate as Mito looks up to see her mother standing above her and her brother sprinting back and forth across the room with medical ninja in pursuit. As she stoops to tend to an unconscious Yayoi, she smiles and teases, "Look at you learning fast." One of the medical ninjas says, "Lady Kushina, please allow us." Kushina complies, but follows closely behind as they stretch her off, with Menma assisting Mito. Despite his desire to follow, Minato stays in his seat because he must be present for the final two battles. As the screen alternates between the final four names, Hayate declares, "There are 4 combatants remaining, meaning the next fight will automatically decide the one that follows." The Desert Gaara Lee Rock Yamanaka Ino Namikaze Naruto Uzumaki. Lee observes closely, Naruto casually. Gaara maintains a chilly blank expression, and Ino observes uneasily. The screen keeps flashing, and then turns into a solid state. Hayate exclaims, "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze versus Rock Lee. Shit." Naruto curses his teammate rather than his opponent. This is not good. After his fight, he will need to speak with her right away. He turns to face her and says, "We need to talk after I'm done with this." She gives him a questioning glance before nodding. "Good luck." She smiles and says, and Satsuki nods at him. If any of the genin in this room were able to defeat Naruto, they would both be shocked. With fire in his eyes, Lee exclaims, "Perfectly the battle I've been pleading and waiting for. There might be fortune after all." Guy shouts with his chest out, "Let's rock and roll." The time has finally come for the young youthful Hurricane of the Leaf to showcase himself, as Lee starts to stretch and perform taijutsu stances. With his Jonin peers perspiring, he exclaims, "Okay Lee, your time has arrived. After all, the saying goes, save the best for last." He puts his arm around the neck of his pupil. "Now Lee, that's the son of the Hokage. From what I've heard, he isn't as gifted as his siblings, but he is still a child of the fourth himself, so don't dare underestimate him. Go out there and show them all why you're gonna be a Chunin," shouts he. With equal zeal, he salutes his teacher and says, "Yes Guy sensei. I will not fail you." His eyes are starry with admiration. Guy replies, "I know you won't, my boy," as he and Lee clutch each other, their eyes watering. Everyone in the room, including Naruto, who is watching from below after having already leapt off the platform, is drenched. Neji says, "Lee," firmly, grabbing both people's attention as they turn to face him. With its gaze fixed on the black-clad blonde below, the Hyuga asks, "I already told you, didn't I?" Guy gives him a curious look as Tenten watches anxiously. He's only a rookie genin by name. He's far more dangerous than that. Don't you dare underestimate him. Even for a second, he commands. He responds, grinning broadly and giving a thumbs up, "Don't worry Neji, I have no intention of doing so. I will give it my all. So that you and I can meet in the finals like we are supposed to," he says, receiving no response from the Hyuga. When his opponent eventually leaps down from the other platform to stand across from him, Naruto observes. With passion blazing in his eyes, the boy in green acknowledges, "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The pleasure is all mine. I've been hoping for this since I first saw you." Naruto casually returns the look. With the exception of Yayoi, Team 7 as Kushina, Menma, and Mito enter the room again, they see Lee waiting for the fight to start across from Naruto. "Go Naruto. You've got this sweetie," Kushina exclaims as she encourages an unresponsive Naruto, while Menma frowns and Mito closely observes, eager to see her brother act at last. Minato waits patiently. He will finally get to witness Naruto's battle. "Let me hear what you have to say about Fugaku." Hayate commands, "Let the battle begin." Naruto blocks Lee's roundhouse kick as Lee rushes towards him, then grabs him by the ankle and throws him away like a rag doll. After rolling and skidding, the boy gets back up and charges once more. He launches a barrage of kicks and fists that Naruto dodges before launching his own fist into the boy's stomach, surprising him by making his eyes wide with the force and sending his right hand to the side of his face, sending him reeling back. Alongside Sasuke through clenched teeth and balled fists, Sasuke observes as Naruto easily defeats the same opponent who had previously ragdolled him. This guy is completely different, Kaori observes with curiosity, while Hisateru follows suit. Well, did you know? I might have discovered someone intriguing. With Lee and Naruto, your taijutsu is impressive. I've never seen that style before, Lee writes. Of course not. It isn't of the leaf like yours. I would highly recommend taking those weights of yours off or at the very least using some ninjutsu. Naruto says, clearly eliciting a gasp from the. I can't be certain of how long it'll be before I start getting bored. He stammers, how did why? Your movements are clearly too labored for someone of your taijutsu proficiency. It looks abnormal, says Naruto. Lee lets out a grunt, and the boy in green cartwheels backwards a few times before leaping enormously to stand on top of the two hands that make up the ram seal at the other end of the room. His teacher yells, Lee, to get the boy's attention. It's okay. Take him off, the Jonin says, giving him the thumbs up. But Guy-sensei, you said only to take them off if the lives of important people were in danger. Guy smiles and says, it's okay, I'll let it. Now do it. The boy obeys, pulling a matching pair of weights from underneath his orange leg warmers and holding them out on either side of himself while tucking his hands under them. He lets go of them, letting them drop to the ground from the statue's height. Satsuki's train of thought is interrupted when the weights strike the floor, sending twin plumes of debris skyward to the room's ceiling as they impact the ground to form crater-sized spider web cracks. How is dropping a couple of pounds supposed to help him match in? Satsuki asks. Gasps resound throughout the room. A tiny smirk appears on Naruto's face as excitement dances in his eyes, and his eyebrows lift slightly in response to the display. We're speaking now. The green spring-clad genin from the top of the ram seal locked hands and bolted back to the ground. Almost invisible to the unaided eye, he dashes around his opponent, leaving onlookers stunned by his impressive speed display. This is his true speed. Sasuke marvels, insane. The blonde spins around and catches Lee's fist in his right hand as Lee swings it from behind, intending to send him flying. Everyone in the room gasps. Lee says, I am possible, in shock. A genin without weights who can respond to him. What? How? Guy asks in amazement. Neji says. I said it, in a serious tone. As the two engage in a violent altercation, Lee throws another fist, which Naruto blocks. Naruto then throws a punch, which Lee blocks, and then a kick, which Naruto sidesteps. One after the other, the two move around the room, sometimes appearing to be blurs, canceling out each other's strikes. Tenten proclaims, how is he even with Lee's taijutsu? That doesn't make any sense. Is he the same? She asks. No, replies Satsuki. Naruto's holding back, by quite a bit. He hasn't used any of his ninjutsu at all so far. She asks, turning her head, why? Because. Naruto takes hold of the boy's arm and strikes his face with a fist to the right and left. He stumbles back after being kicked in the face, but he propels himself forward with a forceful headbutt that knocks the green-clad boy onto his back. He's enjoying himself, annoying, Tenten asks bewilderedly. Satsuki replies, combat of any kind, even Mortal Kombat. Naruto considers it a sport. The two genins exchange shocked glances, with Kakashi's lone eye narrowing. When Lee sits up, he sees the blonde standing there with a smirk on his face and blood streaming from his mouth. He has a good number of bruises like Lee. He states in a matter-of-fact manner, don't get me wrong, this is fun, but I meant what I said. If you don't start using your ninjutsu, you will lose. Minato observes in disbelief as she sits back. His son has been concealing this for a very long time. Why? How? Even his siblings cannot match Naruto's taijutsu. Furthermore, he hasn't yet employed any ninjutsu. Well? Asks Naruto as the green-clad boy stands up. Using one hand, he starts to unwrap the tape. Then he suddenly lunges forward, Naruto poised, only to have the opponent start running in circles around him. What exactly do you have planned? Naruto asks himself this question. He is suddenly launched into the air after receiving a kick to the chin. His speed suddenly exceeded expectations. What was that? He thinks, startled. A series of blows strike Naruto's body, sending him farther into the air. One fist is followed by another. As his opponent flips Naruto upside down, The two twist and turn in the air, bare libeling towards the ground, while the boy in green grabs him and the combat tape that was hanging from his arm ends up wrapping itself around his body to restrain him. He shouts, "Primary Lotus," but as they get closer to the ground, Naruto infuses wind-style chakra, which he then releases in a burst from his body, tearing the combat tape and sending his opponent flying while he yells as the chakra makes multiple cuts. While Lee thuds unceremoniously to the ground, Naruto's landing is cushioned by the force of the wind. Guy cries in shock, "The Lotus failed. What was that?" A wind-style change in chakra nature, coupled with a change in chakra form like that. I haven't seen that kind of control before. This kid observes as he watches. Tamari analyzes, that was a wind-style change in chakra nature. He's a wind-style user? Baki's eyes narrow with curiosity. Even in his own country, he is aware of how uncommon that affinity is. He uses wind-style, isn't that right? Let's check his other options. With cuts all over his arms and torso, Lee moans and grips at them. The pain of the lotus also weighs on him as he rolls onto his stomach and drops to his knees. My primary lotus did not succeed. How? Well, Naruto says, stumbling through hand signals, I did warn you, as the boy struggles to stand again. He yells, "Wind style. Wind orb barrage," and launches multiple fist-sized projectiles of wind at the boy, causing him to collide with his body and elicit multiple cries of pain before he is launched into the air once more. Guy merely smirks to himself as Satsuki observes, unfortunately, you can't hope to beat someone like Naruto with just taijutsu. Sasuke tells himself, and to think, recalling the scene from the forest a few days prior, that he's still holding back. Lee's body screams against him as he tries to drag himself to his feet once more, his clothes now covered in huge orb-shaped holes from which he is bleeding. Naruto observes and advances a few paces. He is becoming more and more respectful of this man every minute. He remarks, I think I understand now, as the boy raises his head while kneeling. He speculates, you can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu at all, can you? As Lee slowly raises himself off his knees himself. As Naruto watches, he stands up and gives him a defiant look. He gets a low gasp and wide eyes from the boy when he says, well, I've gotta say, you deserve your respect. He uses the same set of hand signs from earlier to conclude, you're a real shinobi, but if what I've gathered really is the case, then unfortunately you're definitely not winning this. He yells, wind style. Wind orb barrage. Once more, and launches a barrage of projectiles in the direction of his adversary. But as they get closer, the older genin dodges them all again in a blurred motion, and the projectiles hit the distant wall, leaving tiny craters behind. Naruto raises his eyebrows. Is he still able to move that fast? A few feet closer to the blonde, the older genin stops. Lee says, I appreciate your recognition, but I'm not going to lose, while lowering his head and making the X gesture with his arms crossed. You are a true genius, Naruto, to have refined your taijutsu to this degree and still be able to use ninjutsu. Elemental ninjutsu at that. And that? Lee says as the atmosphere around him starts to change. He roars, is precisely why we are not the same, as a burst of chakra emerges from his body and is seen all over. He roars, third gate. Gate of life open. His chakra is clearly circling him, and a green aura is glowing as well. Naruto watches in fascination as the boy is surrounded by rising debris. He asks, so there's more, huh? Fourth gate. Gate of pain open. The boy's skin turns red. Veins bulge against his skin as though they might burst, and more debris rises, cracks appearing in the ground. As the boy abruptly vanishes and Naruto is launched into the air by a kick to the chin, the arena floor splits and debris rises. The older genin's speed produces enough force to create wind and debris to temporarily blind everyone in the room, with the exception of those using visual jutsu. The boy moves about him in a blur, launching him back and forth with fist and kick after fist and kick, and Naruto finds himself flying back down to the ground after being struck by an almighty fist, followed by another and another. I don't have the time to weave even one sign. How does he move so quickly? Smirking as he is knocked back and forth, Naruto tells himself, I should have pounced on him when I had the chance. Satsuki, Ino, Kushina, and Mito all yell, Naruto, simultaneously. Minato watches in obvious fear and worry as well, his entire body urging him to intervene and break up the fight, even though he knows Naruto would be furious about it. He may very well be a skilled ninjutsu user, but that doesn't matter against someone he can't weave signs against, Guy says with a grin. Menma clenches her fists in amazement and disbelief as she watches. This is crazy. He's not even close to this level yet. As Naruto looks up to see his opponent descending upon him, a more concentrated blue aura starting to surround him, his body collides with the ground, creating a spiderweb-shaped crater of cracks from the impact. With a final cock of his fist, he exclaims, "Now to end it, fifth gate. Gate of closing open," after noticing Naruto's smirk. "Take a breath, exhale. I think I lied when I said I wouldn't do this." With an explosion reverberating throughout the room, dust and debris now filling every nook and cranny, and coughs audible, Lee slams his fist down on the boy. A few moments before the debris starts to dissipate, silence lingers as it keeps rising and spreading. As the dust starts to settle from the arena's corners, Shikamaru declares, "It's over, it's gotta be." Neji lets out a startled gasp, and shortly after, Kakashi does the same. Three silhouettes appear, one of which is obviously the Proctor's, and then the dust clears to show the two male genin in the middle of the room with the floor completely destroyed. With pieces of debris floating around him now, Lee stands with his fist extended in Naruto's hand, who is holding it while a white aura glows around him. His once cerulean blue eyes have turned a brilliant white, erasing the pupils and whites entirely. As Guy exhales in shock, "No teeth, that's not possible, the hidden lotus F failed?" Kakashi looks on in similar astonishment, both eyes wide and headband still up. "No way. This chakra. I've never felt anything like it. Fugaku-sensei, this is what you spoke about. This child is." Minato also looks at the scene in shock. What was his response to the hidden lotus? Naruto. What exactly is that chakra? As she observes the scene, Kushina almost shudders. She didn't need confirmation that it was over when that boy had opened the fifth gate. She had simply been waiting to jump in while the dust settled. This chakra. What is this? She asks herself as Mito trembles next to her daughter inheriting her sensory abilities as well. Menma watches with his mouth hanging open. However, that isn't feasible given Lee's speed. "No. This is what you're truly capable of," he says inwardly, clutching his fists until his knuckles turn white. There it is. That evil chakra that is constantly repressed. As his insects fly all around him, Shino thinks to himself, this is how it feels when allowed to surface. Shikamaru says in a raspy voice, he's not human. While his opponent stands in front of Lee, bloodied and bruised, with some of his wounds and injuries already clearly healing, Lee's body screams at him, muscles torn. It can't be. No one can defend against the hidden lotus. How? He responds in a menacingly deep voice, "You fought incredibly, but it's like I said, you were never going to beat me with only taijutsu." Using the 9 tails, he defended himself against 5 of the 8 inner gates, and with his own chakra too. Minato, Kushina. You've created quite the monster. And his full potential is far from realized, the beast says, his low chuckle turning into a full-on roaring laugh as he feels himself further restrained. The boy's unmatched chakra reacts to the seal, with wooden tendrils wrapping around him from behind the bars. Alongside Naruto. As Naruto struggles to maintain self-control, his right eye continues to glow while his left eye returns to its natural color. When the aura around Lee finally fades and his opponent throws him away, Lee's knees give way. He rolls and skids before stopping, obviously still struggling to find the strength to get back up. This needs to end. The wind of the godly mountains? No, he is in no condition to try to avoid it, and a direct hit would kill anyone. When the boy drags himself to his knees, Naruto says to himself, it's the wind orb barrage again, slicing through the same signs. The genin slowly turns himself, tosses it forward, and releases the projectiles again as he pulls his head back. As Lee is struck by the compressed bullets of wind chakra the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, he lets out one cry after another and is sent through the air once more, landing on the concrete with an unceremoniously loud thud. The white aura surrounding Lee fades as the other boy's sensei finally leaps down onto the arena floor, leaving Lee motionless and motionless. Naruto's right eye returns to its natural color as Lee hits the ground. He rushes to the boy who is analyzing him. For the umpteenth time, Naruto shows genuine shock as the boy in green drags himself to his feet, bloodied and bruised, with holes all over his clothes and the top half hanging on by a few strings. It's over. It's done. Lee, he doesn't continue as the boy begins to move again. Naruto lets out a low gasp as he sees the boy's face, and Guy starts to shake, tears streaming from his eyes. He's not even aware of it. The only thing sustaining him is his willpower. He puts his arms around the boy and says, "What have I done? Forgive me, Lee. It's okay, you've already proven yourself. You did it." Hayate announces, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze is the winner of this match. As Naruto observes the scene, he hardly notices the words. Naruto, you've already done it. You're the best already. Son, Akisada assures me that you're my student, ruffles the blonde's head. As medical ninja race to stretcher the boy away, Naruto's blonde hair casts a shadow over his eyes. He starts to turn and head back to his team, only to find them sprinting in his direction. Together, they exclaim, Naruto, and embrace him. As they examine him, he assures them, I'm fine. Ino shouts, I knew you couldn't lose, and Satsuki nods in agreement. The final preliminary battle is about to begin. The proctor interrupts. With a clenched fist, Ino looks up at the red-headed sand ninja who vanishes into a sand cloud and then resurfaces on the arena floor. Ignoring the obnoxious medics vying for her attention, Naruto says, Ino, to gain her attention, you have to forfeit. What? She asks, startled. With the Yamanaka's head lowered, he says, I said you have to forfeit the fight, right now, you're not gonna beat him. You don't believe in me, huh? No, that's not it, responds. I told Satsuki the same thing before the first exam. That guy is dangerous. He's not just a ninja. You're not going to beat him. Your life will be in danger, sternly warns him. Maybe it will. But I won't be the only one out of the three of us who quit. It's not happening. It's about time I showed you too. He tries to say, Ino, sternly but is interrupted. One of the medical ninja interrupts, Sir, please allow us to treat Y. With a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto turns, his eyes flashing white, and the male shivers as he lifts his hand. He says in a deep, low, and poisonous voice, don't touch me again, and then turns away. In a rare moment, Naruto yells, listen to me for once, damn it. You're not just fighting him. Don't do this. An expression of anger appears on his face. The statement, I've already made my decision, is hard to hear. With no idea what to say, Naruto turns to face Satsuki, who is watching. Turning quickly, Naruto marches toward the exit, with medical ninja in tow. If he stays to see this, he'll be damned. In other places once more, the bat horde gathers to create a silhouette that takes the shape of a man. The pack is standing in a semicircle at what looks to be the entrance to a cave as Fugaku moves forward. He turns to face the Alpha, who nods as he enters the semicircle. He apparently melts back into the crowd, which flies into the cave with the pack in tow. The large glass cylinder of green liquid, wires attached to it from above and below, and a plethora of buttons and levers nearby are all in front of the masked ninja bowing on one knee. Inside it floats a pale man with long black hair who has a huge wound in his side and appears to be missing a right arm. An oxygen tank is attached to a visor that covers his face. He asks, are you certain? Yes, my lord. The intruder is dressed in standard Leaf Jonin attire with the Uchiha clan crest on his back. He clearly came with no intention of disguising himself. Replies the masked ninja. The words cause the man to laugh darkly. Well, good old, wicked Fugaku. I expected you to come for me but not this soon. Not wasting any time, huh? Send him a welcoming party. Make sure his body gets to me in good condition, he asks. The shinobi bows one last time before getting up and walking away, saying, yes, Lord Orochimaru. He is aware that they will not be able to stop him. Regarding Ino versus Gaara awaiting the proctor's commencement, Ino stands opposite her opponent. Start the last battle of the preliminary rounds, commands Hayate. She charges at her opponent, who just serves to infuriate her by standing motionless with her arms crossed. She lashes out at his face, but something deflects her blow. Sand. She watches as it spills from the gourd on his back. She throws more punches and kicks, but none of them land. Then, a tendril snatches her wrist, throwing her into the air and dragging her away. She skids and rolls across the ground, leaping to her feet and making kunai riddled with explosives. She throws them all at once, the projectiles sinking into the sand before rattling the room as they explode. She waits for the dust to settle, and when it does, the sand shield is still there, its owner motionless and unharmed. It's that durable. Then, she dashes closer, then swerves through a series of hand signals. Her opponent remains motionless as she uses water style, water bullet jutsu, to launch the projectiles, sending them crashing into the shield. How unfortunate. You simply have no hope, do you not? Ino grits her teeth at the jab. They should have given me the other one, Gaara remarks casually, keeping her arms crossed. She pulls out a scroll and opens it, causing a cloud of smoke to burst and a lot of water to spill onto the floor. She calls out, water style, wild water wave, as the water rises and hits the sand shield, then does it twice more. What is she doing? Tamari chuckles to herself, that won't work. After about 5 uses of the jutsu, Ino is gasping for air, but she fights the urge to snicker when she notices that the sand shield has turned brown. She dashes forward, swerving through hand signals, and then a cloud of smoke creates a Fuma Shuriken, which she throws at her opponent, the shield obstructing it and pushing it away once more as she delivers her own punch. Gaara declares decisively, enough of this nonsense, as the sand snatches the girl and thuds her against the water-soaked ground before she bursts into the water. The blonde emerges from the shuriken and slams both hands down on the ground in front of her as a puff of smoke shoots out of it. Unfortunately, Fugaku-sensei, you were unable to witness this one for yourself. The sand rises up to block, but the moisture that has robbed it of its compactness allows the stone projectile to burst through, penetrating the opponent's shoulder as he turns. Earth style. Stone javelin. She yells. A spear of rock explodes out of the ground at odd angles, shooting towards the red head. Pieces of sand appear to be crumbling from the point of entry as Ino observes the boy's top turn red. Before he lets out a spine-tingling scream, she notices the horrified expression on his face and asks, is that some sort of armor? Alongside Naruto with Guy, Neji, and Tenten on the other side of the bed, Naruto stands in front of a conscious and heavily bandaged Lee, who is staring at him with tears in his eyes, obviously still struggling to process the outcome of their battle. I am glad I had the opportunity to fight you, even though I cannot say I am pleased with how our battle turned out. You are a genius and an absolutely amazing shinobi. Lee extends his hand and says, I would love the opportunity to face you again. Naruto looks at the hand for a moment before accepting and shaking, much to Lee's surprise. Of course, why not? Guy chuckles a little as Naruto replies, I don't know many people who can get me sweating the way you did. Lee smiles at him. As he tries to exit the room, Naruto says bluntly, see you around then, without giving the other three a sidelong glance. He stops the boy in his tracks and calls out, wait, Naruto. I have a question. He looks around to listen to the older genin's thoughts. What gives you your strength? What motivates you to fight is what I mean by that. To get more powerful? Why do you do it? For a moment, the room is silent. Since it's the only remaining sense of who I am, I strive to get stronger. Everyone and everything I've ever known abandoned me. When he replies, strength is the only identity I have, Lee and Tenten give him startled looks, and Neji and Guy narrow their eyes thoughtfully. But is that ever really sufficient? I was taught that fighting for people who are important to you is the only way to truly become strong. Is that sufficient, then? With a straightforward response, it's enough for me. Back in the woods. Sasuke explained to us how you risked your life to defend Satsuki from a dangerous foe. Is it sufficient, then? Lee continues his questioning, and Naruto's brows lift a little as he is momentarily rendered speechless. He admits, I don't know, Ino. She's still opposing that down there. Without saying another word, he marches out of the room and says, see you around. Unbeknownst to everyone in the room, Yayoi is lying awake a few beds away, listening to the entire conversation while crying uncontrollably at what Naruto has said. Big brother. In other places hordes of bats occupy the passageways, attacking their ears with the din of screeches, while dozens of shinobi flail helplessly and desperately. As the sound ninja stagger around yelling, Fugaku moves through the passageways with his friends in tow. His genjutsu renders them powerless, and he passes them by as if he were invisible. Regarding Gaara versus Ino, while the opponent continues to scream and the javelin continues to protrude through his shoulder, Ino screams in agony as a tendril of sand repeatedly smacks her into the ground. She had assumed that his now wet sand could be avoided, but he was also able to turn his gourd into the substance. Going up, slam up, slam up, slam. The boy's screams continue to reverberate as she lies heavily bleeding against the ground. Some of the sand that made up his gourd crushes it, but a good amount of it is still inside him, and Gaara grips at the thing stuck in his shoulder while one of his eyes flashes golden. Gosh. This is terrible. She infuriated him. Tenten has a similar look to Konkuro's as he speaks in fear, and Baki is now clearly worried. Ah! Roars the sand genin as sand's tendrils slink onto Ino's left arm and leg. His right arm is outstretched, hand open, then quickly balled. Sand coffin. As Ino's right arm and leg are crushed, a horrifying scream erupts throughout the room, and Satsuki slams a fist against the metal railing in front of her, while Sharingan's eyes well up with tears. The Yamanaka's mangled arm and leg are visible as the sand pulls away. For heaven's sake, stop! Shikamaru screams obscenities. As the voice gives him instructions, Gaara keeps gripping his head. No, more. Blood. Yes, mother, he complains as the sand begins to fully submerge Ino. Shino tells himself, I've seen that before, recalling what his insects had shown him in the forest. Having seen enough, Satsuki jumps over the railing to the arena floor, but the sand is blown away before she reaches the ground. Naruto stands in front of Ino, his eyes briefly going white as he moves forward to stand a few meters closer to the sand genin, while Satsuki tends to their teammate. But why? She failed, he asks perplexedly. Gaara's spine tingles as Naruto merely spits a mouthful of blood from his fight onto the ground. The voice yells at him, but an unidentified force pins and roots him to his spot. Simply say the word. I'll end your suffering in front of everyone, Naruto declares, his eyes as icy as ice. Gaara watches him with a look of bewilderment and fear on his face, and then he starts to laugh. Those behind you can be tricked. All of these people can be duped. But I can't be fooled. In your eyes, I see it. I'm exactly like you. Temari, Kankuro, and Baki all gasped at what he said. I am the same as you. The only person here who knows is you. I am alone, and so am you. Gaara laughs, and then his laugh turns into insane laughter. Enough. The proctor interjects, stepping between the two. The match is over as a result of disqualification and the winner is Gaara of the Desert. The preliminary round is concluded, he declares. After merely staring at the boy, Naruto turns around and approaches his teammate, who is already being hoisted onto a stretcher by medical ninja. In other places fire bursts through the double steel doors, and smoke fills the room as canine-like figures saunter in, followed by a man-like silhouette with glowing red eyes. When Fugaku marches in, he finds a laboratory-like setup with equipment and machinery scattered all over the place. At the end of the room is a large, empty glass cylinder that can fit a grown man and is connected to an oxygen tank. The far wall is lined with 3 large electronic screens. Fugaku lets himself have a good look around while the wolves search the room. 3 clear, identical images appear on the screens after a brief period of static that can be heard and seen. A pale man with his eyes closed, wearing an oxygen mask, in a cylinder just like the one a few feet away. Orochimaru, Fugaku, a pleasure to hear your voice again after so many years. How long has it been? Don't know and don't care, is his scathing reply. Why'd you leave before we got to speak in person? Are you afraid? Fugaku asks, to which Orochimaru laughs. Forgive me but I'm not feeling too well at the moment, as you can see. Noting the man's wounds, Fugaku remarks, I can tell. Who did the job? He didn't finish it Frankie but not too bad if I say so myself. It'll be better when I'm done with you. Orochimaru lets out another laugh. Fugaku's eyebrows rise before a smirk appears on his face as he reveals. Believe it or not, a child did this. One of Minato's litter. He's the eldest if I'm not mistaken. The one you all revile in that pit you call home. At a boy Naruto, he proudly tells himself, well that's actually partly the reason why I'm here. That child is one of my students. You put your hands on him, my son, my daughter and my other student. Meaning you've signed your own death warrant. You don't need to lose any more sleep about Minato because I'm going to kill you myself. Fugaku says with a sarcastic grin. It was like deja vu. Is that right? Whatever plans you have for the Sharingan, you won't live to see them. Running after babies because Itachi and I were too much for you to handle. And even now you can't stand to be in the same room with me. How pathetic. One of the so-called legendary 3, it must be embarrassing. The leader of the Uchiha grumbles. The screens go dark, leaving Fugaku standing with his growling companions. Orochimaru says, the Sharingan is valuable, dear Fugaku. But I'll let you know I may have found something even better. You take good care of Naruto for me. That boy is going to be very important to the future. You probably already know that though with those eyes of yours. He'll be unlike anything this shinobi world has seen. He turns to the pack and sighs, so Orochimaru's seen it too. Minato won't be happy about this. With eyes still glowing crimson red in the dark, the Uchiha declares, the lowly vermin knew I was coming. Thanks for all your help. Now get some distance. I'm burning this place to ground. Arena for the first round of combat. Minato, accompanied by Hayate, stands in front of their sensei and all but one of the advanced genin. He says, so the finals are set and decided. Kankuro of the Desert vs Shino Aburame. Shikamaru Nara vs Temari of the Desert. Neji Hyuga vs Hisatoru Hagiwara. Mito Uzumaki Namikaze vs Satsuki Uchiha. Gaara of the Desert vs Sasuke Uchiha. And Menma Uzumaki Namikaze vs Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The tension is evident as everyone exchanges glances. The finals will be held in a month's time. You are advised to use this time wisely for training. The preliminaries are concluded. Inoichi's sobbing is the only sound in the room. Despite the fact that her eyes are red, Satsuki remains silent. Menma, Tsunade, Minato, and Naruto all observe solemnly, while Naruto remains emotionless. Ino lies unconscious and sedated in the bed. She'll be fine, Inoichi. It will take time, but I'm perfectly capable of healing these injuries, says Tsunade. For a brief moment, the Yamanaka's head is lowered before he turns and, to everyone's surprise, grabs the Hokage by his coat. He insists, "How could you let this happen, Minato?" Minato calmly replies, "What do you mean, let it happen? It was sanctioned combat. These are the Chunin exams. Don't give me that crap, Minato. She could have been killed," he responds. Minato responds coolly, Inoichi still holding onto his coat as Menma approaches the two, Tsunade following suit. That was a risk she was informed of by her sensei before accepting to compete in the exams. And you know I never would have allowed that to happen. Even if Naruto and Satsuki hadn't intervened, a fraction of a second would have been more than enough time for me to stop that. You know who I am, Minato says. He asks angrily, where is he anyway? Mister, I'll protect with my life. And lets Minato go. He insists, where was he when this happened? Satsuki's eyebrows briefly lift as Minato responds, Fugaku has been out of the village for the last 3 days on an S-class assignment. He wasn't present for the preliminaries. S-class. Inoichi looks back at Naruto. Thank you for protecting my daughter, he replies. With Menma balling his fist and a frown on his face, Naruto bluntly replies, there's no need to thank me. Frankly, even if I hadn't intervened, the Hokage would have been more than fast enough to stop anything more from happening. Ino needs time to rest. For now I'm going to need all of you to leave, says Tsunade. Lounge of Jonin Hokage Tower. Around a coffee table, Guy, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai are seated on couches, with Kakashi beside Guy. Guy looks at his friend and says, I still can't quite fathom what we saw, Kakashi. Did it really happen? Guy shakes his head at the jab. You mean a genin opening 5 of the 8 inner gates? Asks Kakashi. With the masked Jonin gazing into his cup, Guy replies, not that part, jerk. I mean the other part. That boy, to think Lord Fourth has a son like that. There's nothing Lee could have done to win that fight. Nothing at all. That speed and strength, the elemental mastery, and that chakra, just what kind of training has Lord Fourth put that boy through? Guy and the others present give Kakashi a startled look when he responds, Minato-sensei didn't train Naruto. What? He didn't? But how? Where else could the boy have seen such development from? Guy asks. I've known Minato-sensei since I was 6 years old, Guy. He did not train that boy. Neither did Lady Kushina. Their fighting styles are nothing alike. Their taijutsu, even the wind style manipulation and jutsu he showed are completely different to Minato-sensei's. It looked to me like whoever trained him isn't from the Hidden Leaf, says Kakashi. Asuma continues, that's quite the claim, Kakashi. He answers, but it still makes the most sense. That chakra of his, Kurenai continues, I've never felt anything like it. It was if he isn't even H. Kurenai stops short of finishing her sentence because she is unsure of how to phrase it. Tower of Hokage, Minato's office. With Gaara's Jonin sensei in front of him, Minato says, I'm sure you can understand my position. The fact that I wasn't informed that the Hidden Sand would be sending a Jinchuriki to compete is very disturbing. Baki says, of course, apologies again, Lord Fourth. I've already reached out to the 4th cage. As Gaara's Jonin instructor, can you assure me that Gaara is stable? Baki looks away and opens his mouth, but he doesn't say anything. Minato sighs in response. Look, I won't take any drastic measures for now, but if at any point between now and the conclusion of the exams, I get the impression that Gaara is a real security risk, I will act and bar him from the exam at the drop of a hat. I also want to make it clear to you, while you're here, that if I feel like having him under surveillance while he's within the village walls, I'm going to do that, Minato calmly states. Baki gives a nod of agreement. He has no intention of arguing with the world's most formidable shinobi on his own soil. Very well then, thank you, Baki. The Sand Shinobi respectfully says, the pleasure is mine, Lord Hokage, and then leaves, closing the door behind him and leaving Minato alone as he pulls a piece of sealed paper from one of his desk drawers. The mark of the heaven curse. Perhaps a few weeks will pass. Unfortunately, he lacks the original sealing formula that Orochimaru used to create the mark, so he won't be able to get rid of it entirely. However, he is confident that he can figure out a way to safely integrate it with Sasuke's own chakra network so that he can at least activate it safely. Years ago, after using the same restrictive seal, he extended the same offer to Anko, but she had strongly declined. Alongside Hisatoru sits on the bench with the old man in overalls, his face greasy, a paper in his hands that appears to be occupying him, while the starry night sky looms overhead. The old man reflects in code, My, quite a lot you've brought to me today. He takes a mouthful of the cup of noodles in his hand and says, MHMH. And Fugaku isn't in the village at the moment you say. That loose cannon's probably gone on a self-assigned assassination mission, says the elderly gentleman. Snake's boy got drawn against me in the exam and forfeited. Do you think he knew who I was? Hisatoru giggles. No, I doubt that. He was likely planted by Orochimaru to keep tabs on Sasuke and his reaction to the curse mark. The outcome of the exam was inconsequential, says the elderly gentleman. The boy says, we should snatch him. Oh no, I know that one from a long time ago. He's cut from the same cloth we deal in. He'd very likely take measures to delete himself and any useful information completely before we could retrieve anything, replies the elderly gentleman. Hisatoru complains to himself. He may have information about Kaori's sister. You've brought me very good intel, but perhaps what sticks out to me most are the details you've given me concerning Minato's eldest. To counter the hidden lotus successfully by simply infusing his own chakra, along with the other information. He sounds like quite the prodigy. There's someone else we need to keep an eye on. Danzo is well aware that the boy is not particularly close to his family and is hated by the majority of the villagers. He might be a top recruit as a result of that combination. The fact that Fugaku is his Jonin teacher just happens to be a major issue and might not be worth the trouble. Hisatoru grinned to himself, while Danzo shook his head. Unfortunately, I can't give it my all against him if we face each other in the finals. What a rumble that would be. You getting promoted can benefit our goals in the long term, of course. But remember, never show your hand, is the final line that Hisatoru and the elderly man both say, rolling their eyes. Alongside Memna, he's sitting on his bed's edge, gazing at a photo of himself, and rewind 6 years earlier. He yells, bro, as he watches the blonde leave. He motions for his brother to join him, saying, big bro, I'm going to play ball with Kiba and his friends. Come on. Naruto watches the boy. He always feels invisible when Menma is with his friends. The others deliberately avoid giving him any kind of recognition. In fact, he would prefer to be by himself. Even though he is aware that Menma is not to blame, he doesn't seem to be planning on taking any action. He is dwarfed by it. He turns and leaves a dejected Menma after saying, some other time, Menma, I'm not feeling well. The end of the flashback. He closes his drawer and tucks the now ancient photo back inside. For the next month, he will allow his mother to concentrate on Mito. He also has no intention of bothering his father, who has his own obligations. He will punish himself by going to hell and returning this coming month. Despite seeing what happened to Lee, he is unfazed. A scenario in which he loses this battle is unthinkable. He can't, he thinks to himself as he raises his hand and briefly sees the blue, lightning-natured chakra dancing around it in the shadows of his room. It flares up once more, this time with a deep red color. He is not going to lose. Prior to losing, he will cease breathing. The new compound of the Uchiha clan. Makoto commands Sasuke to show me your neck, after speaking with Minato a few days prior. To her annoyance, the boy reluctantly looks back at her. The boy reluctantly complies with her demand, Sasuke, do not make me angry. I said show me your neck. Makoto grits her teeth and balls her fists at the sight. With tears in her eyes, she puts her arms around him. Sasuke wants to push her away, but he chooses to be considerate instead. That repulsive scumbag, no, it will not occur. Before she loses this son as well, she will be dead and buried. After 3 days, with a severe frown on his face, Jiraiya sits in front of Minato's desk, as though the Daya however young it Issa has already been marred. The Sharingan so his goal is still that silly aspiration of acquiring all jutsu. He thinks. Clearly, is Minato's reply. Jiraiya pinches the bridge of his nose and continues, and going after Fugaku's youngest son because he knows the man himself and Itachi are out of the question. He asks aloud, "Are there any depths left you won't sink to Orochimaru?" To him, it doesn't seem that way. All indications suggest that he would have done the same thing to Fugaku's daughter as well. It just happened that Naruto was there to protect her. Jiraiya asks, seemingly in jest, "Speaking of which, you say that Naruto fought him. Are you sure about that, Minato? No offense, but I have trouble believing that, I'll be honest." A voice interrupts, "Believe it." Both heads turn to see Fugaku standing in front of an office window that faces the village. "The man told me himself," he says as he enters the room. "You've already returned. Have you located him?" Minato asks. "Apparently, the rat got away through one of his other holes. He told me himself that Naruto took his arm away," he says, causing Jiraiya to gasp. Fugaku throws a bag onto the table, and Minato opens it, looks at it, and then pushes it across the desk to Jiraiya, who examines it. Inside are several blood-stained hidden sound headbands. The statement, "That isn't possible, he's a child," is made by Jiraiya in shock. He turns to Minato and says, "That's not all he is actually." He says, "Orochimaru also told me Naruto is the one he wants now," and Minato's blue eyes widen before taking on a dark expression. "What?" he asks, his cool tone betraying his anger. He might have been lying, but since we already know that he desires the Sharingan, there is really no justification for it. Furthermore, the fact that he told me implies that he is certain that something miraculous will occur. His survival is the only miracle. With a drop of perspiration streaming down Jiraiya's face, Minato says icily, "I'll wipe this so-called hidden sound away from the face of the earth by myself before I allow him to come near my son." Minato is aware of his student's danger and what he is capable of when that expression is in his eyes. "Now wait, we decided that you would let me handle Orochimaru, Minato," the sage interrupts. "Agreed." Questions from Fugaku, "He's still alive, buddy. Meanwhile, what have you been up to? 3 days ago, when he was in here running around and preying on children, where were you?" Fugaku scoffs, "Probably off somewhere being a pervert." Jiraiya gets to his feet, and the two approach each other, inches apart. "Hearing you speak to your sensei in this manner, Fugaku, disappoints me. You still don't have the slightest regard for me after all these years?" Jiraiya asks with a sly smile. "No, sorry," Fugaku says bluntly. "When you had the opportunity to kill that rat, you allowed your emotions to interfere, and you have been doing so for years. It's out of your hands now." Jiraiya's face turns into a frown as Fugaku coolly responds, "I'm going to kill your friend myself, and if you have a problem with it, let's see you do it first." "Enough," Minato interrupts, "the Chunin exams are in a month. I'll be focused on making sure everything goes according to plan for that. After that is finished, we will focus on Orochimaru." "You're right, sensei," Fugaku. "The longer he lives, the greater the chance that he will go awry in other jurisdictions and the Leaf will be held accountable. He has been given too much time to live." Jiraiya turns to Minato and insists, "Then let me deal with him." Fugaku scoffs, "Just shut up already, you sound pathetic." Fugaku. Jiraiya quickly turns back to the Uchiha, the clan leader unflinching, and Minato chastises him. "Stop talking to sensei in this manner. It's not correct." "I apologize, Jiraiya-sensei. However, I can no longer control this." Minato declares definitively, "This hidden sound nonsense must be destroyed before it begins to tread on the toes of others." As they look into each other's eyes, Fugaku assures the elder ninja, "Don't worry." Jiraiya smiles adamantly and says, "I'll bring a piece of him back to you." He then moves past the elder ninja and approaches Minato. "How are things going for my team?" Quote, "Alongside Sasuke. Please train me, Kakashi-sensei." After pulling himself up the tall butte, Sasuke pleads, "Help me get ready for the finals." After a moment of staring at the boy, Kakashi lets out a sigh. "All right," he says. Alongside Naruto, sweating heavily, he throws the covers aside and rushes to the bathroom, where he is on his knees with his dinner on the way up. His breathing has just started to slow as he stands there, letting the water run and splashing it all over his face. He pushes the flush on his toilet, stepping back of his bathroom, and he doesn't even remember which one it was this time. Usually, he remembers the most common one. Now that he's really beginning to feel the effects of these injuries, he grunts and moves a hand to his ribs. He hears a knock on the front door, and his brow furrows. Since when has there been a knock on his door? He exits his room and walks through the living room to the door, which he pulls open. When he says, "Fugaku-sensei," to the Uchiha, he takes a step back and invites him to enter his house. It's a strange feeling. Naruto remarks, "You missed the preliminaries," as the Uchiha enters the orderly room. After closing the door, Naruto turns to face him. "I've been away for a bit, snake hunting, duty calls," he says. "Did you succeed?" Quote, "Not precisely," he answers, "but it will happen. Naruto, good job defending your teammates. I also want to personally thank you for keeping my daughter safe." "You have no idea what it means," the Uchiha says appreciatively. He replies, "There's no need to thank me. Well done on the preliminary steps. As you and I both know, I expect you to step up for Team 12 when I'm not around." Fugaku smiles and says, "If it were up to me, you'd be up for Jonin honestly, but for now, you're certain to make Chunin in my eyes." The boy's head perspires at the gesture, but he doesn't object. Over the coming weeks, Sasuke will be training with Kakashi. I will therefore ensure that Satsuki is prepared. Come train with us, please. Sensei, I'll have to say no. I already had something in mind. Naruto smirks as he politely rejects Fugaku. You intend to write your name all over that tournament board, don't you? Quote. Naruto responds with a shrug. I also think it makes more sense for you to use this opportunity to concentrate on Satsuki now that Ino is hurt. Fugaku's grin widens as he continues, you can assist her in furthering her mastery of her Sharingan and fire style. Ever the master of ninjutsu. Okay, Naruto, you know where to find me if you change your mind, the Uchiha says as he moves toward the door. Alongside Kabuto, one of his master's safehouses, which was never located, is on a screen in front of him, heavily bandaged. He stands in a dark room with hidden leaf candles lining the walls. Lord Orochimaru, are you positive about what you just said? He says incredulously. Orochimaru scoffs, come now, Kabuto, don't insult me. He says it again. The wood style of the first Hokage. You claim that the boy blocked 5 of the hidden lotus's 8 inner gates. Orochimaru inquires. Affirmative, my lord. The confirmation causes Orochimaru to laugh ominously. I have no question in my mind that he is the real Kabuto. That boy is now our top priority, but the Sharingan will still be one of our goals. That person's body must be mine if there is a real shinobi in the world who has the potential to be the god of shinobi's second coming. He might hold the secret to all of our plans, but he might also be the one to sabotage them. He laughs as he muses, Minato, Fugaku, the whole Akatsuki, and the other 4 Kage, well, 3 now, with him at his full potential. I couldn't be stopped by any of them. And he can't be permitted to live if that doesn't turn out to be the case, the man says. He is the son of the fourths. How would we get him to come to us? Kabuto queries. Be patient, Kabuto. You see, that boy is hated in the leaf, unlike Sasuke. He is an outsider even among his own family. There is no reason for him to be loyal to any will of fire. The hatred in his heart is reflected in his eyes. He will turn his back on the leaf if we can capitalize on that hatred, the Sannin concludes. Remain in the leaf for the time being until the exams are concluded and await further instructions. Namikaze training ground in Uzumaki. So you want to be trained by me? Menma is standing across from Jiraiya as he reflects. Mom should give Mito her whole attention. Jiraiya laughs at his cunning logic. Dad is the Hokage, so I can't expect him to give up a month before the Chunin exams training me. Minato can simply use his shadow clones, and the boy is determined to prove himself to his father without his direct assistance. Okay, then, I already have a specific idea in mind, Jiraiya says, and Menma smiles broadly. Before we get started though, there's someone I need to have a word with, says the Sannin. Shinobi wing at Hidden Leaf General Hospital. Inoichi sits by her side as she lies in bed, sound asleep, her face displaying obvious symptoms of sleep deprivation. Tsunade enters with a clipboard in her hand. Alright Inoichi, if you don't go home, get clean and get something to eat, I'm throwing you out of here myself, she says with determination. He complains, give me a break, Tsunade. Is this how you want your daughter to see you when she wakes up? Well, I won't allow it, she says firmly, raising a fist. The Yamanaka mutters to himself again, gets up from the seat, kisses his daughter's forehead, and leaves the room, Tsunade trailing behind. Their footsteps fade, then another pair can be heard approaching the room. Silence descends on the room as he starts to raise his hand, and a figure moves forward, darkening the doorway to the room and obscuring the girl. He moves forward a few paces, reaching the foot of the bed. "You lost, friend," a voice asks, calmly. Gaara turns to see the Uchiha girl standing there, leaning against the doorway with a brown-haired Leaf Jonin. Satsuki frowns and looks down at the red head. She will kill this weirdo now before he harms her friend again, regardless of the political repercussions. This is the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Sand, as Fugaku observes calmly. "Oh, it's you. The blonde one is where?" Quote, "Naruto is not a cause for concern," she says bitterly to a casual Gaara, "because the way it's looking to me now, you might not even get to see him." He replies, "I have no interest in you," and the girl clenches her teeth even more. "You're merely a kid. I'm not as hateful as you are. However, his is," he continues, "that's why I want him," and Fugaku scowls slightly. He says, "All right pal," a second time while pointing behind him. Calmly, "Hightail it, now," is his command. Satsuki briskly walks towards the bed to check on Ino, and the redhead looks at them both for a few seconds before moving calmly past them both and towards the exit. Fugaku stays by the doorway. If they had been a few seconds later, things might have gotten messy in here. That kid is being followed by Anbu, and he probably knows it. Alongside Naruto. As Naruto sits against the trunk, under the shade of his favorite tree, he closes another scroll and puts it in the row, but his plans to leave are abruptly cut short. "You've gotten older." The figure leaps down to stand over him as he looks up and sees the silhouette of an adult male sitting in the tree. He merely says, "Lord Jiraiya," in greeting. "Naruto." The man smiles back. "You look exactly like your dad, don't you?" Gazing at the boy, he says, "Hey kiddo, how are you?" Quote, "Healthy," is Naruto's straightforward response. "I see. Congratulations on reaching the Chunin exam finals. I heard it all from your dad. You will need to put in a lot of training over the next few weeks. How about I assist you with that?" Jiraiya offers, anticipating that the boy will leap with excitement at the chance. "No, thanks," is his response. "Thanks, but no. By some miracle, have you forgotten who I am, boy?" He repeats. Jiraiya asks loudly as she gets ready to. "I recall your identity. Please don't start posing and dancing," he replies, causing Jiraiya to perspire. Sweat drops as he muses. This kid seems to take after Fugaku more than Minato. "Are you not entertaining at all?" he asks, grabbing one of the scrolls off the ground and leaping back. Naruto gets to his feet, sighing and putting the other scrolls away. "Tell you what." The Sannin doesn't finish his sentence as the air leaves his body. A kick hits his stomach, releasing his hold on the scroll and sending him into the dirt. "If you can take this scroll back from me he says. He clutches his stomach and says to himself, such speed. That was Jonin level, as Naruto stands there holding the scroll. He answers, turning his back, "There. Oh no, we haven't finished yet." Jiraiya yells, "You're going to show me what you're made of," and rushes in the direction of the blonde, who dodges a chop to the side of the neck and swings a kick that Jiraiya parries. The two trade a series of blows that cancel each other out, with Jiraiya taking a step back and Naruto scoffing. The two run towards each other, Jiraiya launching a flying kick that the boy sidesteps and swinging a spinning one of his own that the older male parries. A barrage of blows flies between the two, with Jiraiya laughing ecstatically and Naruto frowning. "I don't have time for this," he sneers. When the blonde suddenly starts to glow white, Jiraiya's eyes widen and he tries to dig his heels into the ground as they leap back towards each other. It's too late. Alongside Baki, Temari, and Kankuro. "What exactly is the purpose of moaning?" Temari asks, clearly annoyed. "Temari, I'm not whining, I'm just being honest about how worried I am." Kankuro replies, "It's obvious that his instability has increased as the exams have gone on." The two genin turn their heads as Baki says, "The exams have provided ideal conditions for him to act more violently. But it's only provoked the bloodlust of the beast. He seems to respond to that child in a very different way." Kankuro continues, "The blonde one is a teammate." "Naruto," says Temari, "I've already spoken with the Hokage about him. The two of you simply watch him." Alongside Ino. Ino asks, "He was here." Satsuki growls in response to her friend, "That freak. I would have killed him in this damned hospital before I let him do anything to you." "That boy Satsuki, is he facing Naruto in the finals?" Fugaku inquires. She looks down and says, "No, he's going to fight Sasuke." while Fugaku frowns thoughtfully. Later, he must see how Kakashi and Sasuke are doing. Verify that they aren't being lazy. He seems to have some kind of obsession with Naruto. She says. When the Yamanaka asks, where is Naruto? Since that day, when she refused to listen to him and he once more shielded her, she has not spoken to him. Still upset with her, Fugaku responds, he's getting ready for the finals. Hokage Tower, where Minato works. The words, oh, I see, are spoken by Minato as his son stands before him. And so I need your permission to leave the village until the commencement of the finals, concludes Naruto. The village chief continues, that isn't a problem, Naruto. I was actually hoping to help you out with preparation. In response to Minato's despair, he says, that won't be necessary. Alright, well, there's no problem Naruto. Until the exams are concluded you're not on official duty anyway, so I'll grant you permission to leave. He turns and walks away after saying, thank you, Lord Hokage. He continues, good luck, Naruto. The boy turns and nods in acknowledgement before leaving a solemn Minato in his wake. Will he ever be able to reunite with his son? With a sigh, he pulls out the Heaven Curse mark seal tag once more and gets to work on it. Shinobi Wing at Leaf General Hospital. Tsunade laughs while bandaging Jiraiya, saying, you're still the same clown you've always been. As Tsunade tightens the bandage around his temple, Jiraiya argues in his defense, how was I supposed to know the kid was gonna set off an exploding clone on me or that he can use shadow clones? She smacks him on the head and he whimpers. He sighs in response to her retort, Minato told you about him and you're surprised he can summon shadow clones. No, you were just being stupid. With a more solemn tone, he says, I just can't believe it Tsunade, a child fought Orochimaru and survived. Even if he held back, which is probably the case, it's still. He nods in agreement as she asks in a more solemn tone, Minato showed you, the proof didn't he? He's clearly a generational talent and yet Minato's confessed to not teaching him any of what he knows, Jiraiya thinks. Is it possible that I was? So that they can begin as soon as possible, he will need to go find Menma. It could be the battle of the brat's life. Alongside Menma sulks as she marches through the village, saying, that jerk. Probably off somewhere prying on undressed women. Damned pervert. Neji Hyuga, who is wearing some cuts and bruises, is waiting for him when he turns the corner. He scowls as memories of Hinata's bloodied and bruised body flash through his mind. Menma approaches the Hyuga clansman and says, well, someone's been hard at work. Is all the Hyuga says as it keeps walking past Menma. The older genin stops as he says, that's what I want to see. You better make it worth the while because you're up next after I've kicked Naruto's ass. He looks at the rookie as he turns his head. The boy replies smirkingly, wiping Menma's face. You just concentrate on doing enough to make Chunin. Because you don't even stand a chance against your brother. And why do you believe that? He narrows his eyes and asks. There is no denying that you are a gifted boy. However, your brother is made of a different fabric than you. That's how easy it is. Do you have any knowledge of that loser? He replies, I've seen enough to know he's nothing like you. Yes. And for that very reason, he has no chance. Ignorance is bliss. Menma shoots back, while Neji just smirks. Sasuke, you, and him. I'm hoping I get to meet you all, so that everyone in this village can be easily identified, he says firmly. Without responding, the Hyuga just keeps walking. He will lose. Alongside Naruto, he's sitting on the floor of his living room with his legs crossed. He had wanted to leave his place of refuge, as had always been the case, years ago, but the Toad Sage had ruined that, so he'll leave from here. In any case, it doesn't matter. He grunts a little and reaches for his side. His chakra had done a lot of work in healing and suppressing the injuries he'd sustained at the hands of Rock Lee, but he's undoubtedly been feeling his battle wounds more as the days have gone by. He refused to be examined by the medics, possibly nursing a few fractures. Without missing a beat, he bites into his thumb, extracting a drop of blood, and then slams a hand on his living room floor, causing a ceiling array to spring out and encircle him. The time has come. Jutsu for reverse summoning, he shouts, smoke rising with a poof sound and lingering for a short while before rising to show him gone. Alongside Fugaku, your brother and Kakashi will be getting ready for the finals. The elder Uchiha says, Naruto says he has his own plans for the month, outside the village. As he observes the expression of curiosity and disappointment at this reference to his blonde male student, he suppresses a tiny smile. So, it will just be me and you. which, in fact, might be very advantageous to you. According to Kakashi, your opponent possesses both the Nine Tails chakra and the Uzumaki adamantine sealing chains. He says firmly, that means we have a whole lot of work ahead of us, and his daughter nods in agreement, her face etched with determination. He has complete faith in Naruto and is confident that his daughter will be prepared under his tutelage. Satsuki looks at her father resolutely, knowing that she cannot lose this battle. Alongside Naruto. As Naruto pulls himself up by a vine on the steep incline, a bird call reverberates throughout the canopy. He looks down at the jungle, which is partially obscured by clouds, and then looks up ahead, pulling himself up once more and leaping to stand on a flat patch of terrain fog in front of him. A pair of eyes shine in the fog as a silhouette on all fours, about the size of a mature horse, slowly approaches. His head rises as he hears roars once in the distance from all directions. As the lion approaches, Naruto can't help but grin as the silhouette appears, mane billowing in the cool wind that blows by every few seconds. As soon as I smelled that scent, I recognized it. It has been a long time, and the altitude is letting Naruto know it. The great intruder himself, the beast says in a low voice as he tries to catch his breath. He smiles as he says, "Geto," to the beast that is standing in front of him, towering over him. "All right. You've grown out of your brat size. I guess it's no longer worth running from me." With a smirk on his face, Naruto scoffs as the beast mocks. "You wish," he responds, and the beast turns, making a head gesture. "Jump on then, before those little lungs run out of breath completely." Naruto obeys, jumping on the animal's back before it can fly away and soaring across the landscape with a swiftness and agility that defies reason given its size. Ground of Training 7 Kushina catches her katanas and holds both in either hand as the younger Kunoichi swings hers laterally, blocked by her teachers. She aims a swinging leg to the side of the head, but it is caught by a hand before a foot hits her midsection, sending her back to the ground. With her eyes red, her claws visible, and her body already bruised and bloodied, Mito leaps back to her feet. A Sharingan wielder is being trained by one of the most skilled wielders to come out of the clan in generations, Kushina says. Your opponent is Uchiha, Mito. Kushina says, you can't hope to simply rely on the Nine Tails chakra to win this. Mito pauses to consider what she's saying, then nods and sighs, his eyes returning to their natural color and his claws retracting. Your sealing chains are still effective, but only if you don't let yourself be taken advantage of by genjutsu, which in this instance can be done just by making eye contact. Kushina continues, this will probably be more difficult than facing your sister. Mito nods once more in agreement, saying that while facing her sister was challenging, she anticipates this to be even more so. For the time being, we must concentrate on improving your physicality and sensory abilities before moving on to the strategic aspect of your preparation. Unmatched is the Sharingan's capacity to read and anticipate movements, including hand signs. She throws the younger Kunoichi's katanas back to herself, who grasps it by the handle in one hand, saying, so we need to maximize your base speed and strength as much as we can without the multiplier of the Nine Tails chakra. Once more, alongside Naruto as Naruto, still on Geto's back, approaches the massive stone, thunderous roars resound, with lions of various sizes encircling them and more roars emanating from the surrounding jungle and lush savanna valley below. As the roars of welcome continue, Geto stands in front of the stone. Naruto gets off and turns to face the large stone, the towering stone lions on either side of the open doors still standing there. He then moves forward into the darkened area, walking toward the center, where a fire is located, revealing the enormous male lion lying in front of it, his eyelids lifting to reveal his golden eyes as Naruto approaches him, bowing his head in gratitude. Chief, welcome home, is the thunderous reply from Naruto, Helios. The Hokage Tower, hall, row after row of the slightly more than 100 Jonin shinobi are seated in silence, waiting for their commander's address. The village chief is a few paces away from the Nara clansman, who is in front of the podium. He clears his throat before continuing. Voices filling the soundproof room, Shikaku says into the microphone, thank you all for assembling on such short notice. I figure I shouldn't waste anyone's time and get straight to the matter of our assembly. Effective immediately, I am tendering my resignation from the position of Jonin commander of the Hidden Leaf. Shikaku announces to murmurs of approval. I'd like to thank you all as well as Lord 4th Hokage for the honor, but I feel I've served and given the role all I could, he says. The Nara voice turns to face the Hokage as he moves aside to give him the stage. Lord 4th and I have deliberated quite a bit over my successor and were indeed in agreement that he's the best fit for the job. I'll now allow Lord Fourth to introduce him, the Nara voice says. Thank you, Shikaku, and once more, to everyone who came together, my Jonin. I'm sure the village's whispers and mutterings of worry and national security have come to your attention in recent weeks. I'll ask everyone to wait until the Chunin exams are over, the last rounds of which start tomorrow. As soon as the exams are over, I'll address these issues and make an announcement, Minato says, as a hush of anxiety and interest descends on the room. But for now, please warmly welcome your new Jonin commander. As the room erupts in cheers, Lord Fugaku Uchiha, Kakashi addresses himself and the Hokage at the same time. Shikaku and probably the majority of the people in the room had guessed it as soon as he had made his announcement. The Uchiha clansman approaches and shakes his friend's hand before turning to face the Jonin room, where everyone has now stood up and applauded. XXX. As Kabuto adjusts his glasses again, the light dances off them. The man across from him is drinking his tea before he speaks. Kabuto smirks as Danzo asks, just what manner of ninjutsu has Orochimaru gained access to that would make him ever consider attempting to face Minato? The elderly gentleman has never been sluggish. He takes a sip of his own tea as the elderly man looks into his cup and replies, jutsu that might well benefit even you. That is if we continue to be helpful to one another. With the much younger shinobi saying nothing, Danzo speculates, you want assurances from me that if Minato bares his fangs at your master, you'll be able to count on the foundation, huh? Well, unfortunately that won't be possible. As it stands, Minato by himself is the most powerful shinobi in the world today. His name itself is a deterrent against all nations who would dare consider war against the Leaf. On top of that, flanked by Jiraiya and Fugaku, he's simply insurmountable at the present moment, replies Danzo. My, Sir Danzo, I never thought I would hear you speak of anyone with such fear, Kabuto makes fun of. He corrects, looking up to confront the younger ninja, not fear, dear boy, years of wisdom. Jiraiya is soft-hearted as Hiruzen once was, Orochimaru has that to thank for his survival thus far. But Minato and Fugaku would take the chance to eliminate him with both hands. If he believes he possesses something that could possibly allow him to overcome the two of them, then let us see, Danzo says while Kabuto giggles. There is no doubt that the boy is not giving anything away. Is Orochimaru concealing an ace? Why would he have been so bold as to pursue the Sharingan? Danzo, if only you knew. What's right under your noses is even more impressive than Lord Orochimaru's latest trump card, Kabuto chuckles to himself. Hokage Office, Hokage Tower. As he sits in his office chair with his new Jonin commander across from him listening carefully, Minato declares, I've changed my mind, Fugaku. For a brief moment, the Uchiha frowns thoughtfully before a look of realization appears on his face. You mean, with a severe expression on her face, Minato explains, the Hidden Leaf will declare war on the Hidden Sound upon the conclusion of the Chunin exams. The daimyo lord of the land of Rice will have his chance to surrender and cooperate fully. Failure to do so will be considered his formal declaration of allegiance to Orochimaru. A decision that will cost him his seat of power. He adds sharply, as he goes on, the Uchiha nod in agreement. We will erase everything of Orochimaru from the land of Rice, cutting down anyone that dares to stand between us and him. When the time for battle arrives, Minato declares, Lady Tsunade will take over my daily responsibilities. I'll be leading the front lines myself. Fugaku can't help but snicker. The Hidden Leaf's military is larger than anything in the land of Rice, and Minato has a flea on-site order. This will not be war, as they had known it since childhood. To get to Orochimaru, this will be a formality. Minato spins a flying Raijin kunai in his hand and says, when we inevitably do corner Orochimaru, before we bring an end to him, your Sharingan will show us all his shenanigans and no doubt also tell us a few things about his old friends in the red and black robes. Fugaku frowns thoughtfully once more. Fugaku smirks briefly as Minato announces, in the meantime, the newly appointed 5th Mizukage will be joining us tomorrow. Her own newly appointed Jonin commander, Zabuza Momochi, will be among the party accompanying her. The 4th Mizukage had actually met him on his way back from trying to track Orochimaru at the time, and the news of his death had spread like wildfire in the days immediately following the preliminary rounds. According to rumors, her new right-hand Zabuza Momochi and the regiments that accompanied him in the failed coup attempt that led to his rogue status swiftly and loudly announced their return and proceeded to ruthlessly rid the mist of all 4th Mizukage loyalists as soon as the 5th Mizukage was appointed. A few weeks ago, the Leaf received a request for an urgent diplomatic meeting with the 4th Hokage. Given the timing, they naturally offered for her to attend the Chunin exams. For the hidden mist to want to meet with the leaf this soon after the new Mizukage's been appointed. Fukagu thinks. With a darker frown on Fugaku's face, Minato informs him, Lady Mizukage has specifically requested the opportunity to meet you as head of the Uchiha. This has the look of an old ghost. Mount Ryan. Bam, bam. The shirtless boy bends the metal into the desired shape, sending sparks flying with every hammer swing. He swings repeatedly while clenching his teeth. He believes these will be superior to the others. Wind hiding sand village in the land. ... One of the older men yells, we have no choice but to declare a state of emergency. To a chorus of murmurs. The fourth cage has been missing for over a month. How is this still a point of discussion? We must appoint an interim cage, shouts another. We must first reach out to the Leaf. As our closest allies. The councilman slams his fist against the desk for suggesting an interim cage. Lord Fourth Cage issued a specific warning about. At the most vulnerable moment of our internal affairs, we would call them. He exclaims. If we continue to be careless, we will find ourselves bowing to the hidden leaf and their Hokage. In other places, the hidden sand headband's metal surface reflects a pair of dark and golden eyes. The owner of those eyes is a grown man wearing a black desert robe and sitting in what looks to be a throne. On top of his head is a shock of auburn hair. A few paces away is a young man of about 15. His face is adorned with bright green eyes, a white head of shoulder-length hair hanging from his head, and 2 scarlet dots on his forehead. Poor Rasa. The Land of Wind's daimyo lord just kept siphoning off your hidden sandpit's funding and giving it to the Leaf, Orochimaru giggles. As the young man stands to attention, expressionless, Orochimaru says, with their leader and army superior, you feared that asking the Leaf to feed your village would be the same as bowing to them. He goes on, holding up his hand in the dim light, I've had spies in the sand since my days in the Leaf. I knew in your moment of despair, if I dangled what the daimyo of the Land of Rice has hoarded, you would be ripe for the picking. I'll make good use of your body. He adds, clenching his fist, and so will the jutsu that I helped myself to in the sand. Minato and Fugaku will arrive, no question about it. My new trump card will be ready, so let them come. It would be very kind of them to bring my prize along as well, he thinks, now laughing slyly. Mount Ryan. This is good, you got it. Geto says, and Naruto turns to see the lion standing over the completed product of his labor. 2 3-foot spears with a black shaft and a silver blade that is a foot long, shining in the fire and starlight above. Naruto gets up, walks over Geto, bends down to pick up both items, and infuses his chakra along the shaft, which takes on a perfect cylindrical shape before abruptly expanding to be 4, 5, and 6 feet in length. Geto remarks, the shaft is made with that wood style of yours. Naruto nods as the spears get smaller, staying 4 feet long this time. He puts the spears down again and sits down beside the lion, who does the same. The creature says, you've come quite far in his absence, he would certainly be proud, as Naruto looks thoughtfully into the fire. Geto says, I'd say you're about ready to be a sage now, Naruto. The boy lets out a low gasp and turns his head to meet the lion's gaze. You really believe that, Geto? Quote, the feline responds, you know it's up to the chief, but I believe he's seen firsthand how much you've grown. The creature listens as the boy says, there was something else I wanted to ask. The hyenas, their tracking ability is unlike anything from my world, he continues. The lion asks, you want to make use of them? And Geto nods in agreement. Their smell surpasses even that of ours. The lion continues, Naruto staring off into space, they have their own ways but they live on the chief's land so they are subject to him. You could definitely figure something out. The following day, Hokage Tower, office of the Hokage. Minato frowns as she says, I see, to his right, Fugaku is standing with a more sinister grimace on his face. A tall, slender, fair-skinned woman with long auburn hair and green eyes sits across the table. It hides one of those eyes. The hat with the kanji for water shadow on top of the desk in front of her is matched by a long-sleeved, dark blue dress. Behind her, 2 men are wearing headbands made of hidden mist, one of whom has an eye patch over his right eye. The other Zabuza was paying close attention. The Mizukage's eyes widen in surprise as Minato says, without a doubt, we know who the culprit is. Zabuza and Aosa's eyes dart at this realization. You're sure, Lord Fourth Hokage? Mei asks nervously. Minato gives a nod and continues. Alongside Kabuto. A voice chuckles, so Danzo is afraid as it blends in with the static. As Orochimaru's smile lights up the screen, Kabuto surmises, he doesn't want to risk facing the fourth Hokage just yet. In any event, we don't need him, my lord, not when you've made such strides with the reanimation jutsu. Forgive my haste, Lord Orochimaru, but there's still the matter of your true chosen vessel, says Kabuto. Soon, Naruto and I will be reunited. I believe I have a clear idea of what would attract him to me. Let him complete the exams for the time being, as he is undoubtedly the lead actor, the Sannin replies, grinning and flashing his white teeth. Lear Stadium's main balcony, hidden. The sun is high in the sky, indicating that it is midday, and there is a lot of chatter as the stadium gets closer to capacity. Minato is oblivious to the scene as crowds of people pour in from the stadium openings. His teacher comes up to him, and he turns his head. So, Fugaku has been appointed as your new Jonin commander. Minato turns his head to survey the stadium as Jiraiya speaks. Shikaku has been wanting to step back for a while but thought this was the best time to do it, replies the brunette. According to the elder shinobi, Minato, you're planning some sort of offensive. The blonde replies, Orochimaru has lived for too long, sensei. The land of rice will have their opportunity to give up and cooperate. He declares definitively, if they don't, then I will end them and Orochimaru, with Jiraiya observing with mild concern at the shift in his student's behavior. Are you not concerned about the stress that Minato might experience from this? The land of lightning and the land of earth are near the land of rice. If the leaf is perceived by the stone and cloud as attempting to seize territory in. Territories are not at issue here. Minato clarifies, this is about stopping a renegade leaf shinobi who has obviously turned into a threat to both national and international security. Jiraiya frowns slightly and remarks, he's turned ice cold, suddenly. This isn't just about Orochimaru. And now I have to tell him this, sigh when it rains it pours. As he approaches his pupil, Jiraiya says, there's something you should know about rogue shinobi and international security. The black and red robes. There's been a sighting in the northwestern part of the countryside, on the border with the land of waterfalls, and you won't believe who's returned, Jiraiya says gravely. Alongside Fugaku, Zabuza Momochi is leaning on the opposite wall from Fugaku, who is leaning against the passageway wall with a big white fan strapped to his back and a black border on either side. The bellow of the crowd now fills the corridors. Every shinobi worth his salt knew there was more to the Uchiha incident than first appeared. But this, Zabuza says, the head of the Uchiha clan looking thoughtful and silent. So, did Itachi Uchiha experience the same fate as the third Mizukage? Zabuza asks in a low voice. In Itachi's case the genjutsu was even more potent, even while fully aware from when it was first cast, he could not resist its affect. Fugaku responds. Koto Amatsukami, he adds, his gaze locking with Zabuza's. Zabuza narrows his eyes as Fugaku says, a genjutsu of the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan that grants the caster complete control over whomever the genjutsu is upon. Total mental dominance. Zabuza shakes his head and says, it's no wonder this Sharingan of yours, Uchiha, is so famous. He would never have thought such a thing existed if he hadn't witnessed the Mizukage's condition firsthand. Only one member of our clan's lineage was known to have access to the Koto Amatsukami before what you revealed today. The son of my deceased older brother, Minato's erstwhile apprentice. Alongside Ino, with her opponent standing on the other end and the exam proctor standing between them, Ino anxiously watches as her best friend emerges onto the arena floor. Finally, a chance to see the talents of the gorgeous Satsuki in person, Lee exclaims with joy and tears in his eyes while his teammates look on in shock and Guy laughs to himself. With a bag of chips in hand, Choji exclaims, this is going to be crazy. Who do you think is going to win Shikamaru? The Akamichi asks his friend, who watches in silence for a while before answering. Menma scoffs as Shikamaru says, I don't know, with those sealing chains of hers, Midas probably stronger than even Menma at this point. The other Leaf Genin remains silent. The red and black-haired boy responds, we'll see about that Shikamaru, as he and Ino both smirk at the boy's focused stare. She chuckles to herself, he is so enamored with Satsuki. But, Shikamaru continues after being rudely interrupted, with the two fighters facing each other. That Sharingan is a code for cheating. Satsuki is one of those people who was born with it and simply doesn't follow the same rules as the rest of us. Alongside Fugaku, as the Hokage's voice, directed at the onlookers, reverberates through the passageways. Fugaku leaves the wall and starts to move away. Fugaku, just one more thing, Zabuza says, causing the Uchiha to collapse. In the mist, we heard about Shisui Uchiha. Why not use the Koto Amatsukami on the 4th Hokage, just like his accomplice did in the mist, if what you say is accurate? Quote. Zabuza queries. Fugaku turns his head to show his left eye, which is now crimson red. On the background of the crimson red, there is a counterclockwise pattern of 3 black curves that each follow 3 dots. XXX. Fugaku stands in front of his son, who is completely covered in blood. Makoto, he says, and without saying another word, his wife leaps away, grabbing a frozen Satsuki and an unconscious Sasuke. As the younger Uchihas follow suit, 3 Tomo shift into his Mangekyu pattern alongside his pupil. You're caught in a genjutsu, Itachi. The only person who coulda. A calm voice says, there you are Uncle Fugaku. Fugaku keeps his gaze fixed on Itachi while Minato steps forward with his back to him, his blonde hair casting shadows over his eyes. Coolly, he demands, Shisui, what is the meaning of this? As Shisui calmly explains, Minato listens with disapproval etched on his face, still looking down so as not to lock eyes or even catch a glimpse of the boy's Sharingan. This Minato-sensei, oh well, it's a funny story. I had been saving my Koto Amatsukami for you, actually. With you as the village spearhead, the dream I told you about would be a reality. A united shinobi world with no wars. Where every land and village is allied to one cage because there is only one cage. But alas, good old Uncle Fugaku was weary as ever. His eyes are the only ones, besides one other, that can see through my Koto Amatsukami and negate it. But I suppose we are the only remaining direct descendants of Kagami Uchiha after all, the child thinks casually. In front of him, Itachi drops to his right knee while crying uncontrollably. Shisui, Fugaku says. The boy clutches his stomach as he suddenly throws up on the ground. Fugaku demands, Mangekyu pattern twirling, this darkness inside you. Have I really been this blind? Or is someone else manipulating you too? As he approaches his son. One by one, a number of Anbu are now encircling the scene. The air between Itachi and Fugaku abruptly becomes twisted, and from it emerges a figure dressed in traditional Uchiha garb, wearing a mask that shows a single Sharingan. Minto spits back, his body still facing Shisui, as he turns his head to look at the newcomer. I should have eliminated you. All of this is on my hands. With a hint of amusement, Shisui responds nonchalantly, don't blame yourself, sensei. And uncle, there isn't anyone in the world with visual prowess sufficient to manipulate me, Shisui scoffs. Did you forget this was the Uchiha way, uncle? I'm sure it was something like this, right? When you killed my father and awakened those eyes. Shisui responds with a smirk in place. Before the upper portion of a massive humanoid skeleton abruptly envelops the Uchiha, towering over everything nearby, a black aura suddenly glows around Fukagu. Its head is adorned with glowing red eyes and a set of large, pointed horns. A new pair of arms emerges from beneath the first pair, and the Titan's appearance changes as what seem to be muscle fibers wrap around the construct. As the construct surrounding Fugaku swings for his masked accomplice, a green aura starts to glow around Shisui right. Just as he sees it, Minato leaps forward and runs in his direction, while Anbu descend in large numbers from the nearby rooftops. XXX. Shisui had been the captain of his own Anbu Black Ops squad for some time before Minato discharged him from Anbu completely. Fugaku recounts, that was a day before he disappeared and 9 days before that night, the Uchiha goes on. As it turns out, Shisui had already been abusing his genjutsu and position of influence within Anbu to program the minds of whoever he saw fit. All the Anbu that were there that night, they had all already been positioned. Minato and I killed them all, but by the time we had Shisui, my son and that other miscreant were gone, he concludes as the replay of the series of incidents ends for Zabuza. Shisui swore that day that if the truth of the massacre was ever revealed, the price would be Itachi's life. He wanted my son to bear the shame of all that happened as retribution for his father's life, ends the clan head. Zabuza looks on in shock as the Uchiha turns away from him. If all of this is true and not a dream, then Zabuza had spared both his life and Hakuse's when they first met in the Land of Waves. He had the potential to murder them both twice. The floor of an arena. As she emerges onto the arena floor, Midas notices her change of clothes and gives her opponent a quick glance. Satsuki is wearing a black kipao dress, black bike shorts with combat tape around the ankles, and a black short-sleeved top with the Uchiha clan's crest on the back and the traditional funnel collar. She wears black metal arm guards on both forearms. Her bangs fall to the sides and frame her face, and her jet black hair is still secured in a bun. When the two kunoichi stand apart, the audience roars. Hayate starts to speak, but before he can finish, a series of screams fill the air, and a group of bats, aside from Satsuki, suddenly descend from the sky in a frenzied scream. With a renowned clan weapon strapped to his back, they solidify into the figure of the girl's father as they fly around. After removing the gunbai from his back and unchaining it from his waist, Fugaku holds it out in front of his daughter and stands it up. With her head turning to face her father, Satsuki reaches out and grabs the fan's handle. Her father transforms into their fully grown Sharingan, while she transforms into the full 3 Tomo on the right and the 2 Tomoed form on the left. Without a word, they both give each other nods. With his daughter staring intently, Fugaku dissolves back into the shrieking creatures that take flight. All right, Hayate says, the Chunin exam finals first match starts, now. With the gunbai in hand and handling it with remarkable strength, the Uchiha charges at her opponent. As a single adamantine chain leaps from her hand and reaches out to seize her opponent, Mito keeps her eyes fixed on her opponent's feet and uses her war fan to parry the blow. Satsuki merely parries each time Mito swings the chain back and forth while trying to close the distance. As she tries to do this, Mito leaps back, her gaze fixed on the Uchiha's feet. With a second chain in her left hand, Mito swings them in all directions at her opponent, who gracefully backflips, somersaults, pivots, and parries with her war fan, closing the distance on her opponent who keeps shuffles back to create space. Her Sharingan allows her to easily read the trajectory of my ceiling chains. The same would obviously be just as true of my taijutsu. I can't allow this to devolve into a fist fight, just yet, Mito observes. Using the leaf genin. As one leaf ninja emerges after the other, the group observes Satsuki deftly escaping the adamantine chains. As Ino looks on with delight, Shikamaru remarks, "Yeah, Satsuki looks way faster and the way she's swinging that big fan around like that says she's stronger too." As Kushina watches intently, the Nara remarks, "This big of a jump would take anyone else months at least." But of course, those eyes. With siblings from the desert. Well, there's another one to be careful of. Kankuro talks, grinning and appreciating that. Tamari frowns as she observes the Uchiha girl. For this Uchiha girl to get this much faster in such a short amount of time. Gaara observes with her arms crossed and no expression. Alongside Naruto, Naruto smirks as he watches from a balcony that overlooks the stadium, leaning against a pillar. That style of taijutsu, you fox, Satsuki, he laughs to himself. A cross between his lion fist and the Uchiha interceptor fist. She had been studying him, of course. All he can do is grin as he observes how the Uchiha elevates his teacher's style above his own. Floor of an arena, the 4 chains swing in succession, all of them flailing in vain, and then suddenly Satsuki is on her opponent once more. This time, she swings the gunbai, sending Mito flying off her feet, rolling and skidding across the ground before leaping back up swiftly. The 4 adamantine chains are now flailing about from her back as she sprints, katanas in her hands, and her eyes are crimson red with a pupil slit. As Satsuki continues to spin and dance to evade the ceiling chains that are aimed at her, the two encounter each other in a flurry of kenjutsu, gunbai, and katanas. With the gunbai still in hand, she is lifted off the ground when a chain manages to snag around her neck. As Mito calmly advances, her opponent bursts into a bat horde that engulfs her and attacks her ears with their screeches. Mito staggers forward, clutching her ears, caught in her opponent's genjutsu as Satsuki stands back to back with her opponent. This time, she uses a contact swing combined with the wind-style chakra to send the fellow leaf genin flying while holding a gunbai. Occasionally, the world turns into a blank mess, and Mito stumbles back up. As her opponent approaches with a gunbai in hand, a red aura starts to glow around her. She moves quickly through a series of hand signs while the Uchiha dances to avoid the ceiling chains and steps in all directions. She is also moving at a breakneck pace through her own set of hand signs. When the Uchiha are unable to simply dodge while evading the chains, the redhead shoots a sizable stream of wares at them. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Satsuki exhales a massive ball of fire that is several times her own size. She then twists and swings the gunbai once more, the flames exploding and roaring forward to confront the other kunoichi's jutsu. Another pair of sealing chains have sprung from her back, bringing the total number of sealing chains to 6. Satsuki watches as the steam rises to reveal a red aura with a menacing orange tint bubbling seemingly from within his opponent to the surface of her skin, sword in hand once more. Using Leaf Genin. At such a young age, using the gunbai that effortlessly. With the head of the Uchiha clan absent, Kushina smirks briefly and says, "This girl of yours, Fugaku." With a drop of perspiration streaming down his face, Shikamaru remarks, "This is instance." They are both amazing. Menma watches anxiously as the Nine Tails chakra starts to emerge and a third set of sealing chains, 6 in total, spring up. Menma remarks to himself, Satsuki is strong, but if this turns into a war of attrition with Mito's own Resrevs and the Nine Tails. Ino bites her left knuckle, looking the most anxious. The floor of an arena. Mito watches in fascination as Satsuki gently places the gunbai on the floor, eliciting muttering from the audience after a moment of staring at the bubbling aura. Mito queries the act, nearly thinking it is a bluff, saying, "You surely don't have a better defense against me in this state." Satsuki's 3-tomo turn as she reads her opponent's path while completing her hand signs, and she smirks as she flies through a series of signs Mito doesn't recognize but closes in anyhow. Satsuki finds herself reeling as well, but one of the sealing chains hits her as the redhead flies away. The Uchiha girl keeps avoiding the sealing chains, sidestepping her opponent's katana, slashing, and then sending her flying with a flame that appears to be from the palm of her hand. She says, ignoring the pain in her now bleeding upper arm, "Not only are there more, but they got faster too, huh?" While tending to her wound, Mito leaps to her feet and looks on in astonishment as she witnesses Satsuki kicking and swinging through taijutsu katas, with flames appearing to emerge from the air at her fingertips and around her legs before stopping with her fist outstretched and her gaze fixed on the rehead. Using Leaf Genin. What is that? Is that fire style? But to use one's own hands to wield it. Neji's activated Byakugan eyes narrow at the screen as Lee astonishes. This girl from Uchiha, how was that accomplished by Satsuki? As Shikamaru looks on and shakes his head, Choji yells in shock. Shikamaru sighs to himself, "Sigh, what a drag, just like I said." Different rulebook. Kushina's mouth dropped open at what she saw. How? Fugaku. Alongside Fugaku, Naruto is standing on the same balcony as Fugaku, who is standing next to him. Fugaku smirks and says, "Well, this I can't take much credit for," while Naruto looks shocked. Satsuki created this method on her own. He acknowledges, "I just helped her sharpen it up. Only the stomach and lungs should be able to infuse fire-style chakra." What's Satsuki doing? In true astonishment, Naruto asks aloud. Alongside Kabuto, as he observes Satsuki's performance, Kabuto nearly bursts into laughter. "That's the power that first drew us to the leaf," Kabuto thinks to himself. "Satsuki, you're really Uchiha royalty." He will definitely be watching her closely. The floor of an arena. As Satsuki leaps forward, she uses her bare hands to parry the chains away with flame projectiles, sending sparks flying as they collide with the flame. She then releases a plume of fire with a fist, Mito leaping out of its way with. "Hurry!" As the Uchiha swings her fists and fire plumes appear out of nowhere to leap at Mito, Mito asks, "Satsuki, how have you done this?" As Mito surges forward and has to dive out of the way, he remarks, "I can't even weave signs against her. She won't allow any time to. My water style has effectively been rendered useless. She's playing defense on offense. She knows my speed and strength are greater in this state. She's keeping me at arm's length and still attacking." Mito asks, leaping to the left and right to avoid the flames, "So this is the Sharingan. How could anyone in this tournament neutralize my chains this well?" As the red aura surrounding her starts to bubble more violently, Mito thinks, "The only way this ends is if I take a gamble, on one finishing blow with all the might I have." Debris rises and cracks form in the ground below as the red aura envelops Mito, taking the shape of fox-like ears above her head and a tail behind her, having elongated into claws and teeth into fangs. "It's over if she catches me with her fire here." Satsuki shifts through her taijutsu katas, swinging plume after plume of fire as Mito leaps forward, a blur to the eye. As she approaches her opponent, Mito dodges, weaves, and winces in agony from her partial burn. With her fist cocked back, she is within striking distance in an instant. The arena's bright, sunny landscape abruptly turns to a crimson sky as she launches, just millimeters from her opponent's face. Hundreds of bats are flying in all directions, covering the kunoichi from head to toe as she watches in horror. While her opponent stands in front of her, Still wearing the tailed cloak and now encircling herself with adamantine chains, Satsuki stands in front of a frozen Mito, her own hand extended towards her face, 3 tomo now in each eye. Genjutsu. Satsuki firmly warns, using my fire at this range like this is unnecessary, forfeit Mito. The waterfall land. A comparatively tall adult figure is perched on a rock with a view of a soaring waterfall and forest that stretches in all directions below. His body is adorned with a black cloak patterned with red clouds. Each of his eyes has a 3 tomo pattern in red. On top of his head is a shock of short, disheveled hair. A distortion bends the air behind the young male, who appears to be in his early 20s, as he looks out over the forest below. From behind him, an adult male appears, dressed in the same cloak and wearing a mask with a swirl pattern that converges on his only visible eye, which is the same as his counterparts. The masked figure said, "Word is spreading already that you've resurfaced from underground." His counterpart said nothing. The masked shinobi goes on, "The time has indeed come for you to take your place among the Akatsuki. But first, as you already know, there is a collection of 10 rings, one of each given to an Akatsuki member. They are necessary for members to communicate and carry out the organization's goal. Yours was meant to be the sky ring which Orochimaru absconded with when he betrayed us," he continues, the young ninja remaining mum. "I already have just the partner in mind for you, but, for now and for the purpose of officiating your membership and earning the trust of the others, Shisui, you will have to retrieve the sky ring from Orochimaru," informs him. "I'm sure this goes without saying, but as a traitor to the organization, it would be ideal if Orochimaru doesn't survive your encounter," the voices of the masked shinobi. "Goes without saying," Shisui scoffs in a humorous manner. With a 4-point pinwheel in his eye against a crimson-red background, the young ninja turns his head. Calmly, he says, "That's why I want to go all alone." The arena floor of Hidden Leaf Stadium. As Hayate exclaims, "TH winner of this match by forfeit Satsuki Uchiha." The audience erupts in applause. As the ceiling chains and the redheads, crimson aura retreat, Satsuki pulls back the hand she is holding out. With her hands on her knees, Satsuki lets out a sigh. Mito observes the weary Uchiha girl. Even though Mito was faster and stronger, she still lost. Satsuki. As she watches the Uchiha, Mito thinks to herself, "I always thought we were equals, but now it looks like you're pulling away for much steeper heights." A grin appears on her face. "It's certain that you won't be abandoning me so easily." Satsuki looks up to see her father smiling slightly after feeling a hand on her left shoulder. "You make my taijutsu style look better than I do." For the first time in more than a month, she hears that voice, and her heart skips a beat. As she turns her head, she sees those dazzling cerulean eyes and blonde hair. "Satsuki, you really..." The Uchiha throws her arms around the blonde and squeezes him tightly while Naruto embraces her, but Naruto is unable to finish. As the audience erupts in cheers for the Uchiha's triumph and outstanding performance, Naruto returns Satsuki's embrace. Fugaku, holding the gunbai once more, smiles as he observes the two. His daughter had bravely defended the clan crest. When the two finally let go of each other, Naruto asks in a lighthearted manner, "So I take it you're not still mad at me?" "Thank you," Satsuki replies, his face taking on a puzzled expression. Naruto's expression clears as Satsuki continues, "Thank you for protecting my brother, Naruto." Satsuki watches in almost awe as the boy smiles warmly and she says, "I can't tell you how much it means." Fugaku smiles proudly as Satsuki watches with a look of wonder and delight. Naruto replies, "Don't mention it, Satsuki. I never would have lived to tell Fugaku-sensei that I allowed harm to come to one of his own. That includes you and Ino too." Naruto. When Satsuki thinks to herself, "You're changing." Naruto. "It's possible that the darkness within you is finally beginning to fade." Fugaku says proudly to himself, "The warmth of the family that is Team 12 is slowly melting your ice." Hayate turns from Naruto to the big electronic screen high up on the far wall and says, "Pretty convenient that you're down here." This grabs the three of them's attention. It shows 2 names. Using Leaf Genin. "Whoa, that was insane," Choji exclaims. Kiba agrees incredulously, "Mito's actually out of the finals. This is crazy." To be honest, he feels a little weak after witnessing the 2 kunoichi and how amazing they were. To herself, Kushina lets out a sigh. "For you, there is the Sharingan." Mito had put up a brave fight. However, the pressure and intensity of the situation had caused the girl's Sharingan to fully mature. The tide was always going to turn on that. As the fight came to an end, Yayoi watched from higher up in the seats, having joined the group. At the same time that she had been criticizing herself for her sister's abandonment, Satsuki now seems to be doing the exact opposite. Leaf Genin are some serious work this generation. What a drag, Shikamaru mutters to himself. He's already considering forfeiting. Despite being unable to stand like many others due to her injury, Ino cheers loudly. All she wants is to be with her team down there. Lee joins her in a loud cheer, his admiration evident in the hearts in his eyes. With tears of passion streaming from his eyes as his teammates perspire, he exclaims, "Such splendid talent and beauty. Oh Satsuki, a gem from the heavens themselves." Guy laughs again. "Good grief," is Neji's statement as he shakes his head. As everyone turns to the screen, Shino says, "Looks like it's on to the next match already." At the sight, the stadium's collective roar grows louder. Menma Uzumaki Namikaze vs Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Menma observes with blank indifference as Satsuki and Naruto embrace. The boy then stands up and a smirk appears on his face. It's finally Haruya, the moment he's been longing for. Lee says, "Naruto is up next," his face changing to one of concentration and curiosity. Neji gets up from his chair and looks at the noisy one. "Now for the battle I truly wanted to witness." Kiba jokingly exhorts Menma to head toward the stairs from his seat, saying, "Get down there and rumble already, doofus. You better not lose." As he climbs the stairs to the exit leading to the lower levels of the stadium, he scoffs, "Lose? I don't what that is. But somebody else is about to find out for me." Cage's seats. "You and Lord Fugaku have produced such amazing young kunoichi, Lord Fourth. The future of the Hidden Leafs is very promising," Mei exclaims as she sits next to Minato. In response, Minato says, "Yes, Lady Mizukage. Despite the fact that his daughter didn't win, he is proud of her. Due to their outstanding performance, the two will probably make Chunin." As he watches his son embrace the Uchiha girl, he smiles. Alongside Zabuza, Zabuza shakes his head and declares, "This hidden leaf is just something else. Since he last saw her, Fugaku's daughter has advanced to a new level." Zabuza turns to face his student, who looks on silently. "She's progressed astonishingly quick. She could even give you a run for your money now, Hahaku?" he asks. He chuckles to himself as he looks back toward the arena floor and observes the object of her intense staraya, the Uchiha and the blonde child holding hands. "Ooh, Haku, is this the reason you insisted on going to the Leaf with Lady Mizukage and me?" He laughs to himself. His eyes light up with excitement as the next match is shown on the electronic screen. "Naruto, I finally get to see you in action." The floor of an arena. With his opponent standing on the far side, dressed in his typical black, Menma emerges to a thunderous cheer from the crowd. Hayate is a few paces away from him as he stands a few meters from his opponent. With the Sand siblings. As the next match is announced, Tamari watches intently and Konkuro says, "Okay, now we're really talking." Gaara observes the blonde boy on the arena floor with unmoving, teal eyes. "I have yet to fully comprehend the depth of your hatred." With Tsunade and Jiraiya, Tsunade sits next to Jiraiya in silent anticipation as he says, "There we go. Just what I came for." Alongside Kabuto, Kabuto smirks, rolling the recording device covertly already. "Now for the exciting part. What a treat," says fourth Hokage Kabuto, adjusting his glasses as he laughs, "a battle of brothers. Naruto, show us everything that Lord Orochimaru desires." The floor of an arena. According to Hayate, all right. The second match of the Chunin exam finals, Menma Uzumaki Namikaze vs. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, begins, now. He signals the two genin to start by swiftly raising and lowering his hand. As the audience looks on in fear, the two stand motionless, staring at each other. Naruto watches the boy as Menma says, "I've waited too long for this. I wanted this fight more than I've ever wanted any other." If there's one thing Naruto is familiar with, it's anger, and he can see it burning in the purple eyes of the red-haired boy. Menma closes his eyes and adds, "This isn't about making any rank. This." His pupils have changed to slits that resemble cats, and his eyelids, which were previously purple, are now crimson red. Menma yells, "Is deeper than being a ninja." As he charges forward, and his opponent blocks his punch with a raised hand. As he parries another fist with his other arm and then swings his own fist, which is swiped away, Naruto remarks, "He's fast all right." The two exchange a frenzied flurry of taijutsu. So, the Nine Tails chakra also increases reaction time. Naruto observes. With limbs colliding as they clash, the two move quickly across the arena floor. Menma swings a kick, but his opponent skids back with his forearm to block it. His opponent weaves a single sign as Naruto stops, and 10 shadow clones emerge from smoke clouds to close in on the blonde. The blonde responds by weaving the same sign, and 2 of his own shadow clones appear and rush forward to confront his opponent's clones. They glow white all of a sudden, and then 2 explosions destroy all of the approaching clones. A red lightning nature chakra dances around Menma's hand as he leaps out from behind the smoke curtain. A cable of lightning extends from his hand to connect to a red lightning figure that resembles a dog. He yells, "Lightning style, lightning beast tracking fang," as the red creation of lightning strikes Naruto at too fast a speed to avoid. The blonde absorbs a significant quantity of wind-style chakra, which he then explodes from his body to destroy the impending attack. Naruto turns abruptly as a second replica of his adversary shoots at him while holding a concentrated blue ball of chakra that is extending outward. Using Leaf Genin. That's the Hokage's legendary technique. Kiba yells in shock. Jiraiya is sung by the Rasengan, Kushina. The floor of an arena. Menmasa's eyes widen as the boy's form abruptly glows white as the attack hits Naruto's midsection. Then, an explosion similar to the 2 from earlier erupts, engulfing him. The copy of Menma that had killed the lightning beast observes the explosion and then quickly spins around with 2 kunai in each hand, lifting them to block the 2 3-foot-long spears the blonde is now holding in each hand. Each black wooden handle has golden kanji adorning it, and the spearheads have gleaming silver foot-long blades. Menma sneers as Naruto playfully pokes fun at him, saying, "You replaced yourself with that clone just as I detonated mine, huh? Look at us thinking alike." As the 2 move across the arena floor and engage in a flurry of kenjutsu, sparks fly. As he parries a series of kunai thrusts and slashes while trying to land his own blow, Naruto muses to himself, "He's come right out of the gate swinging, that's for sure." Using Leaf Genin, Choji remarks, "Wow, Menmas aren't playing around here at all." Shikamaru agrees, pointing out that the boy's strategy was much more aggressive than it was during his match against Kiba. With Mito bandaging the areas of her body that were burned, Mito watches the match continue from an infirmary bed while being broadcast on a television. As she had expected, Menma is now acting much more aggressively. Alongside Jiraiya, wind style, and he caught me with that shadow clone explosion, huh? As the blonde engages his brother in a barrage of kenjutsu, spears in hand, Jiraiya narrows her eyes and says, "Yeah, he's the real deal, okay." Spears. This child's style is so dissimilar from Minato and Kushina's. With the exception of Sasuke, the Uchiha family. Spears, huh? Interesting, Naruto. You'll have to tell me how that came about, later, Fugaku says. Satsuki observes as Naruto and his brother fight, with Naruto's usual relaxed manner and his opponent's more combative one. Is Naruto now using spears rather than kunai? Quote. The floor of an arena. The blonde then kicks his opponent in the chest, sending him flying back, and the boy quickly leaps to his feet after Naruto blocks another kunai slash from his opponent and then slashes into his shoulder, eliciting a cry of pain. He is outranged and has greater reach than my kunai thanks to those spears, damn it. Kenjutsu won't be as effective as I had hoped. He notes, and my lightning style is susceptible to his wind, gripping his now bleeding shoulder while his opponent remains motionless and composed. All right, Menma thinks, grinning and creating another shadow clone, while his opponent follows suit. You shouldn't waste your chakra with that, says Naruto. For every shadow clone you make, I'll simply detonate another of my own. As the clone collects another ball of chakra in his hands, the crimson-eyed genin extends his hand. Oh, so you're doing that? Naruto reflects. In spite of his enormous reserves, the boy's chakra control is impressive. However, their size still makes it difficult for him to infuse enough chakra to create a just you like the Rasengan. He's using a shadow clone to get around that. Very intelligent. Suddenly, the ball chakra is surrounded by red lightning arcs. The boy appears to launch the attack from his hand like a projectile after swinging it back. He can launch it. Naruto is in awe. The attack appears to suddenly diminish in size in midair before vanishing from view. Naruto snatches his clone by the collar and throws it toward his adversary. It abruptly erupts in another white explosion in midair, stopping its course. Using Leaf Genin, Lee yells, "What was that? Did that technique fail?" Neji answers, "No, it was still on trajectory to reach its target." Byakugan takes the initiative to explain, it just vanished from the naked eye, his eyes narrowing. Mema, when? Yells Yayoi, a vanishing Rasengan. The floor of an arena. Menma watches in disbelief as another clone explosion blocks the path of his disappearing Rasengan. He turns abruptly again with his shadow clone, and a spear meets the same spot where he had been stabbed earlier, causing him to yell in pain once more. His clone vanishes as the two spears meet at the same time. How? He asks, cutting at the end of the weapon's handle that is now embedded in him while grunting in agony. With his other spear by his side, he calmly replies, "Oh, that's right. You don't know I'm a sensory-type ninja. I didn't need to see your attack to know it was still coming." As the two wrestle, Naruto tries to push his blade deeper with just one arm. Naruto remarks, "A lightning-style enhanced Rasengan that disappears from sight mid-flight. That was impressive, I can't lie," while his opponent lets out a painful grunt and spills blood on the terrain. Naruto remarking nonchalantly, "Don't be upset. I'm really the worst opponent they could have picked for you." Alongside Minato, Minato observes his oldest son's performance in wonder. Cool, collected, and able to handle anything his brother throws at him with ease. Naruto, I'm not really familiar with you, am I? Below, the crowd began to murmur in amazement and disbelief, with a stunned silence in between. The floor of an arena. A reddish-orange aura suddenly bubbles up around his opponent, engulfing him as Naruto lets go of his spear and leaps back a few steps. As the ground beneath him cracks and debris rises, the aura changes the atmosphere around him. The boy grunts in agony as he removes the spear from his shoulder, causing more blood to spill, turning the blade red. The chakra of 9 tails. This is where things could get a little complicated. With a pair of fox-like ears emerging from above his head and a tail of chakra emerging from behind him, the aura bubbles with increasing volume as it surrounds Menma in a similar way to how it did Mito. His hair stands on end to further accentuate the more feral appearance he has adopted. With his head down for a second, the boy throws the spear aside and then charges forward. A fist lands on Naruto's stomach, causing him to cough up spit and drop his spear to the ground. He became that much quicker. Quote, after a right hook to the face is followed by a left, Naruto is hit with a barrage of blows that leave him unable to respond to his opponent's speed. Red lightning dances around his hands once more as Menma grabs him by the collar. The lightning then spreads to envelop Naruto, who groans in agony as it passes through his body. Menma holds the blonde above himself, letting go of one hand while holding onto the collar with the other, repeating, "The worst opponent, huh?" He says, "It's the exact opposite actually," with a smirk on his face as his crimson and blue eyes meet. Menma snarls, frowning once more as Naruto stares at him, his body still tingling from the lightning. "All these years, of being invisible to you, of not being seen by you, as though we never came from the same womb. All these years of fighting to be stronger, more than for our parents, or grandpa or the village. All this blood and sweat, this anger, for you, Naruto, my..." Sucking the lump in his throat, he pauses. The boy goes on, "My brother. The only person who never said he was proud, no matter what I achieved," and Naruto's eyes widen in shock. "You'll finally look me in the eyes now, Naruto. And acknowledge me." Menma lets out a growl. As Hayate watches, deeply absorbed in the scene, silence descends upon the scene. "Acknowledge me." In other places, the room is dimly lit by a wall torch, and there are couches on either end of a coffee table. Still wearing his red and black cloak, Shisui sits across from his company conspirator. The hidden leaf headband that is currently on his head is one obvious change from when they first met. The leaf emblem on your headband. It's still not scratched, as is customary for rogue shinobi. The man in the mask says. After a brief period of silence during which he sips his tea, Shisui looks up, his crimson eyes meeting each other's. "Of course, my goal hasn't changed from what it was all those years ago," replies Shisui. "My reason for joining your Akatsuki is just that. I will build my united shinobi empire, brother. And the hidden leaf will be my capital. The village is a Uchiha legacy. It was us who shook hands with the Senju to change the course of the shinobi world. We pioneered the one hidden village per great nation system," he responds, his masked counterpart quietly paying attention. "But 3 great wars that ravaged the lands since then, the last one claiming the life of Mother, display the failure of that system. It's only poetic then, that the person who perfects it and makes it whole be a Uchiha," he says as he sets his cup down. "There was a time where I believed Minato-sensei would be the catalyst and spearhead. But he and Uncle Fugaku felt otherwise about my vision. That is all why I will return to the Leaf one day. To claim the mantles of Uchiha clan head and Hokage, he says, his companion remaining mum. But for my empire to rise, I'll be needing the tailed beasts. Our plans for them obviously differ. So for the time being, we'll work together in gathering them. But once they are gathered, I'll be taking them into my possession. You, and whoever else happens to be opposed to that, will simply have to stop me, Shisui concludes, causing the masked man to individual. He is aware of Shisui's deadly seriousness. I hear you, younger brother. Let's work together indeed for now then. But one thing at a time. Once you've retrieved the Sky Ring and officially joined our ranks, I'll then be introducing you to the face of the Akatsuki as well as your partner. They'll be quite pleased by you joining, he says, silence returning to the room. Stadium at Hidden Leaf, with the Uchiha family. Damn it, Naruto, Satsuki slurs as her teammate is turned against her. Fugaku, who didn't witness the preliminary proceedings, listens curiously as she demands, stop messing around. Why isn't he doing what he did against Lee? With Haku and Zabuza. Oh, no, got a little too laid back there brat, Zabuza reprimands as the relationship changes. According to Haku, he's holding back. That much is obvious. But why? Does he think that little of his opponent? Asks Zabuza. Using Leaf Genin. Kiba cheers, alright, there we go bro. Naruto is still yet to unleash the full might of his power, says Lee. Kiba scoffs, yeah, well he might not get the chance to anymore. Neji, who is still fixated on the arena floor, narrows his active Byakugan eyes. His prediction remains unchanged. Alongside Naruto, the blonde's eye flashes a snow-white color as he kicks his opponent in the arm, forcing him to let go, and then unleashes another wind-style burst that sends his opponent flying with multiple cuts. Menma rolls and skids once more, then leaps to his feet and charges at his adversary. There it is, show me that power, you consider me less than Lee. Menma yells as he swings at his opponent, who dodges punch after punch and sidesteps, before headbutting the boy, who staggers back and then receives a flying kick while still confused. Naruto responds, his face bloodied and bruised, I didn't come here today to kill anyone today. His opponent also has a bleeding nose, and the gash on his shoulder is still leaking but doesn't appear to be hurting. Menma lashes out, and what makes you think hesitating against me won't get you killed? He throws a shadow clone of the blonde in the direction of the approaching boy. As the clone closes in on him, glowing white, Menma plants his feet in an attempt to stop before jumping back. Even though the boy managed to avoid the full force of the jutsu, the right side of his arm and garment were burned as another explosion rang out as he screamed. As his opponent quickly advances and swipes the closer of his spears back up, he smacks the flames that threaten to extinguish him. Covered in red lightning, Menma dashes to meet him, kunai in hand. When Naruto's spear meets Menma's forearm, it pierces through to protrude on the opposite side, and the spear's wind-style-coated blade slices cleanly through the kunai, its tip clanging against the ground. A white aura pulses around Naruto's body as the two Genin's arms collide as they struggle for supremacy. Menma grunts as Naruto coolly chastises, that was a bad gamble. When his opponent lifts a hand to swipe a pair of jagged claws that graze him, Naruto jumps back again. The ground beneath Menma starts to shake abruptly as the boy lets out a powerful roar, and the aura surrounding him starts to bubble and get louder again. He's bringing that chakra out more. Oh no. As his opponent yanks the spear from his arm and throws it aside, Naruto muses, this is getting tricky. I can't depend on that mode to get this done again. Not with so many civilians here. It appears that I have no other option. This is the only way it can end. As the ground beneath Menma cracks and the air changes, debris floats around him, and Hayate looks on in wonder. This is a close-up of the Nine Tails chakra. It's crazy, he exclaims. I've spent months working on this. However, for you and that sand ninja, Menma, I went to great lengths to finally master it. As his opponent shoots at him, Naruto flies through a series of hand signs, ending on the snake sign with his hands clasped together. He slams his hands to the ground and then calls out his jutsu name, leaving Hayate gasping in shock as he flips to the side as a punch hits the ground where his feet were planted only a moment before. Wood style. Wood dragon jutsu. Cracks in the cement create a rumble in the ground. Naruto rises to stare down Menma, who can only watch in disbelief, as a huge wooden dragon that resembles a snake and has glowing white eyes suddenly emerges from the ground. Hayate is so amazed that his toothpick has fallen out of his mouth. I must be having a dream. With Tsunade and Jiraiya. Tsunade's hands cover her mouth in shock as everyone around her lets out gasps of disbelief and murmurs. "Oh, my God," Jiraiya says, barely audible. It's him. He's the one." With the Uchiha family, her father and mother watch in real shock as "Naruto," Satsuki gasps. The clan head from Uchiha says, "Naruto. Everything makes sense now. Of course." Using Leaf Genin, Shikamaru exclaims, "This can't be real." Like everyone else, Kushina watches in awe of the scene in front of her. Of course, Neji chuckles and shakes his head in a whisper. His eyes hadn't been deceiving him all along. With Haku and Zabuza cries, "What the hell? That's the first Hokage's legendary." Alongside Kabuto. This time, Kabuto can't help but laugh quietly. "There we go, as you mentioned, Lord Orochimaru. The second coming." Alongside Minato exclaims in audible shock, "This can't be," while Mei watches in wonder. She asks, "You seem as shocked as I do, Lord Fourth. You had no knowledge of this." Minato looks away for a moment as though he didn't hear her, then shakes his head in response. "Naruto, Lord Third gave you the 9 tails for this reason. You were appointed by the heavens." Alongside Danzo, with his fellow elders on either side of him, Danzo observes the scene below from an executive box. Without completing, Homura says, "This is either the greatest genjutsu we've ever seen or..." Danzo's expression changes from one of amazement to a smile, his only visible eye shining with joy. This is no illusion. The heavens have smiled upon the leaf once again. Hiruzen, the heavens must have guided your hand in choosing the person to guard the 9 tails until it regained its power, huh? You fox, Minato, were you aware of this? The old man wonders as he looks up at the cage's seats and notices the blonde's shocked expression. Tunnel to the entrance of the arena floor. A humanoid figure watches intently from the tunnel's darkness as the match is played. It is covered in a black cloak with a red cloud pattern, and on top of its upper body is an appendage that resembles a Venus flytrap. One half of its body is completely black, except for a yellow eye that lacks a sclera. The other half is white, with a head of green hair perched atop the figure's head, yellow eyes, and a visible sclera. The white half says, almost with joy, "It seems he told the truth. And just as our Lord foretold it would be." The black half says in a deeper voice, "The heir to Hashirama Senju has finally emerged." The floor of an arena. Remembering that this is still a fight, Menma jumps back and shakes off the shock. His now inert arm's hand grips his right wrist as red and blue chakra pool in his hand, forming a purple Rasengan. As Menma watches his opponent, the lower half of the wooden creature encircling him, crimson lightning dances around the orb. "I can't throw it again and waste this one. I'm going to have to deliver it myself." With amazing speed, the boy leaps forward, and the creature follows suit. Menom jumps, flipping on top of its head to jump over it and shoot at his opponent as the two get closer. "No, Naruto, this is for you. I'm going to stop now." That attack's destructive force. Is he planning to murder me? Naruto reflects. Alongside Jiraiya, the shock turns to rage as Jiraiya scolds, the power behind that Rasengan. "Menma, what are you doing?" The floor of an arena. The genin shouts, lightning enhanced. Rasengan, as the distance between him and his opponent narrows to a few steps. He holds out his hand to the blonde, who remains motionless with his arms by his sides and appears to be as composed as ever. Menma feels a wooden tendril wrap around his torso, causing him to halt in his tracks just as his attack is about to hit its target. The dragon encircles the boy's torso with its tail, pulling him straight back as it coils around him and looks him in the face with its dazzling, snow-white eyes. The creature opens its mouth to receive the ball of chakra and lightning, swallowing it whole as Menma lifts his hand to swing his jutsu directly into its face. "What the? No way," the boy exclaims as the creature encircles his arms and pins them to his sides. He says incredulously, "My cloak. It's dissipating," as the aura around him clearly recedes. Naruto. Really, this is the first Hokage's. As he fights the creature in vain, the last remnants of the chakra vanish, and Menmasa's eyes return to their original purple hue. As Naruto approaches his opponent and construct with composure, he confronts Menma, who continues to obstinately fight the creature whose head looks over their heads. "That chakra, it binds itself and reacts to your negative emotion and anger, doesn't it?" He speculates. The boy frowns at him as he continues, "You're going to have to find a more sustainable way of controlling and using it at some point." Menma prepares for the final blow as Naruto slowly raises his hand. His face is filled with confusion as Naruto's hand appears on top of his head, resembling a father and grandfather. The blonde says, "You're a splendid shinobi, Menma," regardless of who says it or not, which causes his opponent to gasp in surprise. With a smile on his face that Menma can't recall ever seeing, Naruto says, "I'm proud of you, brother. And I'm sorry for shoving you away. The hate I was subjected to, it was never your fault. This was always bigger than you." Naruto smiles solemnly at the sight of the restrained Genin's eyes narrowing as the pain of tears stings them. The boy attempts to stop the tears from streaming down his cheeks by pinching them shut. Naruto turns his head to face a stunned Hayate and says, "Proctor. My brother is far too proud and far too brave to forfeit. Please, call the match," asks. With his head still lowered and in tears, Hayate turns to face Menma before reaching up and pointing at the blonde. To a stunned silence, he declares, "This match is over and the winner is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." For a brief moment, the wind blows through, creating an atmosphere where it seems like the crowd is afraid to speak. Then, almost simultaneously, the village erupts in cheers and applause that can be heard for miles around. Having risen from their seats, the audience roars with adulation at what seems to be the reappearance of their first fire shadow. Tens of thousands of people yell in unison, "Naruto, Naruto, Naruto." Using Leaf Genin, Lee proudly applauds his new rival, saying, "Looks like you were spot on, Neji." Having deactivated his Kekkei Genkai, the Hyuga scoffs, "Well, of course I was." The wood style of the first Hokage, Guy is amazed, and the heavens chose to entrust it to the son of Lord Fourth. "Kakashi, your tardiness has cost you quite the spectacle today," the Jonin giggles. Ecstatic for her friend, Ino lets out a loud cry, "Naruto. You're the best." Kushina is standing and crying as she celebrates both of her boys. When Yayoi finally sees her brothers acknowledge each other, tears fall down her cheeks. "Naruto. The kinship between Senjus and Uzumaki has shown up in you." With Tsunade and Jiraiya, Jiraiya turns to face an emotional Tsunade and says, "Well, Suna. I think your prayers have been answered. It might not be in name but the legacy of the Senju looks to be secure," Jiraiya says with a grin. With the Uchiha family, "That's my boy," Fugaku exclaims with pride, laughing with his wife while Sasuke erupts in applause. With the Sand siblings, the words, "incredible," escape Konkuro's lips as he takes in what he has just seen. Gaara remains expressionless as usual, while Tamari watches in similar awe. "Mom, is this the reason?" Alongside Zabuza. As Haku uncharacteristically joins in the boisterous festivities, Zabuza chuckles and shakes his head, saying, "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. You're gonna be quite the phenom, kid." Alongside Minato. "Now, Naruto, I understand. I appreciate how you confronted Orochimaru. You're going to be far superior to me, won't you?" With a proud smile on his face, Minato says this to himself. At his home's entrance, Naruto kneels before his boss, Latios seated at his right. They are surrounded by numerous lions and leonesses of all sizes, from large to enormous. As the boy waits for the ruler of the surrounding lands to address him, the golden mane of the chief matches the eyes that look down upon him. "Very well then, your return pleases us, Naruto. We were almost convinced, after the loss of Akasada, you would never return to these lands. I was overwhelmed with despair and anger, my chief. But I've returned. My finding this place all those years ago was never a matter of chance. I was always meant to be here," the child responds with a lowered head. The cat screams, "Yeah. And you've grown too. Dare I say it might be time for you to call me and stand atop my head like your master once did." The boy doesn't respond. "But before I am to decide if you indeed are worthy of becoming a lion sage, there is a question you must answer, a question I asked your master long ago when he was still a young man himself, before I deemed him worthy to be a sage," Helios murmurs, and Naruto is intrigued by this. Naruto's eyebrows lift slightly as the chief asks, "Naruto, what is that you fight for now?" As the audience waits in silence and anticipation for the boy's response, the chief says, "That is, what is it you seek to become stronger for?" Somewhere in the dark recesses of your heart, a fire of anger still rumbles. If you were to access sage power, for what purpose would you want to wield this power? Answer this question and I will make my decision. With a knowing smile on his lips, Naruto responds, "For those that I care for. I seek to become more powerful to protect them from any force that would dare threaten them." Naruto says, "My chief. I seek to become stronger, as memories of Team 12, the Bell Test, the mission in the Land of Waves, the ordeal in the Forest of Death, and his conversation with Rock Lee flash back to him. With a gasp, Naruto looks up at the chief and says, "I see. Very well then, you are indeed ready. Leave to fulfill the commitment you have in your homeland. When you return, your sage training will begin, during which you will be reunited with your old teacher." Since coming back here a month ago, he had been shown the remains and resting place of Akasatas, which were preserved using the same sage jutsu that is being discussed now. "I don't understand, my chief. Master is no longer. Those who acquire sage jutsu do so by drawing upon the energy of nature and merging it with their own chakra. When your master drew his last breath, he became one with that same energy he used to draw upon himself. He became one with the hills and streams of this land as our forefathers did, and we will one day. Once you become a sage, you will be able to connect and interact with him at will. For this reason," Helios clarifies, with Naruto in disbelief. "The reason this was concealed from you was because it was important to ensure you wouldn't covet access to lion sagehood for unworthy reasons. And also to first ascertain, based on my question, if you were ready or not. One who seeks power for power's sake submits himself not only to being a danger to those around him, but to the eventuality of one day being ripped apart by that same power," Helios clarifies, his mane swaying in the. "I myself, Naruto, am only great chief and alpha as far as my greatness serves my pride. This was a principle your master understood well. He left his homeland when he did, not simply due to the loss of his family, but because he knew that with him present, the Cloud would never agree to any ceasefire, no matter how much blood was spilt. Until he drew his last, he continued to watch over them from the shadows," Helios says as Naruto feels the sensation of tears stinging his eyes for the first time in a while. "I'll get to see Sensei once more. Now go, Naruto. Ponder carefully on the flame of hatred and thirst for vengeance that still burns in your heart. And return when you are ready." The flashback is over. As the crowd roars louder than it has since the finals started, Naruto remains motionless and looks over Menma on one knee. But before he can move to assist the boy in standing up, a gust of wind and a whirlwind of leaves collide with the arena floor, and Naruto instantly recognizes the two new chakras that appear among them. Standing back to back with a book in hand, Kakashi is dressed normally. Sasuke is wearing a one-piece black outfit with a clan crest on his back, a leaf headband on his head, and several small belts around his left arm and both legs. After catching a glimpse of the two fighters, Sasuke is already looking around the arena floor when Kakashi says, "Looks like there's quite a lot of excitement out here today." Naruto prevailed. Naturally, the Uchiha thinks to himself as his eyes meet the blondes for the first time since the forest. In response to the numerous craters and fissures all around, Sasuke remarks to himself, "It appears that a regimental battle was fought here." Hayate pokes fun at his fellow Jonin as he looks around the arena floor, saying, "Kakashi, you on time? This is surprising." Kakashi responds with a laugh, "Lord Fugaku wouldn't want Sasuke here to miss this for anything." The Jonin observes Menma kneeling and his slated opponent and sibling standing, thinking, "This place looks like a tornado tore through here." It appears that Menma is lost. Kakashi observes to himself, and it looks like it was quite the battle. He wishes he had been sooner for once. As his opponent is revealed by a twisting cloud of sand on the far side of the arena floor, Hayate declares, "Sasuke Uchiha, you're up next." "The waterfall land. I see," Shisui says, as his masked ally stands across from him, the two of them encircled by the forest. The two of them are returning from accompanying Sasori to recruit another member who defected from the Hidden Stone. He's been using this land as his refuge from the adjacent land of Earth. He says, "So that's why you wanted us to meet in this country, you wanted us to cross paths again." Shisui speculates. With a faint undertone of humor, he replies, "I just thought perhaps after all these years, you would want a reunion with your best friend, brother." The young Uchiha responds, You and your tricks, all right, I suppose Itachi and I are long overdue for a reunion." In other places, two figures move steadily through the forest while wearing straw hats on both of their heads and identical black cloaks with red cloud patterns. One is a very tall, pale male with beady eyes and a shark-like build. There are 3 rows of what look like gills sitting beneath each eye. He has a big, bandaged object strapped to his back that appears to have a handle and a skull on the end. His head is adorned with a concealed mist headband, with a vertical cut that passes directly through the insignia. A younger, fair-skinned man who appears to be in his late teens is the other. A pair of long, Prominent tear troughs sit beneath a pair of crimson-red eyes that each display a three-tomo pattern. His youthful, expressionless face is framed by a pair of bangs and jet-black hair pulled back into a low ponytail on top of his head. The leaf emblem on the headband around his own head has the same vertical cut through it. With a mouth full of sharp white teeth that show in the daylight, the taller man says, "That kid is a former protega diaresis of the 3rd Tsuchikage. He certainly is quite the chatterbox." As the two continue, the younger man doesn't say anything. "But I suppose, from what we've heard, he'll be an asset. I just wand." The two abruptly come to a halt, and the only sounds in the air are those of the forest, singing birds, and chirping insects. The taller man growls, snatching the handle of the object on his back and removing it. "Itachi, Samahata smells a strong chakra in the air. Someone dangerous for sure," he says. Red eyes gaze into the forest's depths as a dark frown rips across Itachi's face. Kisame gasps when he sees a tree, like the many others around him, appear in place of his partner. The surrounding forest appears to be turning slowly, like a carousel. The arena floor at Hidden Leaf Stadium. As his opponent runs back and forth and Gaara's shield struggles to keep up, his head keeps turning. His armor cracks as a fist flies to meet his cheek, and he looks over his left shoulder. Using Leaf Genin. "That's a variant of Naruto's taijutsu style," Lee says. "Such mastery in such a brief time." Shikamaru watches and shakes his head at the screen. "It's simply unfair." Alongside Fugaku, Fugaku smirks and said, "Looks like you aren't the only one that's been studying Naruto." Satsuki smiled as well. Medical Center. While Naruto sits in a chair next to him and watches the screen above with his fists balled up, watching Sasuke move against his opponent's defense with speed comparable to the blonde in base, Menma lies in bed with his sister next to him. Naruto complains, "Another one huh?" before laughing. These Sharingan wielders. Sasuke had done exactly what Satsuki had done. Although he doesn't appear to be as skilled with the Lion Fist kata just yet, he appears to be using more of the standard Interceptor Fist because he hasn't had as much time to study Naruto. However, his speed appears to be comparable to Naruto's in base. This Sharingan is the waterfall land. With the sound of flowing water getting closer, Itachi shoots his target through the forest. As a silhouette appears in front of him, he launches a flying kick through the air, blocks the kick with his forearm, and jumps back to stand atop the swift river water. The young man across from him, Sharingan, meets Sharingan. Itachi frowns darkly and asks, "So where is he?" As Uchiha, who is a little older, looks back at him. Shisui answers, "So I don't even get a greeting after all this time, huh?" "Where's your fellow rodent, Shisui?" "I asked you a question," Itachi asks coolly once more, his serene tone brimming with murderous intent. Shisui says calmly, without flinching, "You just worry about me for now. Rude of you not to release your partner from my genjutsu so we could all meet. We are colleagues now after all." The younger boy asks, "Did you at all consider that I might be inclined to kill you when you decided to come here?" To which his fellow clansman laughs. With an audacious grin and outstretched arms in a welcoming gesture, Shisui replies, "If you feel your visual prowess has evolved that much in these last 5 years, then I welcome you to prove it, Itachi." Silence returns. Itachi curses to himself, knowing that he would lose this battle. The last time he saw the Uchiha, the man in front of him was the strongest, and has undoubtedly become more powerful since then. "To think your father was able to permanently negate the effect of my Koto Matsukami in you. He was very shrewd in concealing the depths of his visual prowess." "Wicked eye Uncle Fugaku," Shisui says as the younger man flashes daggers. "I really came here to make sure we're still on the same page, Itachi. You will serve the Akatsuki as a loyal and valuable asset. Do that and I swear to you, one day, you will be reunited with Izumi. You, her and I will return to the leaf one day, brother." Itachi responds, "Why shouldn't I assume you've already killed her?" As his rage now comes out, Uchiha raises his right hand and says, "If I did that, we both know there'd be nothing left to stop you from taking your own life. And that's something I just can't afford." Itachi tenses up in fear. A crow with an object in its mouth flies out toward his fellow clansman from the sleeve of his cloak. Itachi grabs it with one hand as it releases the object. A tiny image. He looks at it closely and gasps. A young, fair-skinned woman who was obviously not too far from him in age, with brown hair that reached her shoulders and bangs that framed an onyx-eyed face with a mole under one of them. It's her. In an ideal world, Itachi, once I become Hokage, you would be my right hand. But if you want to start a new life with her somewhere far from the village, you can have that too. It can be yours, if for the time being, you just remain loyal, he continues. Itachi scoffs, a criminal and a traitor become Hokage. You're as delusional as ever I see. Whatever term you or anyone else want to brand me with, isn't going to mean a whole lot once I have the tailed beasts. Once that happens, everyone, regardless of what headband they don, shall bow to one leader. The Uchiha raises his hand in front of him. Shisui clenches his fist and makes a firm bow. And then, children won't ever have to be soldiers and killers for hire again, like you and I were. Itachi asks, spitting the name with venom, does Obito know you have your own plans for the tailed beasts? Does the leader of the Akatsuki know? Whoever wants to stop me is more than welcome to try. But for the time being, there's no harm at all in assisting one another against mutual enemies. The 5 great nations are just that. An obstacle we need to get through, one way or another, if any of our goals are to come to fruition, he says. Itachi answers sharply, and then once that's done, war dogs turn on one another. Shisui agrees coolly, if that is what is necessary, then that is what will be. I knew you'd piece together who was behind the mask. But hear me well, Itachi. You saw firsthand, that night, the lengths I'm willing to go to. As much as I still love you as my brother and have every intention of protecting you, if you dare betray me, Izumi will die, Shisui says with an icy voice. Itachi screams, if you loved me, you would have killed me that night as well. As his eyes spin into their Mangekyo pattern, Shisui's follows suit, revealing the young man's rage in an unusual outburst of emotion. With a hand gripping his chest, he yells, every second I breathe with these memories is a fate far worse than death. With the wind blowing, Shisui replies, and every second that I breathe, with this unrealized vision the heavens gave me. This vision of a world where kids like you and me don't ever have to know ninjutsu. Every second of living with that unrealized vision is worse than death. It steals my sleep every night. So I guess we're both condemned to hell for now. But I will bring about our salvation, Itachi. I promise. You will have your family back. All CT. Water style. Water shark bullet jutsu. As he leaps back and flies through a series of hand signs at a terrifying pace, Shisui releases a sizable fireball from his mouth, which strikes the massive approaching water projectile and causes a burst of steam. I don't take kindly to being made to look a fool. Kisam's voice pierces the stream with a menacing tone as Shisui approaches the other side of the river. When the steam clears, Kisame Hoshigaki is seen standing next to his partner, Samahata ready and drawn. As he raises his weapon and gets a clear view of the alleged genjutsu caster for the first time, he growls, I'm afraid I'll have to charge you a pound of flesh for that one. The swordsman asks, what the devil? Shisui the teleporter, in an Akatsuki uniform. Itachi, care to explain? I knew when we fell into the genjutsu, the caster could only be one man. I had to confirm first, Itachi says with a smile. As Shisui introduces himself, Kisame scoffs and observes the unharmed leaf headband around the Uchiha's head. Kisame Hoshigaki, the monster of the hidden mist. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Shisui Uchiha. I will soon be your newest fellow member of the Akatsuki. Well, as fantastic of an addition as that would be, we're not exactly an open club, kid. It's invitation only. So who gave you yours? Kisame lets out a growl. That would be me, is the reply of a deep voice that seems to be speaking out of thin air as a distortion appears in the air next to Shisui. A newcomer emerges from it, dressed exactly like the 3 others, with their face hidden behind an orange mask with swirl effects. Kisame laughs and locks eyes with the newcomers Sharingan and Itachi. Itachi's eyes have returned to their typical Tomo pattern, just like Shisuza's. Lord former Mizukage, my, it's a family affair. With both of them staring at each other without a look on their faces, the masked man says, yes, it is, Kisame. Shisui happened to be in the neighborhood. I thought since the 2 of you were returning from recruiting Deidara, why not give 2 old friends a chance to reconnect with one another? Shisui, here, will indeed be your newest fellow member of the Akatsuki, pending a small formality that needs to be handled first, he says. As the young man calmly looks back, Kisame smiles wryly and says, well, then, our little club is growing quite fearsome indeed. Count yourself lucky, kid. It looks like you won't be paying for your little trick today, but who knows what the future holds. You're now allies, gentlemen. Take a close look at one another. Each of the men here will be expected to spill blood as well as lay his life down for the next at a moment's notice, the masked shinobi says. Itachi calmly says, Kisame. Let's go, while maintaining eye contact with Shisui. Just like that, Itachi. I heard all about how you and Shisui Uchiha used to be best friends. You're not even gonna shake the mon's hand. You're not fun at all, you know that, Kisame smirks. Without saying another word, his partner just turns and heads back toward the forest. The masked man puts his hand on his fellow Uchiha's shoulder and says, let's go Shisui. I have a lead on your target. The two disappear without a trace as the earlier distortion engulfs the younger Uchiha first, followed by himself. The floor of Hidden Leaf Arena. As his opponent's defense collapses to the ground, Sasuke takes a step back and observes the boy clutching at the wound his attack caused, blood visibly visible. The boy writhes and grunts, obviously in pain. Sasuke watches in bewilderment as his hand rises to his head, dual Tomo Sharingan in motion. Now, his blood stains the floor as the sand ninja drops to one knee. The sand leaps up to stop Sasuke as he leaps, and the boy dodges to come out from behind his opponent before delivering a hard chop to the neck that knocks him unconscious to the ground. Sasuke leaps back as the sand surrounds the unconscious genin. The Uchiha notes that it keeps him safe even when he is incapacitated. This match is over and the winner is Sasuke Uchiha. In other places, Shisui and his accomplice walk side by side in what looks to be a huge crater-like basin surrounded by forest. On the far side, there is what looks to be the carcass of a large animal, along with numerous other bones, and a tunnel that seems to extend into the ground beneath it is visible due to the holes in the basin's wall. The younger Uchiha asks, so what's this lead of yours on Orochimaru? The land of rice fields. There's a fledgling shinobi village that appears to have sprung up there, going by the name of the Hidden Sound. They're not a village, in the strict sense of the word, but rather a series of hideouts, camps and laboratories. As it turns out, Orochimaru is the one behind it. That's almost certain to be his current base of operations, the man in the mask replies. Hidden Sound, Shisui repeats in thought. Evidently he's in cahoots with the daimyo lord in the land of rice. Using government money to fund his experimentation projects. Shisui says, very well then. I'll depart tomorrow. Itachi looked ready to collide with you back there, even with death certain. I must say brother, abduct NG that girl in th chaos of the massacre to use as a bargaining chip, that was brilliant of you, the man in the mask remarks. Of course, this is shogi we're playing here, not snakes and ladders. If I hadn't done that, Itachi would have killed himself long ago. As long as Izumi is alive, he'll cooperate. The Hidden Leaf Arena. As the stadium gradually fills up, 6 fighters stand in a line, having just been told by the Hokage that they have been granted 3 days off before the upcoming round of games. Namikaze Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Satsuki, Neji Hyuga, Aburame Shino, Nara Shikamaru, Uchiha Sasuke. And in a surprising twist, they would only be informed of their next matches on the day the next series of matches are to take place on. Hayate smirks and laughs at the genin, saying, it's an all-leaf affair. Well, look at you guys representing. Satsuki looks at the blonde teammate beside her. Satsuki teasingly punches the blonde's arm, saying, just do your half and make the tournament final, emo boy. 'Cause I'll be waiting. Yes, I don't question that, he replies with a sly smile. Naruto. As the other finalists leave, the blonde turns to see Sasuke approaching from a standing position. Sasuke, is how the blonde says hello. The Uchiha says, I never got to thank you, for protecting Satsuki, and Naruto smiles slightly at the normally unassuming boy's modest gesture. Sasuke notices the red flush on the blonde's cheeks as she firmly replies, and you don't have to. Anyone who wants to touch her will have to cut me down first. Oh, that's good to hear. So the two of you are a thing, huh? Sasuke asks. What? Satsuki exclaims shyly, his face getting redder by the second. Sasuke smirks and shakes his head when Naruto asks, what do you mean by that? While scratching the back of his head and blushing a little, he can tell by the way his sister looks at him that he knows her. It was the first time she had ever looked at anyone like that. She has always taken pride in her lack of interest in boys. When Sasuke taunts, an embarrassed Satsuki knocks him over the head, which he makes no effort to avoid. Never mind, it's not like you're gonna give me a straight answer anyway. It'd be quite the sight if the two of you ended up facing each other, huh? Lovebird against Lovebird. Fugaku and Ino come over, grinning and laughing as they watch the interaction. Naruto, why don't you join us for dinner at the clan compound? Ino's already agreed, Fugaku suggests. Sure thing, Fugaku-sensei. You and Satsuki still have some explaining to do about what she did here today, replies the blonde. While in the hospital with Sand Shinobi, tension is evident as Tamari, Kankuro, and Baki stand around an unconscious Gaara's bed. That was his partial transformation, Kankuro says. There's no mistaking it. I never should have agreed to letting you three in this exam. What was I thinking? Baki murmurs. Don't say that, sensei, Tamari denies. She frowns and says, it was father who insisted on Gaara competing, which causes Kankuro to give her a sober look. If it were up to me we would be out of here tomorrow. But the Leaf and Sand are allies. To honor that relationship we'll wait for the exams to end before departing. Sand Jonin lets out a sigh. Alongside Kabuto, Orochimaru laughs, his golden eyes shining on the screen, so the boy is no longer concealing his wood style. To his superior, Kabuto replies, affirmative, my lord. MH. Well, the plan still remains to make our move after the exams have concluded. But for now, Kabuto, I'd like to assess and determine the extent of this boy's current prowess with the wood style. And I believe I have just the perfect pawn in mind to do that, the Sannin smiles. Compound of the Uchiha clan. The burn of an incense stick illuminates the dimly lit room as Fugaku and his pupils sit across from each other in his study. You already know this, Naruto, but word of what you did today will no doubt spread through the nations like wildfire, says the Uchiha. This power you have access to, made famous by the first Hokage, will no doubt have many looking at you as a serious danger and a threat, warns him. Fugaku smiles at Naruto's firm response, I know sensei. I'm ready for that, now more than ever. It will also elicit attention from those who would seek to exploit that power for their own benefit. It's likely why you've earned the attention of the likes of Orochimaru, he continues with a slight scowl. The power I have is for one thing and one thing only, to protect Team 12. Wherever you three are, that is where I belong, and where you fight, I fight. Orochimaru tried to hurt Satsuki, which means I have a score to settle with him. He'll see the might I have in me firsthand. That's a promise, the child states firmly, Fugaku beaming with pride. He's getting better now. Hospital Hidden Leaf. Shinobi Wing. With the full moon shining through the window, a figure in full medical ninja gear enters the dimly lit room. He approaches the lone bed and stands above the boy who is lying there, his covers rising and falling in time with his breathing. A scalpel is produced by the figure as it approaches the boy's throat. The boy's eyes snap open as the sand suddenly springs to meet the blade. Through the room's darkness, a voice asks, what do you think you're doing? The boy's left eye beneath the kanji on his forehead is now golden, with a four-pointed star in place of the pupil and four dots surrounding it. 3 Anbu shinobi are standing around Kabuto and the bed with their swords drawn, their cold stares meeting Kabuto's own spectacle-covered eyes. As a tendril of sand securely encircles the man's wrist, Gaara asks icily, did the Hokage send you here to kill me? No, replies Kabuto. I'm here on behalf of someone else actually. The ones surrounding us right now were tasked by the Hokage to follow and watch over you, according to him. The boy's eyes widen as Kabuto says, I actually came here with a proposition. I know the one whose blood you truly yearn for is Naruto. I can take you to him right now. Naruto. With a sly smile and the moonlight dancing off his glasses, he explains calmly, of course there's the matter of these three first. You'll have to assist me in silencing them or we won't be able to go. Why you? Is a curse from Anbu. Tamari is startled out of her sleep by the noise of commotion and shouting coming from Gaara's hospital room, causing her eyelids to flutter open and then rise sharply as she falls off the bench she had been sleeping on. As she rushes inside, she gasps in horror to see 3 Leaf Anbu scattered across the floor, their bodies covered in blood. Across the room, a Leaf medical ninja is holding a blood-stained scalpel while his other gloved hand drips blood and glows green chakra. His face is adorned with a surgical mask and glasses. Gaara is standing a short distance away from him, nearer the window, with his arms folded and blood-stained sand all around him. She is even more horrified by the color of his left eye, which symbolizes the beast's influence within him. She draws her fan and yells, Gaara, what's going on here? Who the hell is this? The stranger wearing the mask asks, is she going to be a problem? Gaara extends a hand in her direction, her face twisted in fear as their gazes lock. No. Alongside Naruto, Naruto leaps to his feet on the wide hallway leading to his apartment. He takes a few steps and then stops completely, looking across to see a figure standing in the moonlight on the closest rooftop with its arms crossed and a big board on its back. Naruto yells, "So you finally came." Silently, the figure lowers its head and then raises it to meet Naruto's gaze. The two are now only a few steps apart as the blonde jumps over the space between the tall buildings to land on the rooftop across from them. Gaara says with a snarling smile, "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I've run out of patience. My thirst for your blood will now be quenched." Naruto's eyes narrow at the words, and the boy's partially transformed eye, with the Sasuke's jutsu wound now tightly bandaged. "I'm not doing this here. Let's take it somewhere no one will disturb us." Tower of Hokage. Kakashi is seated across from Minato at his desk, a lone tear streaming down the side of his masked face, clearly shaken. Minato is sitting there with a serious expression on his face. "I'd had my own suspicions, as did Fugaku, for a while, but I hadn't yet confirmed them. As you know, and as Fugaku once told you, Mangekyo Sharingan abilities tend to be hereditary. Based on the information given to us by the Hidden Mist, it's likely whoever manipulated the fourth Mizukage is closely related to Shisui Uchiha," he says. After Ren's death, Fugaku had long since theorized that Kakashi was probably a Mangekyo wielder based on the circumstances of the ordeal. He later verified this suspicion with his own eyes. The Mist's role in the aforementioned ordeal and the recent disclosure of political unrest and chaos in Uchiha sowing from the shadows are too dramatic to be coincidences. The Nine Tails attack, the Uchiha incident, the fourth Mizukage and the Mist's downward spiral, and now the emergence of the Akatsuki, which Itachi and Shisui Uchiha are believed to be affiliates of, it all points to one person. Obito. Alongside Naruto, the redhead sand shinobi stands meters away with his arms folded as the wind blows through the clearing Naruto finds himself in. "At least I don't have to worry about this getting messy because we're miles away from the village." Naruto looks at him blankly before putting his hands together and asking, "Is it really you who wants me dead, or is it that miscreant inside you?" As sand submerges the grass at Naruto's feet and in the clearing, the ground starts to tremble. Like a sinkhole, its level gradually rises before descending toward the sand genin as the epicenter. Swiftly navigating through a series of signs, Naruto clasps his own hands together as wooden limbs emerge from under the sand to allow him to stand on top of them. When the sand's force clearly increases and topples the surrounding trees, Gaara lets out a low moan that escalates into a full-fledged yell. As the boy's evil chakra emerges more than ever since they first met, Naruto's spears materialize in each hand in two puffs of smoke from his wristbands. Once completely submerged in the sand for a few seconds, the sand genin screams, "Show me your hatred," with a shivering yell. Naruto observes as the genin emerges from the sand, his entire upper body resembling that of a tanuki, with markings resembling curse seals dispersed across his large brown arms and tail behind him. Only the red kanji on the boy's brow and his still visible lower body are left of him. This fast? Was he truly this unstable? Naruto is in awe. With a spine-tingling roar, the sand native shoots at Naruto at breakneck speed. Naruto also leaps forward, his wooden limbs sprang up to meet his feet and shield him from the sand below. Naruto slashes off the front portion of his opponent's arm with his spear after front flipping over a downward swing from his arm. He leaps away from the opponent once more, and as he turns, he sees the sand below merely rise to replace the severed appendage. One tendril of wood after another meets his feet. 5 clones materialize as Naruto weaves a single sign, racing toward his opponent, who dashes forward to greet them. Together, they emit a white glow as they get closer to their target, exploding one after the other until his opponent is completely hidden from view. As he stumbles and rises only to fall to his knees once more, the smoke lifts to reveal the tanuki-like figure sand shell, which threatens to peel and fall away. The sand suddenly opens up to engulf his opponent whole once more, causing the ground to tremble. Naruto waits for his opponent's next move while holding both of his spears. Then he senses it. The abrupt outburst of evil chakra as the sand rises menacingly into a single, massive mound that keeps growing until it towers over him. Hospital Hidden Leaf. Shinobi Wing. Tamari. Above her, the blur gradually begins to focus on Kankuro's face as the Hokage and a few masked people gradually come into view. She only recalls Gaara's sand charging at her, followed by a Gaara. One of the Anbu members tells Minato, "We're already going through the building security footage, Lord Hokage." There. Before he can finish, Minato and the 6 current Anbu stiffen, their heads turning sharply in one direction, and the blonde disappears without saying anything more. Rooftop of a hospital standing atop a water tower on the hospital's roof, Minato frowns as he takes in the distant scene. From miles outside the village, He and many others could hear the roar of a huge brown tanuki with markings resembling cursed seals all over its body. Shukaku. Compound of the Uchiha clan. Seconds after he hurries to get his gunbai, Fugaku turns to see Minato standing there with Sharingan glowing in both eyes. "Let's go," he says simply, alongside Naruto. The mammoth figure looms over Naruto in the forest, its golden eyes staring down at him as he looks up. From this vantage point, he can just make out an apparently unconscious Gaara on its forehead. The beast with one tail. "This is it, then. I've been meaning to crush you since we first met, little brat." As it flies down at Naruto, who jumps away as it hits the ground, it raises its arm and swings a paw from which long spikes of sand extend, causing the ground to tremble. The boy slams his hand onto the sand after flying through a series of hand signs. Wood-style summoning jutsu, burrowing carnivorous Buddha. At a length equal to the beast in front of him, Naruto's old friend leaps from the ground to tower above him. As the beast swings at his summoning, the blonde flies through another set of signs, the plant slickly avoiding to wrap around its arm. He clasps his hands together and his eyes flash a dazzling white. Wood-style. Wood dragon jutsu. Larger than the one he called forth against Menma, the serpentine dragon of wood emerges from beneath the sand and rushes forward to encircle the beast's torso while the carnivorous Buddha does the same, its tendrils of wood reaching out to bind the beast's arms as it struggles. "No. This is why you had to die." With his trademark kunai in hand and Fugaku by his side, Minato leaps down onto the sandy clearing. As his Sharingan transforms into its Mangekyu pattern, he says, "Fugaku," sternly, and the Uchiha doesn't need to say another word. Roof of Hidden Leaf Hospital. As his sister and sensei stand next to him, along with numerous other patients and shinobi staff, Kankuro cries, "This is a disaster. How could this happen?" while they observe the scene from a distance. "That jutsu!" Baki exclaims in amazement as they see the beast straining against what seem to be harnesses. "That's..." As she watches, Tsunade's hand reaches for the necklace around her neck with a mixture of pride and wonder. Tamari abruptly leaves the rooftop, and her brother and sensei jump after her while yelling her name. Rooftop of the Hokage Tower. Tens of thousands of villagers have come from their homes to watch the distant spectacle, which is being watched by a variety of Jonin of the Leaf standing atop the Hokage Tower. Asuma begins, "That jutsu can only be," but stops short. Guy says, "There it is, Kakashi." The Jonin responds, "Looks like you got to see it for yourself after all," while Kakashi watches in shock. Rooftop of the Uzumaki Namikaze clan compound. "Naruto," is uttered in a startled whisper as Kushina notices the distant scene and experiences a wave of copyright Yavu. "Big brother," is what Yayoi says as she and Mito watch in terror. With a balled fist by his side, Menma writhes in shock. Naruto. Compound of the Uchiha clan, main family rooftop. "There isn't an error," Sasuke says, "that's Naruto and Gaara of the desert." To believe that this is the complete manifestation of whatever that man is. Sasuke would not have been able to stop this, as much as he would like to say otherwise. "How on earth did this occur?" Makoto asks, experiencing copyright Yavu due to the chakra's overwhelming power. With her mother and sister calling her name, Satsuki abruptly jumps off the rooftop, saying to herself, "Naruto, you were right." The blonde had known exactly what he was talking about. As they land on the other rooftop, with their mother right behind them, Sasuke is right on her heels, snatching her arms and dragging her to the ground. "Sasuke, let me go. I must go assist him," she yells. "The Hokage and the fathers have already left. Give it to them," the boy answers. "I told you to get off," she yells angrily. "What on earth could you do to stop that thing?" "You won't put yourself in danger while I'm watching," Sasuke reprimands. "Enough. Satsuki, you're not going anywhere." Makoto sternly interrupts, "Your father would be mad if I let you go anywhere near that," and the girl reluctantly gives in. Hokage Monument, on top of the head of the third Hokage. Sitting with his legs crossed, Jiraiya observes the scene from a distance. He laughs and says, "It's safe to say I got the best view." Minato and Fugaku are undoubtedly at the scene by now, but it appears that someone has already taken control of the situation. He finds it hard to comprehend how this happened, but at least it happened outside the village. "If you could see this," Sarutobi-sensei, alongside Naruto. A huge cloud of the dust sits in the air, blocking the moonlight from above, and Naruto jumps back, trying to shield his eyes as the sand pours down, the beast crumbling under the hold of his restraints. "Naruto." It happens so quickly that the boy can be heard gasping as he finds himself standing beside the Hokage and his Jonin sensei. Hokage, Lord. Fugaku sensei. What's happening? With his Sharingan glowing in a pattern Naruto has never seen before, Fugaku asks. I ought to have sent one of you a clone. Overcome by the tailed beast's bloodlust, Gaara approached me. Fugaku and Minato exchange glances before turning back to face the boy as Naruto explains. I had to lure him far from the village to avoid complications. Minato says, you did excellently, Naruto. Uchiha nods. He was accompanied by another person. I recognized this chakra from the tests. I could feel it swiftly slipping back underground as he followed us here. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, Naruto says, I can send my carnivorous Buddha after them. As Naruto and Fugaku get closer, Minato says, let me mark it with my sealing formula first. She then disappears and then reappears close to the summoning, placing a hand on it. Naruto gives the summoning a nod, and it quickly disappears into the earth, leaving a hole in its wake. The three finally look up to see Gaara lying motionless on his back, only breathing, as the cloud of sand begins to lift. With his body ravaged by the weight of the transformation he had undergone, the boy grunts with exhaustion and makes a valiant attempt to move as the three get closer, but to no avail. No, stay away from me. As the sand begins to rise around his body, he cries and raises a hand. Mangekyo spins around in the dark as Fugaku chillingly warns, don't do anything stupid, boy. Hold on. Let me take care of this, sensei. Naruto begs, and Fugaku scowls a little before complying, his eyes returning to their typical three-tomo pattern. Gaara shudders visibly in fear as the blonde takes a step closer, sand rising toward him only to be flung away by the release of his wind style from his body. Remain back. As the boy rises to stand above him and then drops to one knee, he begs. How did you harm me? Gaara whispers in terror and shock, the voice, I can't hear it anymore. I put it to sleep, is his reply. You put it to sleep, right? However, how? Who are you? The Sand Genin is amazing. I am only a human. Just like you, Naruto says simply. A human? The redhead repeats, almost in a daze. That internal component. It's not you. You're only a human. You can attempt to deceive everyone. But I can't be fooled. You said that, correct? Naruto repeats, causing the redhead to gasp. Those behind you can be tricked. All of these people can be duped. But I can't be fooled. In your eyes, I see it. I'm exactly like you. Temari, Kankuro, and Baki all gasped at what he said. I am the same as you, he reiterates, you and I are the same, as the two look into each other's eyes. With his arms crossed and his brow furrowed, Minato observes the scene solemnly, fully comprehending what is happening. Alongside Minato while Fugaku, holding a torch in one hand, weaves signs with the other to release a large fireball towards another snake summon. Engulfing the creature, Minato thrusts a large Rasengan directly into the large snake's summon's head, sending it flying as its head is reduced to smithereens. In the meantime, the carnivorous Buddha opens its Venus fly-trap maw to confront a third snake. As it tries to sink its fangs, the plant creature quickly rips off its head and swallows it whole. With Sharingan glowing in the darkness, Fugaku growls, snake summons, there's no doubt it, Minato. He spits out, it's definitely one of Orochimaru's lackeys, as he sees more of the creatures moving toward him in the shadows. As he weaves through a fresh set of signs, he throws the torch to the blonde shinobi, who catches it in one hand. Minato recognizes them and doesn't need to be instructed to move aside. Fire style. Dragon Flame Jutsu, alongside Naruto. With his spears in hand and Geto at his side, Naruto charges through the moonlit forest, followed by several of his relatives who can smell the scents below from this distance. The cats occasionally roar and growl as they move quickly. With the wood clone Naruto is standing above a restrained Gaara, who has his arms bound to his body with wood-style restraints and has his wrists and ankles bound as well. The occasional distant rumble that breaks the stillness makes the earth vibrate. The redhead rests on his back and silently gazes up at the moonlit sky. With Gaara still staring up at the sky, the blonde says, your friend will need a miracle to escape me, my pride, the Buddha, the Hokage, and Sensei. I suggest you start talking. How exactly do the two of you know each other? And how did he know where to find me and take you to me? He asks. As the wind blows and the trees dance in the moonlight, the redhead responds bluntly, friends. I don't have any friends. And I don't know who that medical ninja was. All I cared about was getting to you, and that's where he told me he could take me, he says. As is typical of him, Naruto frowns, his redhead's face showing no emotion. Medical ninja? Kabuto was pretending to be a medical ninja, that kid? Right now, it's just a guess. However, I have a suspicion that the person in charge here is. Alongside Kabuto, the other three large snakes disappear into the opposite direction, rumbling from a distance, while Kabuto sits atop the snake summon's head, a torch illuminating the tunnel's darkness as it charges forward. As he tried to flee through one of his master's old tunnels, he had expected the boy to send his wood-style summoning after him. In just a few moments, the fourth Hokage will be upon me. I'd better go. The young man smirks as he flips off the snake summon's head to stand in its path, extinguishing the torch before jumping into its open maw without hesitation. My parting gift to Naruto will leave him in a haste to see me and Lord Orochimaru soon, he muses, before the creature disappears into thin air, a burst of smoke enveloping it. A torrent of fire erupts, lighting up the darkness in the distance as the tunnel trembles once more. Alongside Geto as they charge ahead, one of the lions calls to Geto, right below, just up ahead, Great Guardian. With its paws raised and its claws glowing golden, the large cat leaps into the air. He calls it, Lion Sage Art, lacerating claws, as he swings a paw and arcs of golden chakra fly down to meet the forest floor, cutting deep into the ground and dividing it into pieces that resemble jigsaw puzzles. Meanwhile, the other lions roar with fire, sending currents of wind-style chakra out of their maws and meeting the ground, causing an explosion that sends a pillar of debris into the air. Naruto observes as the summons recklessly dashes into a cloud of debris, which gradually lifts to reveal the massive crater in the earth. Naruto! Fugaku yells as he and Minato emerge in the center of the crater, the lions sniffing around and cleaning the sizable indentation. Naruto approaches the two as they observe the enormous cats roaming the area and says, Fugaku-sensei, Lord Hokage. The assailant's chakra vanished. Lion summons. That contract belonged to. Minato says to himself, his expression marked by realization. Lion summons. Now there's no question about it, Fugaku reflects. With a frown that is almost exactly the same as Naruto's own, Minato says, he used snake summons to evade us. And seems to have employed the use of a reverse summoning jutsu to escape. There's no question as to who was behind this. Orochimaru, with the clone of Naruto as the man now known as the Anbu commander of the Leaf, stands in front of Naruto in a bear mask, and a number of other shinobi of the same rank surround the scene. Naruto takes another look at Gaara, whose eyes are now closed as he sleeps. In response to the boy's story, Bear says, I see. You did quite well in drawing him away from the village, the man says, and Naruto just nods. As the Hokage, Fugaku, and another Naruto copy appear among them, the two turn their heads. The original Naruto clone vanishes in a puff of smoke. Anbu Commander, Lord Hokage, Lord Fugaku, welcomes the two, and Naruto simply nods in return. Minato says, Bear, it was quite the mess we nearly had tonight. Indeed, Naruto, here, already filled me in. I don't see the other assailant. He escaped, using snake summons and a reverse summoning jutsu. This is certainly Orochimaru's doing. He attempted to use the Sand Jinchuriki's bloodlust to his advantage, it seems. Bear receives nods from both his leader and the Jonin commander as he says, I see. All the more reason for us to waste no time upon conclusion of the Chunin exams. Naruto frowns thoughtfully. As Baki, Kankuro, and Temari of the desert leap down onto the sandy clearing and sprint in their direction, the group's heads turn. Temari exclaims, Gaara, in distress. All at once, the sand ninja comply and stop when one of the Anbu orders them to stay back, as they draw their swords. Please, Temari begs frantically as she watches her brother, who is restrained and unconscious on the ground. Baki says, Lord Hokage, and signals his pupils to remain motionless. Minato sighs as she approaches the sand shinobi, saying, Baki, it seems my worst fears came true. Lord Hokage, please forgive me, this is all my fault. We should have left as soon as the previous round of the exams concluded. Baki begs, bowing his head. There's nothing you could have done. We've confirmed the influence of another force is at play here. One we'll deal with very soon, replies Minato. But this is still an international incident. Gaara was complicit in the murder of 3 of our own Anbu. For that reason, I will have to have him taken into custody until contact is made with the 4th Cage. Our previous missive to the Sand was answered by the Council as opposed to the Cage himself, quite strangely, Minato claims, with Baki gazing on with sadness and anxiety. The Sand Jonin nods as the Hokage finishes. Please stay in the village until further notice. For now I need to speak to my Jonin commander and Naruto over here. Hokage office, Hokage tower. After listening to the Hokage's explanation, Naruto stands in front of the Hokage with his Jonin sensei by the cage's side. So you see, Naruto, my plan was to take up arms against Orochimaru upon conclusion of the exams. What happened tonight was only further confirmation that we'll have to move quickly. Since the Forest of Death debacle, Fugaku has shared with me the full circumstances of Mizuki's failure to escape with the Forbidden Scroll of Seals. The Hokage says, while Naruto stays mum. The Hokage goes on, piquing Naruto's curiosity even more. My intention is for the upcoming war to be solely reserved for our Jonin, Anbu, and most experienced Chunin. Which actually brings me to the matter I really wanted to speak to you about. Your role in apprehending Mizuki is one thing, but preventing Orochimaru from potentially harming Satsuki and now the events that transpired tonight, both of which can be considered S-class feats, it's clear to me, Naruto, that your abilities and reasoning far exceed that of your rank, Minato says. I've deliberated with my Jonin commander here and he's of course given me his own accounts of your capabilities. We're both in full agreement. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, effective immediately the Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves, promote you to the rank of Jonin. Minato speaks in a stern tone, Naruto's eyes widening in surprise. Whether you choose to compete in the final rounds of the exams is irrelevant at this point. Standard procedure would be for me to introduce you to your commander, but the two of you are of course well acquainted with one another. So for now you can go get some well-deserved rest. Fugaku and Minato are both smiling. Naruto remains. After saying, yes, Lord Hokage, and Sensei. I mean Commander. Thank you, Naruto merely bows lightly before turning to leave. What on earth just took place? As the Uchiha moves to take the seat across from the village chief, the door closes and Minato and Fugaku are left alone. Minato says sharply, you know at this point, I'm tempted to cancel the exams altogether and declare war tomorrow morning. Fugaku frowns and nods his head in agreement. Fugaku frowns and says, Kabuto Yakushi, to himself. The Uchiha curses to himself, the medical corps chief's son. How troublesome. What a mess that brat has left us with. That sand kid is not only their Jinchuriki but also the Kage's son. That completely complicates things for us. It isn't a matter of simply sentencing him the same way we would any other ordinary ninja. He's not of sound mind in any event. I've sent another missive to the sand. I would find it quite alarming if the Kage himself doesn't respond this time, the brunette exclaims. After a brief period of silence, the village chief speaks once more. Using a shinobi from another village to stir up trouble, a Jinchuriki and the son of a Kage no less, to target my own. This is an unequivocal act of war. I'm terminating the exams. The daimyo lord of the Land of Fire has already approved a campaign against the Land of Rice. I've sent a missive to let him know we'll be moving sooner than expected. Tomorrow, we declare war on the Land of Rice and the Hida Sound. Minato says with a nod to the clan leader. Alongside Naruto. Naruto lets out a sigh and closes the door to his apartment. What a day filled with events. It's exciting but not necessarily exhausting. Without bothering to turn on the light, the blonde moves forward in his living room's darkness. When the boy notices what looks to be an envelope on the coffee table he left uncovered when he left, his eyes narrow. The TV screen on his wall flashes with static and then clears, revealing a familiar face glowing palely as he picks up the envelope and then produces a kunai. Only now does he notice what looks to be a surveillance device sitting on top of the TV. You, is said icily by Naruto as the face, sporting a set of white fangs, gleefully grins at him. Even though his facial features and hair have slightly changed, his golden eyes are unmistakable. The older ninja confirms the boy's suspicions by saying, how lovely to see you, Naruto. Though it isn't in person. I had Kabuto arrange for this little chat of ours while you were away, which gave him plenty of time thankfully. You care to share where you were? He asks. The blonde says in an unimpressed tone, you know, if you wanted to kill me, you could have done that yourself the last time we saw each other. Sending the sand Jinchuriki after me, that's just sloppy, which causes the Sannin to laugh. Oh, dear Naruto, I don't want to kill you. You and I have such big things ahead of us after all. Your little encounter with Gaara was just my way of assessing your current prowess with the wood style. Your match with your brother, though impressive, didn't allow me to sufficiently gauge that, since you were so far ahead of him after all. I must say Naruto, you just keep impressing me. The much older man says sternly. Kabuto was doing that, then. The boy hesitates for a second before opening the envelope and taking out the contents, which are marked, classified, in large, bold letters at the top. But anyway, enough about that. Why don't you open your gift there? You've kept me waiting long enough, the man says. He quickly scans the front page before a familiar name catches his attention, causing his expression to change to one of shock. He asks icily, "What is this?" As the boys silently look over the document, Orochimaru says with almost glee, "Just something Kabuto and I thought might interest you." Sealed dossiers from both the Hidden Cloud and Leaf. One of them confirming the individual who murdered Akaji, Fumito, Soyokaze, Kohana, and Yukina Takahashi was a Uchiha clan member. With a sudden glare at the screen, he throws it across the room. The blonde spits vilely, "You expect me to believe this garbage is real? Why would I believe anything that comes from you?" And the Sanin laughs once more. "That's not all that's in there, dear boy. You see, your teacher was quite the war hero. He doesn't seem to have divulged all his exploits to you. During the Third Shinobi War, one of those that fell to the mighty typhoon of the Hidden Cloud was none other than the wife of Moru Uchiha, the eldest son of then head of the Uchiha clan Ganban Uchiha. Moru also happens to be your Jonin sensei's older brother." The man keeps going, causing the child. "Dear Fugaku was not the perpetrator, but I happen to know who was and that he's still alive and well. And I'm willing to tell you all about that. Amongst other things contained in that file. Do you ever wonder, Naruto, why the third Hokage divided the chakra of the 9 tails among your siblings before sealing the beast inside you instead of selecting a single Jinchuriki as was the norm before?" The man inquires, but the boy stays mum and doesn't. As Orochimaru explains, the blonde's eyes briefly widen before narrowing. In that folder are records of a concept conceived during the Third Shinobi World War, called Project 9. There was a hypothesis that the chakra of a tailed beast could be divided and sealed in different host bodies, and that with this an army of tailed beast-powered soldiers could be built. You and your siblings were the test subjects for that hypothesis, fitting considering your Uzumaki lineage. You see, the Leaf isn't nearly as different from myself as they'd have you believe. Do you really mean to suggest to me your parents had no idea you possessed the wood style? Did it ever occur to you that good old Minato might have been directly responsible for that?" The man continues, shock etching itself increasingly onto Naruto's face. Before the sentence is completed, a fist slams into the screen, shattering the glass. Naruto ignores the sparks that fly and the sensation of electricity coursing through his arm and chest. "I know the Leaf in this shinobi world for what it truly is, dear boy. I can show you all the truths hidden from you, if you would only let me. But anyway, I should let you rest. You have had quite the day. We'll—" He grabs the monitoring device and smashes it into pieces against the floor as he pulls the hand back, blood dripping from it. As both of his eyes shine a dazzling snow white in the room's darkness, all he can hear is the sound of his own breathing and pounding heart. Perplexity, disbelief, rage, a desire for blood. Civilians made up the sensei's family. His parents were shinobi in retirement. His spouse is a civilian. His children were not allowed to become shinobi. They were not killed in combat. While he was away on the front lines, an unidentified enemy was said to have successfully infiltrated the Hidden Cloud, resulting in their deaths. In actuality, that had most likely been a major factor in his decision to leave the cloud. The potential that the village he risked his life for had betrayed them, leading to their deaths. Naruto is now aware of the reality. That Uchiha is the offender. Geto informed him that Sensei's heart condition was probably brought on by his severe grief, given that he had been in perfect health for the majority of his life. To realize that the family he had worked so hard to protect from shinobi life had been slaughtered as if they had been engaged in combat. And the chance that the village, whom he loved with all his heart, might have played a role. He was killed by it. And now it is up to him to answer the question. Who is the offender? Whoever it is, they'll. His thoughts come to a grinding halt when there is a knock on the door. His eyes turn back to cerulean blue as he pauses for a second before advancing on the door and quickly opening it. The image of a sand shinobi in tears greets him. Desert Tamari, compound of the Uchiha clan, sitting at the dinner table with his family listening intently. Fugaku concludes, "I figure there's no harm in letting you guys know since the cat will be out of the bag tomorrow. Letting Orochimaru live this long has turned out to be quite the error, but we'll be rectifying that soon," says the clan leader from Uchiha. Sasuke asks, "So the exams are cancelled?" as he continues to process everything his father has told them. "Unfortunately, yes, son. The Chunin exams are simply not important enough to prioritize over this any longer," Sasuke's dad responds. Satsuki says, "I want to go and see him." The other three give her knowing smiles as they turn to face her. When Fugaku replies, Naruto's had quite the day. Let him rest for now, Sasuke. You'll have the whole day tomorrow to go and see him. His daughter gives him a sullen look. Alongside Minato standing over his predecessor's grave with a fresh bouquet of flowers in front of the headstone, the blonde says, "This is all my fault, Lord Third." He says, head down, his blonde hair shrouding him, "I let Orochimaru live long enough to become this big of a problem." As the full moon continues to shine, he adds, "In trying to honor Jiraiya-sensei, I allowed emotion to cloud my judgment." With a tear streaming down his cheek, the village chief somberly exhales, and it's not just that. Obito. Shisui. The ripple effect all of my failures are having. What would you say if you could see all of this? And Naruto. I've failed to protect him. When Minato feels the arm that is encircling him and its reassuring hand on his shoulder, he doesn't flinch. He raises his head and turns to face his lone student, who is watching him solemnly with his only eye open and his silver hair illuminated by the moon. Alongside Naruto with his hand bandaged and the lights on, Naruto sits on his sofa beside the sand kunoichi. Now that she has calmed down, he watches without a reaction as she sniffles now and then. With a slight frown, she adds, "Gaara has no one but us. Kankuro and our father has never seen him as anything but a tool." She turns to face him and begs, "I can't let anything happen to him. I can't fail him. You're just like him, so you understand. If I let him down, he has no one else." The blonde lets out a long sigh. As the Hokage's son, the distressed girl is hoping he can make an appeal on her brother's behalf. "Don't worry. Gaara will be fine. He wasn't of sound mind during the course of everything that happened tonight. I can personally attest to that. And in any event, he's not exactly an ordinary ninja either. He's a Jinchuriki of the sand and the son of the Kazekage. The Leaf has no choice but to treat him as such in whatever decision is taken," the brunette reassures. He continues, "He's lucky to have you. It's not easy, this path of ours," as Tamari watches in awe as the Leaf ninja paces across the living room, his eyes focused on what looks to be an envelope and loose sheets of paper. Across the coffee table, on a stand against the wall, she casts another glance at the broken television screen. Droplets of what looked like blood stained the floor, and glass shards were scattered across the floor. The blonde gets up and goes to answer the door after hearing another knock and muttering a low curse. This day's end is now becoming a major annoyance. Upon opening the door, he is confronted by the Hokage's wife. "Lady Kushina," is his formal greeting. "Naruto," is the Uzumaki's trembling response. The two of them are silent for a while. "I just wanted to check on you. We all saw what happened. Minato already filled me in. He's obviously not going to get rid of her, so he'll just invite her in." The blonde sighs inwardly before moving aside. Kushina enters the living area, looks around, and notices the young girl seated on one of the room's two couches. "Oh, hey there," she says with a smile, and Tamari gets up to bow in greeting. One of the most well-known kunoichi in the world is greeted by Tamari with the words, "Lady Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, an honor to meet you." She replies warmly, Now, no need to be so serious," and Naruto joins them as they sit down. The sand kunoichi blushes when Kushina asks playfully, "Naruto, is this your girlfriend? We all thought you and Satsuki were an item." The blonde merely shakes his head. Kushina turns to face the girl as the boy answers, "No, that's not it. Tamari, here, came to have a word with me about what happened here tonight. She's worried about the fallout from all of this and what's going to happen to her brother," he says. "I see," she says sympathetically. "He's a Jinchuriki. It's an incredible burden," she murmurs, looking down with a guilty expression on her face. In contrast to the rest of the immaculately organized room, she glances back up at the broken television set across the table, the glass fragments on the floor, and the sheets of paper on the far side. "Naruto, did this also happen along with everything else with Gaara?" The blonde dismissively says, "No, don't worry about that. I just lost my temper. It's been a long day." His cool demeanor obviously leaves no opportunity for additional questioning, and the two kunoichi are intrigued. Kushina's heart aches sharply at the boy's dismissive reaction. "I've already assured Tamari, here, that Gaara's particular status will ensure the Leaf has to treat the situation with extra care. But I have a feeling she'd be much more at ease if I spoke to the Hokage. You coming here is quite convenient actually. I think it would be better if you did instead," Naruto clarifies, causing his face to light up, fellow Jonin. As a former Jinchuriki yourself, someone highly respected in the village and the one person closer to the Hokage than anyone else, I can't think of anyone more appropriate. The following morning, two suspended intersecting pathways stretch out and intersect in the middle of the large circular cement structure that encloses Danzo as he sits peacefully in his home. Unflinching, the elderly man observes as a number of Enbu descend from above, his own jumping down and raising their hands as they are outnumbered and surrounded, their cries resonating throughout the hiding place. Minato finally shows up, accompanied by the Anbu commander. The blonde's normally white cloak has been swapped out for a black one with a red flame motif running along the bottom, and the red kanji that identifies him as the fourth Hokage is still running down the back. The elderly man greets Minato calmly, "So you've finally come, Minato." The younger man answers sharply, "Danzo, you knew this day would come. I ordered you to disband the foundation, years ago. I've given you ample time. And now it's up," he says sternly. "I know that you were the one who had Mizuki assassinated. You ought to know by now that nothing can be hidden from Fugaku's eyes." A grin appears on Danzo's face. "I've received word of your declaration war on the hidden sound, this morning," says the elderly gentleman. Danzo's grin broadens as he replies bluntly, "It's my intention to now do away with everyone who dared to plot against the village no matter who they are." The man asks, "Is that right? I assume that includes the true culprit of the Uchiha massacre as well?" The blonde doesn't respond, and his face stays as stern. With Enbu now fully encircling them, the elderly man says, "I should commend you, Minato. You've made the correct decision. One Hiruzen would have been too weak to take. But you know well what the dissolution of the foundation means. Darkness, just like light, cannot be destroyed. The foundation, and myself as its head, are those that shoulder the darkness of the village. The roots that languish in the darkness so that the leaves may bask in the sunlight," Danzo says to the Hokage. "If you do away with the foundation now, you will inevitably have to endeavor to shoulder the village's darkness yourself." Minato responds, her cerulean eyes shining in the dimly lit room, "I've come to terms with that eventuality. As the cornerstone of the village, it's my responsibility. I will take on that darkness." "Very well then, Lord Hokage. Alas, words and action are two different things. I have no interest in living out my days as a prisoner of the leaf. If you truly mean your words, you will have to prove it here and now," says the elderly gentleman. Alongside Naruto, under the full moonlight, plumes of smoke rise into the air, accompanied by screams of horror. The roars of the innumerable lions blend with the screams. On the edge of the fourth stone face of the Hokage monument, a blonde figure dressed in black watches over the scene. Her eyes glow a bright white like the moon above. Three figures appear a few paces behind him, and his head turns. With Satsuki looking on in distress, Minato stands ready with his trademark kunai in hand as Fugaku removes his gunbai from his back, Sharingan glowing crimson and spinning into its Mangekyo pattern. The girl begs, "Naruto, please, stop," with tears in her eyes. The blonde just turns and runs at the three, while the girl screams in desperation and the two men shoot back at the boy. As the rising sun beams into his bedroom, Naruto leaps to his feet in bed. The lump in the boy's throat is swallowed. That is definitely a new one. The events of the previous night come flooding back to him as he looks down and notices the bandage around his hand. He frowns as he looks at his nightstand and notices that the envelope is still on top of it. Oh no, everything was genuine. Sensing the familiar chakra coming toward his home's front door, he gets out of bed. Tamari remains sound asleep on one couch as Naruto enters his living room, while Kushina sleeps on the other, clinging to the blankets he covered them with the previous evening. His Jonin-sensei is standing in the doorway, holding a black Jonin flak jacket with the traditional red swirl design on the back, as he opens the door. He says, "Sensei," and invites the Uchiha inside without hesitation. Fugaku enters, and the boy closes the door. The older man holds the sleeveless jacket out and says, "I just swung by to drop this off. I knew you'd probably prefer one in this color." Naruto takes it and looks it over. When he notices the two kunoichi, Fugaku asks, "You and hosting company?" "Unexpected," is the boy's straightforward response. "All right. Anyway, your father's made the announcement. We're to begin preparations for war immediately. There will be a Jonin assembly this evening," he says. "I'll be there." The boy nods in response. "And what of the exams, sensei?" Naruto gives Fugaku another nod when he replies, "Terminated, there was no choice given the circumstances. In any event, all the promotions had probably already been decided. The new Chunin should be announced soon. You're a Jonin now, Naruto. An elite shinobi of the Leaf, and the youngest one in our history since Kakashi Hitaki himself. I said this to you yesterday and I'll say it again, There will be many fantasizing about claiming your head, given your recent exploits. As usual, the blonde says without emotion, I'm ready for it. With Danzo and Minato raising his gaze from the flying Raijin kunai buried in his chest, Danzo looks into the younger man's icy blue eyes and lets out a gasp, blood streaming from his mouth. I didn't want things to turn out this way. You are one of the elders after all. But I have to deal with these shadows I've left unchecked for too long. This is the first step. Alongside Naruto as he stands between the two, Minato's voice breaks in. So this is where you live now? His eyes dart over to see Kushina sound asleep. With his flak jacket still in hand, Naruto greets the Lord Hokage. He turns back to the boy and greets him solemnly. Naruto, your mother did tell me she wanted to make sure you were all right after last night. I see you've been catching up. Minato merely nods in response to the boys. Something like that, before turning to face Fugaku and putting a hand on his shoulder. Before the two disappear, he says, I just need to borrow your sensei for some business. Hideout for the Foundation with her hands encircling the flying Raijin kunai handle and buried in the man's chest, Minato returns before Danzo. The sight that greets Fugaku causes his eyes to widen a little. You really, Minato. Before he dies, Fugaku, extract all information about the Foundation from him, according to the instructions of Kage. As he meets Danzo's gaze, the Uchiha blinks, revealing the Mangekyu pattern. There is a brief pause before the Uchiha speaks, broken only by Danzo's gasps. It's done, he says, as Minato removes the kunai from the elder's chest. Blood pours freely from his mouth, turning his white robe a deep red. I apologize, Lord Third, the Kage says solemnly. Prot. ECT. The Vil. Age, gasp Minato, the elderly man exclaims, barely able to finish his sentence. He responds, you have my word, elder. I will with my life, before Danzo sags in his chair and stops breathing altogether. After a brief pause, Minato turns to face his Anbu and Jonin commander. He reaches out a hand to the man's face and gently lowers and closes his eyelids with his fingers. Fugaku, give Barry a list of all the individuals you've identified. I want them all in custody by the end of the day. Preparations for battle begin immediately after. Training ground for Team 11. Around 7 Anbu encircle his squad with their weapons drawn, and Kakashi and Kaori look on in shock at what they see. One of his pupils has a kunai to his throat with one arm and the other in a vice lock. An Anbu orders, Hisateru Hagiwara, put the weapon down, now. With dual Tomo Sharingan active, Sasuke demands, what are you doing, loser? He has such a firm grip. I was aware of it. I was aware that he was lying and acting weak. Kakashi asks, under arrest for high treason, just what is going on here? Kakashi, Kaori and Sasuke gasp as the Anbu demands, this boy is a member of the Foundation Anbu Black Ops which the Hokage ordered the disbandment of 6 years ago. Their leader, Danzo Shimura, has just been executed. Surrender now. Basis? Sasuke reflects. Long ago, his father had told him tales of the Foundation. Kakashi repeats to himself in disbelief, Danzo is dead? Hisateru? The Foundation? He'd known for a while that the boy was hiding his actual skills, but this, one of his pupils is now brandishing a weapon at the other. This can it? Hisateru gives the nearby shinobi dagger-like glares. It isn't possible. Is the elderly man no longer alive? Damn it, he mutters to himself. The boy smirks and asks, you already knew something was amiss, didn't you, Kakashi? As the Jonin watches in disbelief. You mean the old men are gone? He thinks to himself, he must have refused to surrender. As the brown-haired genin blinks and lifts her eyelids to reveal crimson eyes with a 3-tomo pattern in each, gasps are heard. One of the Anbu exclaims, he has a Sharingan, and Sasuke gasps. Hisa. How? Exclaims Kaori. Only those of the Uchiha bloodline can activate and deactivate those eyes at will. So you're Uchiha. Hisateru. Danzo's treachery knows no bounds. Kakashi frowns as he spits. Guess the cat's out of the bag. Emo boy over here and I are cousins. I suggest everyone simmers down before I make a mess, he says. Old man. You refused to give up and instead chose death. Who am I to sell out now? He asks himself as he presses the blade to the genin's neck. The boy gasps as a hard chop lands on his neck, and his hold relaxes. Sasuke grabs his arm and throws him to the ground with judo, and the kunai slides away. With the boy's eyes fluttering and Sharingan flashing and retreating as his consciousness threatens to falter, Minato, Fugaku, and Sasuke stand over him. Sasuke's astonishment fades as he comes to terms with it. Menma and Naruto's father gave him the flying Raijin Kunai in the Forest of Death. He still possesses it. That's how. Fugaku's face is marred by anger as he looks down at the now unconscious boy. As Anbu rushes over to restrain the boy, he spits out, "Now I wish I'd killed Danzo myself." Father asks, "How can this be?" And the older Uchiha lets out a deep sigh in response. "I'll explain everything later, Sasuke. I just found out myself. For now, there are many others to apprehend." As his pupil is restrained, Kakashi looks on in despair. The past 24 hours have been by far the worst he's experienced in a long time. He first learns that his friend, an international criminal and renegade ninja, is still alive and attempted to murder their sensei and destroy the village, and this now? As Hisateru is being carried away, the Jonin balls his fist while Minato watches him solemnly. "Why? For what reason am I being punished?" Minato give his Anbu the order, "Fan out and help the others." Not a single Foundation Anbu will escape. Iron Mountain Land Graveyard. My, Zetsu, quite the news you've brought back with you. In a darkly lighted chamber, 3 people in triangle shape, each wearing black cloaks embossed with matching red cloud designs, stand opposite each other, with the masked person speaking. The white half of the figure responds. It appears that Orochimaru's antics have infuriated the 4th Hokage, who appears determined to eliminate Orochimaru permanently, just as he has done with Danzo. The masked figure's hidden face shows no emotion, but Shisui's lips are adorned with a slight smirk. The youthful Uchiha surmises coolly, "So Sensei's no longer showing any mercy. How exciting." Zetsu's black half adds, "The Leaf's forces will likely march for the land of rice very soon." The white half asks, "Aren't you worried, Shisui? Their presence complicates your mission to recover the Sky Ring." The dark half of Zetsu goes on to say, "The Hokage himself in particular is extremely dangerous. And his new Jonin commander will certainly be by his side. Orochimaru's former teammate and fellow Sannin, Jiraiya, is also likely to be present, according to the humanoid." With Sharingan gleaming in the dark, Shisui says coolly, "We'll just have to call it a race then. Whoever gets to Orochimaru first, gets his head. The ring will be on my finger anyway. That isn't in question at all." The one wearing a mask interrupts, Now, brother. Zetsu is very much correct. The Hokage is very dangerous, and so too is Itachi's father, whose Mangekyo abilities remain unknown to us at this point. If it can be helped, we shouldn't entertain the prospect of a direct clash with them just yet," he states, garnering the ire of the younger Uchiha. The younger Uchiha sarcastically responds, "You're afraid, older brother? Well, way to disappoint me. My visual prowess has grown in leaps and bounds these last 5 years, and so too has this body, strengthened by the first Hokage's genes you gifted me. I'm not merely a Uchiha prodigy anymore. I'm so much more," he says with conviction. Be that as it may, rest assured the yellow flash has grown stronger in that time too and has not merely sat idly. It's not preposterous to assume by now he has access to the same sage jutsu of his teacher. "You know how much more dangerous that would make him?" the masked man responds, Shisui quietly observing momentarily. He says, raising his palm thoughtfully to his masked face before letting out a sigh, "The Akatsuki hasn't even begun collecting the tailed beasts, yet. We can't afford to be losing members now, but we still need the Sky Ring." "Very well, then. You'll still set out to hunt Orochimaru, but it can no longer be alone. I'll be coming with you, with some additional cavalry too," he says. Shisui smirks once more as the masked man says, "I think Itachi and Kisame will do perfectly for this. I'm interested to see where Itachi stands now in comparison to yourself now that he's likely adjusted to the same gift I gave you and is no longer afflicted by that illness." Shisui's eyes light up with excitement. The younger Uchiha laughs to himself, "This is going to be fun. You'll be tagging along as well, Zetsu, to serve as surveillance for us. A few thousand of your clones won't hurt either." The fact that Orochimaru was even willing to set foot back in the Leaf is alarming. I suspect he has an ace up his sleeve that he feels confident can tip the scales for him against them. The masked Uchiha speculates. With crimson eyes burning in the darkness and white Zetsu watching anxiously, Shisui says coldly, "His ace won't save him from the visual prowess of the Uchiha, while the black half and the guy in the mask remain expressionless." The strict Hidden Leaf Correctional Facility. The youngster glances back at Kakashi as he continues to stare. A sequence of sealing formulae that span the length of his body, signifying the chakra suppression now being used against him, bind his arms to his body. Opposite the boy, Fugaku is seated in a chair with another Jonin. That miscreant Danzo was never happy about Shisui being removed from his supervision prior to the Foundation's official complete disbandment. So he knew all along he had a backup? The Patriarch of Uchiha says. I knew your parents personally, boy. And I also now know Danzo used the chaos of the Nine Tails attack to abduct you after their lives were taken. They were right in the vicinity of where the fox sprung up that night. My regret is Minato not letting me torture the bastard to his death. Uchiha spits, a deep scowl visage. When the youngster says, sorry to disappoint you, but I honestly don't give a damn, Kakashi looks shocked, and the Uchiha frowns even more ominously. With composure, Fugaku asks, is that right? He responds calmly, why should I care about people I don't know? Kakashi wonders, is this the extent of the damage the Foundation is capable of? The Jonin draws the boy's attention by asking, Hisateru, were you really going to kill Sasuke? Kakashi asks, even while knowing you two, in addition to being teammates, were kin? Maybe. I can't honestly say, it was a knee-jerk reaction in the heat of the moment. I suppose I should have known I couldn't outmaneuver the Hokage. Nonchalantly concedes. You probably already guessed it by now, Kakashi. But Hisateru is not even my real name. That's just an alias I was given for the purpose of advancing through the academy and joining a genin team. The youngster says quietly. The cursed seal on his tongue was easily removed by the Hokage. Fugaku continues to scowl as he says, Danzo never told you the name your parents gave you. Once his eyes led him into one's head, he could see through anything. Fugaku looks on in disbelief as Kakashi says, no, nor do I care to know. If you insist on bothering yourselves with things as trivial as names. Then I only really have two. Kuroi Zugaikatsu or, as was my Anbu moniker, Shadow. Kuroi Zugaikatsu, the Black Skull. He heard a story from his former Anbu comrades about an assassin who was allegedly very good at what he did, but the general consensus was that he didn't exist. Sometimes referred to as Shadow or Cage. These titles had long been reserved for village chiefs but had been gained by someone else due to his capacity to do his duties and, as the term implied, disappear into thin air. Was it always a child? The Black Skull. I was surprised to find you really did exist, Fugaku thinks. To think you were not only a Foundation member but also one of the Uchiha all along, he exclaims. How annoying. With his gaze fixed on the youngster, Fugaku goes on, Kakashi, the kid's visual prowess is generational. Fugaku continues, and as much as he may try to portray himself as emotionless, thanks to Danzo's death, he's now a Mangekyo wielder like the both of us. Hisateru's eyes narrow at the older Uchiha, while Kakashi's expression grows more and more bewildered by the moment. Hisateru is deep in thought as Fugaku says, it seems Danzo's intention was to groom an assassin that could one day rival Minato as well as myself. But he knew the final step to that would be his own demise by the hand of such a ninja. You were meant to be the heir to the Foundation in its will of darkness. Fugaku finishes standing and making his way toward the exit, Kakashi standing for a moment, giving the boy one last look before following. Unfortunately, the Foundation is now gone for good. And I now know everything about it. There's nothing to interrogate you about. If there's a chance you ever see the light of day again, it's only going to be with my and the Fourth's approval. I'll leave you to think about that. The door's opposite side when the door closes behind them, the Uchiha sighs and Kakashi asks worriedly, Fugaku-sensei, what's going to happen to him? He responds, it's not an ordinary situation by any means. He's a Uchiha child. He's my responsibility, now. In any event, every one of his crimes came under orders from a hardliner. Kakashi looks down in despair. The timing isn't ideal either. We have a war to prepare for now. We're going to have to shelve this for later, says the Uchiha. With the clone of Naruto with her blonde teammate Satsuki seated next to him, Ino hesitantly wonders, so the village is really going to war? Satsuki looks thoughtful as Naruto replies, it's likely, we'll march in a matter of hours. Ino frowns and murmurs, I still can't believe all of this Naruto, and how right you were about that sand guy. In other places Kabuto stands before Orochimaru, who is reclined on a throne-like seat with a scroll unfolded in his hand. As his servant watches anxiously, the Sannin laughs, so Minato wants war huh? The Chunin exams have reportedly been terminated, my lord, and with the Hokage's swift action against Danzo, we should expect the leaf to arrive very soon, he continues. Very well then. They're military power dwarfs that of ours currently, it's just a matter of fact. It seems we'll have to reconcile with losing the land of rice, Kabuto. but we'll be sure to gather up my most essential pieces of research before everything goes up in smoke. I figure this will also be a good opportunity to test the reanimation jutsu, the Sannin says. The Sannin laughs again as he continues, word of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze's exploits is spreading like wildfire too, my lord. The boy is earning quite a lot of attention. The seed has been planted, Kabuto. Ours is to bide our time and wait, and reach out to the boy again when the time is right. He won't be able to resist. To get his master's attention, Kabuto continues, there was one more thing, Lord Orochimaru. With his master's eyes widening and hand clenched, Kabuto says, not long ago, our contacts made a sighting. A former Leaf Shinobi, dressed in what appeared to be Akatsuki uniform. Shisui Uchiha. This is on the boundary shared by the lands of fire and waterfalls. Shisui. Is one of the Akatsuki now? He gasps. His trainee adjusts his glasses and replies, it appears that their ranks are becoming more intimidating. Oh no, they started with Itachi and are now rapidly becoming an issue. He appears to indeed be in cahoots with that other one. It's likely the two of them and Itachi were all complicit in the Uchiha incident. Kabuto says with a scowl. Itachi and even Fugaku are not quite as hazardous as Shisui. He now seems to seek a piece of the tailed beast's power. The Sannin and his servant both turn to face the far side of the chamber, their gazes locking on what looks to be an ancient, rotted human hand resting on a stand, its fifth finger ringed. With a grimace that matches his master's, Kabuto says, the Akatsuki rings are an essential and irreplaceable component to their goals, my lord. If Shisui has taken your place in their ranks, it would be wise for us to also expect him to seek you out at some point. Alongside Naruto, while other clones line the river's banks in a similar pattern, Geto stands atop the water, studying Naruto intently as he rests with his eyes closed on a boulder in the midst of a raging river. The boy's hair is becoming more unkempt by the moment, with black strands coming out amid the blonde, and his lips are black with a color that also encircles his eyes like a lion. Every now and then one of the clones exploded in a puff of smoke. Amazing. It is unprecedented to absorb it that quickly. Inside the mind a few feet distant, Naruto sees a recognizable adult figure with white hair standing on the lake, but Geto is nowhere to be seen. He makes an attempt to approach, but as he does, more untamed fur appears on his skin, indicating that he is still learning how to control himself. As the blonde's eyelids open to show golden eyes with pupil slits for a brief while before returning to their original cerulean color, the cat orders, all right enough. His appearance then returns to normal. You're just something else, brat. You'll have it mastered in a day at this rate, unheard of. How are you doing this, Naruto? The large cat inquires. In answer, the blonde points up with a raised finger. The lion frowns thoughtfully as he replies, I noticed that if I focus more on the nature energy the sun is emitting, it's easier to control. The sun? Is the guy's wood style connected to this? Naruto nods solemnly as Geto asks, I think I see what may be distracting you. You're seeing him, now aren't you? The blonde nods once again as Geto counsels, don't focus on Akisada, focus on regulating the flow of the nature energy. You seem to have a particular affinity for it anyway. If you do that, he will come to you. Hall of Assembly, or Hokage Tower, as Naruto's wood clone passes row after row of Jonin shinobi, muttering and murmuring resound. As usual, his lower half is adorned with black Enbu-style trousers, tape around the legs, and the traditional kunai holster around the right femur. He also wears black shoes. The head of the typical golden lion is on the upper right arm, and his upper half is covered by sleeves that reach his forearms and a form-fitting black top with a hood. On top of this comes his black Jonin flak jacket, which is half up and has golden buttons on each shoulder instead of the customary silver. Curiously, the blonde's headband is placed on the side of his upper left thigh, just above a golden pocket chain, rather than around his head, while the hood is draped over the black flak jacket's neck. His right hand, which was damaged but has since fully recovered, is now totally covered in black tape, much like his left, from the knuckles to the wrist. He approaches the very end of the first row to sit, and Rock Lee's Jonin-sensei nods back in acknowledgement. The Hokage starts his speech while standing on top of the platform, his Jonin commander a little distance behind. Training site for Team 7. With the sun barely setting, Sasuke lets out a shout as his lightning-coated palm flies into contact with the tree trunk, sending it flying in fragments. The boy's red eyes shine in the darkness as he extends the hand out in front of himself for a few seconds before it disappears. Kakashi's deep voice says, I knew you'd be here. Sasuke remains still for a second before turning to face the Jonin. The Genin asks, Kakashi-sensei, isn't there supposed to be Jonin assembly right now? He replies, sending a clone won't hurt anyone, and the guys Sharingan now back off. There is a little period of silence before the Uchiha speaks once more. With Kakashi looking solemnly at the youngster, the Uchiha murmurs, Kaori went home. She's been crying all day. I figure I should let her be for now. As the Jonin adds, look Sasuke. Hisatoru wasn't going to kill you. No matter what he or anyone else says, I know that for a fact. He cares deeply for Kaori, and he cares for you too. Sasuke remains mute and clenches his fist at the comment. I've had this chip on my shoulder for so long. All I wanted was to become so powerful that anyone who ever crossed paths with a Uchiha would never raise a hand to them because of me. All this time one of the people I wanted to protect was standing right next to me, the child says, his black locks covering his eyes. I know that dumbass loves Kaori. It's plain as day, and that he cares about Team 7. But, the truth is that's all I know about him at this point. Everything else, even his name, it's all just a shell, a mask. Kakashi reassures, but maybe what you do know is what's most important. Hisatoru never really had a shot at a normal upbringing under the control of someone like Danzo, but he has an opportunity to be free from it. Don't worry about him. The Hokage is the most reasonable man I know, and Fugaku-sensei considers it his foremost duty to protect the Uchiha. All at once, Sasuke asks, but does he want that? In other places, with the lights of a small town in the distance brightening the horizon, Itachi and Kisame stand opposite their masked colleague under the light of the now waning moon encircled by woodland. And so your assistance will be required. A crossing of paths with the leaf isn't ideal at this moment, but we have no choice given the circumstances. If, in the process of Orochimaru being eliminated, the sky ring falls into the leaf's hands or is even destroyed, that will complicate things for us irreparably, he says. Itachi remains expressionless while Kisame responds with an enthusiastic smile. I find myself quite fascinated by what you've told us about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I heard a while back about a clash he had with Zabuza and now this. I'm just itching to meet this kid myself. The masked one replies, the time will come. He is a Jonin now so I expect he'll be part of the upcoming war campaign. When Itachi says, this is my fault, the other two pay attentively. If I had eliminated Orochimaru when I had the chance, we wouldn't be faced with this predicament, he says quietly. Don't blame yourself Itachi. He was a member of our ranks at the time. You didn't know he'd betray us. What matters now is that we reclaim what belongs to us. Alongside Naruto, Naruto's eyes immediately open, and his lips, nails, and the region around his now golden slitted eyes become black with pigmentation. His hair is more unkempt, like a mane, with black strands showing through the golden locks in the moonlight. Unbelievable. Never has anyone come close to mastering it this quickly. Geto is astonished. The child gets up and turns his head in response to his request to see the gaze of Sensei. Akasada shines with pride as the father stands in front of the kid, tears streaming down both of their faces. Naruto, I knew you would do it. Reaching up, the blonde wipes his eyes of the tears. He really wants to reach out and give the man a hug, but he has moved past their bodily form. Sensei, I've been so lost without you, the youngster stutters, still crying and shaking his head. I'm sorry Naruto, I know it hasn't been easy for you. But I'm here now. As long as you can access this power, I'll be by your side. Shaking his head at the emotional show, Geto reprimands, okay, the two of you get it together now. These people, they believe that when breathing stops, life is over. You can catch up later. Naruto, we can now proceed with serious business. Lion Sage Art Secret Techniques. Alongside Minato, his Anbu commander sits at one edge of the desk, and his Jonin commander and sensei surround him as he smacks his fist angrily upon the Hokage's desk, shocking the elders sat across from him. He exclaims fiercely and out of character, enough. I'm not going to entertain any further discussion about this. Danzo refused to be prosecuted for his crimes and chose execution for himself. The two of you were also aware the Foundation was still operational and remained silent about that. Frankly, I should be charging you. The Cage says, causing the two to give each other worried glances. Without allowing for any objection, he declares unequivocally, consider yourselves fortunate that all I will be doing is relieving you of your duties, effective immediately. From now on, Fugaku and Lady Tsunade will serve as my senior advisors, being the two representatives of the village's two founding clans. You're dismissed. The two get up and leave in despair. Fugaku adds, I don't trust them, and Jiraiya follows suit, taking one of the empty chairs. As the men's gazes shift to the chart spread out on the desk, Minato gestures them away, saying, they're harmless with Danzo gone. Minato gestures from the hamlet to the border north, past the Valley of the End, with a flying rage and kunai, saying, I don't intend on giving the enemy time to prepare. A maximum of 24 more hours of preparation is the most I'll allow before we march. We will march past the Valley of the End, cross the border into the land of rice and straight to its capital, seizing it with immediate effect, he says. I will be the helm of our charge. Once we occupy the capital, we will then turn our attention to the surrounding areas. The land mass we're invading is small compared to the land of fire. Within a matter of 48 hours, all key areas should be occupied, the Hokage states. Locating the hideouts will be the challenging part. The daimyo lord of the land of rice has already committed to cooperate. Whether that holds true or not remains to be seen. But there's another concerning matter that's arisen at this time, he says with a scowl. Apparently the case cage is missing. In the Leaf's temporary lodgings with Baki, Temari, and Konkuro. Missing, shouts Konkuro. What do you mean missing? Just that, the case cage and his security detail have been missing for over a month now. A state of emergency has been declared by the council, replies Baki. Ordinarily, we'd already be on our way home, but we can't leave until this situation with Gaara is resolved. Temari states bluntly and without emotion, father's not the type to just disappears without a trace or explanation. He's dead. Her brother scolds Temari, saying, hey, don't say shit like that, Temari. The kunoichi seems unfazed. Baki frowns thoughtfully as the other Sangenin clenches his fist and grits his teeth in response to her coolly asked, what other explanation is there? Alongside Naruto, with his eyesight blocked by his headband, a blinded Naruto unleashes a blast of wind style that nearly decelerates the lacerating claw attack that is about to hit his body, sending him flying before he skids and rolls to a halt. He drops to one knee and runs his own hands over his body, stunned by the wide wounds that dirt has adhered to, the muscle and even the exposed bone rapidly healing, leaving only his own blood as evidence of the damage. Before the boy turns to throw a spinning kick at another approaching lion trying to ambush, Geto's voice asks, you thought becoming a lion sage was just about gathering nature energy. The jungle, the trees, and the streams, even insects. I feel everything. Before delivering another blow that sends another enormous animal flying back, he reflects in disbelief, as if I were the earth itself. That's correct. Akasatus's voice interrupts, your hearing, strength, speed, smell, and vision have all been enhanced. Everything that has chakra and is alive cannot be hidden from you in this phase. To the blonde's amazement, his sensei says, you're also impervious to all genjutsu in this mode. Everything genjutsu, including Sharingan genjutsu. Quote. Naruto, all genjutsu, with the wood clone Naruto. As he and the young woman he is addressing stroll along the peaceful village street, the blonde remarks, it's surreal seeing you under such different circumstances. He is accompanied by none other than Haku of the Mist. The kunoichi grinned and said, yes, it is, Naruto. You seem to be very well known these days. He responds bluntly, it's a recent thing. I don't pay it much mind. The guys are intrigued when she replies, I never got to thank you, Naruto, her face growing more solemn. The blonde briefly smiles as she continues, the last time we saw one another. I know you intentionally spared my life. To his amazement, she reaches out and takes his hand, creeping closer. With Naruto having already detected the man's chakra, the two turn to see Zabuza leaning against a wall wearing a Miss Jonin flak jacket. Well, just my luck finding the two of you together, a voice interrupts. Zabuza, is how the blonde says hello. Haku glares at him. Naruto, I hope I'm not interrupting anything, he quips. When the kid takes his hand away, she yells angrily within, yes, you are, and you're doing it on purpose. He responds, not at all, Zabuza, as the Miss Jonin advances. I see the rumors are true indeed. You and I share the same rank now, brat, he says. The blonde gives him a questioning look as he adds, your name is echoing in reverberatimji through the shinobi world just as I predicted and much sooner than I anticipated. I actually came here to ask something of you. Haku already knows what the request will be. The statement, I'd like a match of my own with Leaf's newest prodigy, causes Naruto's eyes to expand slightly before a smile appears on his lips. In other places, as their boss stands a few steps ahead in the spacious chamber, with pillars and torchlight at each far end, and 4 restrained men arranged in a row meters distant. Kabuto anxiously observes, Kimimaro standing next to him, appearing unconcerned. The Sannin slams his hand on the ground after flying through a series of hand signs. The ground surrounding them is covered with a number of sealing formulae, and when their forms suddenly rise to their feet, ashes rise to engulf the men's bodies and cause cries of terror and pain. Now that the ashes have lifted, the altered forms can be seen hunched down. The 4th Kazekage himself can be seen on the far right. The tall person, second from the right, has dark blue hair and light complexion. She is wearing a white cloak that reaches her ankles and is clothed in traditional Kazekage garb. Third, there is a fair-skinned man with a lot of silver hair and red spots on his face. He is dressed in a black one-piece suit and blue armor made up of several plates with a unique fur collar. He has a hapuri on his head that has the leaf logo on it. Finally, there appears a tall, tanned man with shoulder-length black hair, a leaf headband around his own head, and similar dark red armor. Orochimaru smiles darkly and exclaims, the 4th and 3rd Kazekage of the Sand and the 2nd and 1st Hokage of the Leaf. The blood I took from dear Naruto back in the Leaf during our skirmish has only reaffirmed my hypothesis. My binding over these reanimated is exponentially stronger than anything I achieved before. Each of these 4, whose host bodies were augmented with that power, will be revived at near their full strength. But at a cost, he says with a smirk on his forehead. The sheer weight and destructive power of the boy's chakra is such that only his body is built to withstand it for extended periods. This body of the 4th Kazekage, which I took on only a matter of weeks ago and augmented with the boy's genetic material, is being ravaged from within and will soon be useless. He speaks with Kabuto looking on. The Sannin frowns and reaches for his belly as he adds, I must have his body, Kabuto. Without his body to go with it, his power is like a raging fire that spreads to destroy whatever sober is exposed to it for too long. His master laughs as Kabuto firmly promises him, he will come my lord. His hatred will call until he answers. With a giggle that becomes into full-fledged laughter that reverberates throughout the hideaway, the Sannin continues, well then, our old friends from the Leaf should hurry. We'll have the red carpet rolled out and ready for them. Early dawn at Naruto's training ground. With a puff of smoke, Naruto turns to see that he has returned to his other haven. A thick mist is resting on the training area when he glances around. He had just returned because the memories of his wood clone had suddenly returned to him. A familiar voice screams out from behind the misty veil, I'm kind of ticked off you kept me waiting this long, brat. You're gonna have to pay for that. The blonde exclaims, Zabuza, as spears fall into his hands in 2 quick puffs of smoke. The mist ninja, who is now standing back to back with the blonde and has the executioner's sword resting on his shoulder, declares, I swore I wasn't gonna leave without getting this fight. Even if I had to wait till dawn. Naruto smirks and responds, well, here I am. Let's not waste any more time. Sparks flare as the 2 Jonin swing around, the executor's blade colliding with the spears. As the 2 travel through the mist, Zabuza lifts his blade and swings it in several directions at once at the youngster who parries repeatedly in an effort to puncture his opponent, who defends himself effectively. He's not just one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he used his single blade to dodge both of my spears. With startled eyes, Naruto tries to whirl around for the executioner's sword to slice clean through his torso as Zabuza vanishes into thin air. His body then glows white in a manner that the elder Jonin is accustomed to before an explosion engulfs him and causes him to dissolve into water. As his clone explodes meters away, Naruto's eyes open and he enters sage form. He smirks and turns at breakneck speed to block another barrage of blows from the blade-wielding Jonin as they try to puncture each other, saying, this is the ideal situation to test this out. Naruto pursues Zabuza when he disappears once more, preventing him from fleeing this time while their weapons continue to clash. He just got faster, and I sense a lot more force behind his stabs and swings. What's going on? Quote. The child skids back as the mist Jonin launches a kick that he stops with his forearm and sends flying through signage. He shouts, water style, water bomb jutsu, and briefly lowers his bandage mask to let forth a stream of water. His eyes enlarge with surprise as the youngster lets out a roar like to a beast that breaks up the approaching current. What was that? Quote. Don't fall asleep on me. The guy quickly spins around, a spear piercing his middle, only to have his body turned back into liquid. Naruto dodges a cut from one replica's blade and uses a thrust to destroy it, and then another copy emerges from behind the curtain. He hears another jutsu shouted out as he cuts through a 4th water clone and a 5th is about to appear. Water style. Giant vortex jutsu. Suddenly, a far bigger water stream rises into the air in the form of a huge whirlpool, twisting fiercely and exerting pressure strong enough to split stone. As it cuts through the fifth clone, it spins down towards the blonde, who looks up smirking as his black nails grow into golden glow claws. His opponent, who is meters away, gasps in surprise as he shouts out the name of his method. To the swordsman's surprise, he screams, "Lion Sage Art, lacerating claws," and swings his palm to release arcs of chakra that fly to meet the approaching jutsu, dissolving it upon impact. Over here, Zabuza turns quickly, but before he can turn completely, a spear pierces the underside of his right upper arm and he is struck in the kidney. The Jonin holds on to his blade as if his life relies on it in spite of this. His opponent sinks his other spear into his thigh as he leaps up to avoid a leg sweep. When Zabuza throws his second leg, his opponent skids back and is pushed away by the force. As Zabuza removes the spears from his flesh, the youngsters abruptly turn to vanish. Lion Sage Art. Tempestuous roar. Trees tremble and birds soar as the training area is shaken by the terrifying scream of a giant beast. Tiny cuts appear in the ground and along the swordsman's body as his mist is blown away entirely. In order to prevent being lifted off his feet and blasted away, the Jonin must embed his blade into the earth and use it as an anchor. When Zabuza tries to turn again when the wind lessens, he is abruptly struck in the face with a fist, which knocks him onto his back. The spear is pointed directly at the mist Jonin's throat as he lifts his head and his eyes meet the wielder's own golden ones. "I thought I might be dreaming when I heard you say it. Sage Jutsu, you're on another level, brat." Zabuza gives up, and Naruto smirks as the ninja SWRDS man sits up and lowers his weapon triumphantly. As Naruto approaches to sit across from him, Zabuza reflects, shaking his head, "Lion Sage Jutsu, the last shinobi who wielded that was the typhoon of the hidden cloud. Prior to that, the consensus was that it was only a myth." With Naruto staring at him blankly and in sage mode, Zabuza adds forcefully, "You're going to change everything, brat. It doesn't happen that a shinobi like you comes along without shifting the balance of the world order. For better or worse, everything's gonna change because of you." Haku approaches the two as he leaps into the training grounds clearing. Master Zabuza has also suffered a rather severe beating. Surprisingly, Naruto appears to be at a higher level now. Somewhere, 5 individuals, dressed in black cloaks adorned with red clouds that resemble the sun's rising, stand on the edge of a sif as the red sun peeps above the horizon in the distance. They are standing with a view of the boundary between the land of rice and the land of iron. Kisame is on the far left, while Zetsu is on the far right. Itachi, Kisami's partner, is standing next to him, while Shisui is standing next to Zetsu. Both of them have Sharingan eyes that sparkle in the early morning, complementing the red dawn. And in the middle, between them, is their fellow clansman in a mask, his own Sharingan shining through the mosque's single eye-hole. The disguised Uchiha firmly declared, "The time has come to reclaim what belongs to the Akatsuki and to do away with a traitor once and for all." Main Gate. Hidden Leaf. Minato moves forward between 2 sizable lines of hundreds of shinobi, 2 of which are made up entirely of Anbu members and the other 2 of which are made up entirely of individuals dressed in traditional Jonin and Shunin garb. With his Anbu commander and Jonin commander at the head of each line pair, and the Uchiha clan head with his gunbai strapped to his back, the Hokage's crimson and black cloak sways in the early wind as he approaches the 2 lines. "Our enemy is a traitor to the leaf who committed unspeakable crimes against its people," he says. "Our mission is to eliminate him and anyone who dares to stand between us and that." The blade of the flying Raijin kunai shines in the morning light as the cage lifts it into the air. The Hokage disappears into thin air as he cries, to bring an end to the hidden sound. The 2 lines of shinobi leap forward with their own yells, racing forth from the village gates, heading for their destination.